No point. No point up to 2%. You might as well perish, otherwise you'll have to both of them out. They to go on the front of them when the sun's out. No, you don't need to have reaction. Just have sunglasses, polarized sunglasses. All right? Okay. Cheers, well, bye-bye. Love you too.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Bristol for day 2 of Gloucestershire versus Kent in Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship. Ed Seaborn and Matt Cole with you for the second day's play. And we start in hazy sunshine. Looks as though the forecast is set pretty fair. And Kent, well, they technically started their innings last night, but this is the sort of proper start to their innings, really. They saw off the 2 overs that they had to yesterday evening. It was an excellent comeback from Kent after Gloucestershire dominated, well, probably about 2/3 of the day, if not maybe even slightly more than that, probably. But Kent roaring back with some late wickets either side of the second new ball. Bowled Gloucestershire out for 325, and they start today on 1 without loss with Zach Crawley facing Gabe Bell, and he defends to Williams at mid-on first ball. And we've still got the night watchman Mikey Cohen at the non-striker's end. And Matt, that was a move that, certainly in terms of what happened last night, worked out pretty well.
Yeah, stubborn, refusing to play anything at all, I think, Mikey Cohen is, which is exactly what they want. And he saw 6 zip past his off stump, judged them past his off stump, I should say.
Bell to Crawley, away swinger, and that's left alone. So 4 slips for Gloucestershire on the attack. A backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And I think we may know, well, I think, anyway, I don't know about you, but I reckon we might know, even within the first hour or so today, something about where this match might go, because a lot depends on the 22 yards.
Yeah.
Bell into Crawley, pushes forward, can't get a run to Van Buren at mid-off.
Obviously, overhead conditions wise, couldn't be better for batting, could it?
It's a great day for cricket.
And yeah, if it's going to flatten out,
yeah,
if it needs any more drying, the sun should do that today. So, but as you say, if there are still looking a little bit green on top,
and how's it going to dry as well is the crucial thing, because if it's like the pitch that Gloucestershire played Durham on, Bell bowls, Crawley drives pleasantly, but once again, Van Buren being kept busy at mid-off, still no run in this first over of the morning. If it's anything like that Durham pitch, it dried fairly unevenly, so that led to some quite difficult deliveries to play, both in terms of moving sideways off the pitch and in terms of coming through at different paces. So
to look forward to, I'd say.
Well, we'll see. Bell into Crawley, beats him. That's a lovely delivery. We saw plenty of that yesterday. And if Gloucestershire are to make this 325 look like still a good first innings score, as I think most still felt it was a number that they would certainly have taken at the start of the day, then they'll be hoping we see plenty more of that. That's done, again, a little bit too much to take the edge of Crawley. Last ball of the first over is driven by Crawley to mid-off, and that completes a maiden over from Bell. Hasn't conceded a run yet in his first 2 overs, but that was a fine start to the day. Kent just 1 run on the board in the first 3 overs. But yeah, I think if that sort of delivery that we saw Bell beating Crawley with, if we see that continuously, as we did pretty much through yesterday, even with the old ball, it was doing a fair bit. There was only really one period when Bracey and Borman were going against the very old ball when it looked as if things went a little bit flat out there. But even then, it was right after that rain break that we had. Kent just seemed to come out a little bit flat after that, but then found the mojo again once Joey Everson removed James Bracey. And whilst it was James Taylor who rightfully grabbed the headlines with a 5-foot that I'm sure, well, 6-foot, that I'm sure Matt will talk more about as he spoke to him last night, it was probably that wicket of Bracey from Everson that was the crucial one, to break that partnership that had passed 100 before the second new ball just opened things up. Here's Williams from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Cohen, and that's left. First ball, keeper back to start with for the night watchman, but the helmet is there behind James Bracey, so I'd be quite surprised if he's not going to come straight up to the stumps if Williams is bowling to Crawley. Somebody that certainly would like to give Williams the charge. In comes Williams, bowls to Cohen for defence. Very solid indeed. Back to the tall New Zealander. New Zealander in terms of birth, of course, although playing as a local player these days, has been for quite some time. Joining Gloucestershire on a 3-year deal this season, which is already looking like a very good bit of business for Gloucestershire. As Williams round the wicket to the left-handed Cohen, and he steps forward, plays another very good-looking defensive shot into the covers. And there's no run. So the bowling attack for Gloucestershire, Williams, Bell and Matt Taylor, the 3 front-line seamers. I suspect they'll be hoping well, in a way they'll be hoping they don't get through a lot of work, but they certainly can get through plenty of overs, as we've seen. Ben Charlesworth can bowl seam as well, and then there's plenty of spin options. We've only seen 2 overs of spin in the match so far. Williams to Cohen. Again, rock solid as he defends to mid-off, and there's no run. Kent just having to do the job that, to be honest, most of the time you have to do it against the new ball in this country, but especially with the night watchman in, if Cohen can just take some of the shine off this new ball, even if he's not playing shots, then he'll have doubly done his job as the night watchman. Williams bowls, Cohen defends once again. Middle of the bat, back to the bowler, there's no run.
Yeah, what a day it is. I chat to a few Kent supporters around the ground, watch the Kent warm-ups as well. A little bit of football, not competitive. They've learnt the lesson, well, Keith Dudgeon has from last year.
Gosh, yes.
And a bit of keepy-uppy. Both teams going for quite a long net. I got here about 10 o'clock and they were still there at 10:30. A few of the batters in the cages.
Oh,
Sorry, nets, I should say. That's not baseball.
Williams bowls and Cohen defends. Not quite, perhaps, as middle-ish of the batters' previous efforts, but still plenty on it. Off into the leg side. Maiden over from Williams, so still no runs this morning. There was also, I must admit, I left a well-known music listening app open when I got in this morning, and I saw a little notification saying join. I can't remember the handle anyway, so I'm not going to say it, but join Ollie Price's Jam.
Right.
I didn't decide to join Ollie Price's Jam because I thought he might, what on earth is he doing?
I'm disappointed by that. But just outside the off stump, that's a good leave by Crawley's Bell. Gave Bell bowls the first of his second over of the day and his third of the piece so far.
I'm not entirely sure what he was jamming, because I almost immediately then saw him down,
right,
delivering, or being delivered, I should say, some throwdowns. So
right,
I'm not sure whether there was a throwdown jam that he had, but anyway.
Gabe Bell just telling some people to stop moving behind the bowler's arm. As defended by Crawley into the offside. It's hurled into the wicketkeeper's gloves. James Bracey taken that by Graham Van Buren. Pounced on it at cover, on his toes already. Yeah, it's a bit early for the first. Can you stop moving around the side screens, please, isn't it? Who had 8 minutes in the sweep? I guess people are taking their places, aren't they? Still coming in through the gates, but I think it's been sorted now. Yeah, Aussie runs away from us, bowls to Crawley. Didn't know much about that. Crawley trying to turn it into the onside, a rising delivery. And it's come off thigh pad, I think, and dropped into the offside. Is that Middleton? Ed Middleton, 64?
No, that's Ben Charlesworth.
Charlesworth, of course I should know that. He spent a long time at the crease, didn't he? So 3 slips and Charlesworth, take your pick. 4 slip or gully. Point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep fine leg for Gloucestershire at the start of day 2. That's it's back at bell from Crawley. So signs of life in this pitch. Certainly Crawley's been made to look uncomfortable by a couple of deliveries already this over, and very much what we had last day, yesterday as they call it in some parts of the country, on day 1, is that you get a ball or a couple of balls, which would almost every over we had through the 96 yesterday, keeping the batters concentrated. Oh, he's chopped on, has he? It's certainly hit the bails, and Crawley has gone, disturbs the timbers, and Bell has the first wicket to fall, and Kent are 1 for 1, and Zach Crawley's difficult summer continues. He has gone for a duck. How close did he get to the bat? My instinct was he played on. Yeah, he did indeed. Yeah, he's played on from just outside the off stump. It's coming back at him, but inside edges onto the top of the stumps and goes. And Crawley's gone. Big scalp for Bell. You feel with Zach Crawley, I know for all the barracking he gets on social media that he's a class batter. Gloucestershire will still be very pleased to see the back of him early on. 1 for 1, and Zach Crawley has gone.
Yeah, it is a huge wicket. It's a shot that Zach Crawley will certainly be regretting for quite some time. I'm not sure exactly what the aim was there, a cut or a back foot square drive. The ball was far too close to him to free the arms, and we've seen, you know, Ben Charlesworth ended up dragging the ball onto his stumps. He could have dragged it on several more times, so it's certainly a mode of dismissal that you've got to be really conscious of on this pitch. And that sort of, I mean, if my feeling was that Bell was possibly the key for Gloucestershire today, because pretty much everybody's right-handed in this Kent lineup, and with Bell, I mean, we saw a lot yesterday of saying that we saw a lot of movement away from some of Gloucestershire's right-handers. Bell can move it in.
Bell's about to come into Dawkins now. He settles himself. This turns him around a little bit. Comes off the outside edge into the offside, fielded by Graham Van Buren. End of the over. It's a wicket maiden for Gabe Bell. 1 for none off 3 overs, and rightful warm applause on a warm day from the Gloucestershire support.
I mean, he did move 1 away in that over, but the wicket coming with the one that at least went on with the angle, and maybe, as you say, I think just came back a fraction. So I think that's the delivery today. Once you've got Cohen out, you've got right-handers galore, and Bell could be quite deadly with that sort of delivery. Here's Williams to Cohen, and that's defended back to the bowler. And how often does, I mean, I don't know. I'd be very interested if somebody had the statistic on this. You need a Zoltzman or a Sampson on this. And I don't really care whether it's first-class cricket or test cricket, but how often when there's a night watchman is the established batter the one out? I feel like it happens more often than you'd think it would be, given the difference in record. Williams bowls, well left by Cohen. Still no run yet this morning, and this is what Bell and Williams at their best can do, and did so well at Derby, is just really dry up those runs. Look at the figures from Derby. Williams went at 1.91 an over in the first innings, 2 for 44 from 23 overs. As he runs in now round the wicket to Cohen, who strides forward. They might have had a single there, but they decide against it as Van Buren comes up from mid-off. Second innings, Williams 3 for 50 in 23 overs. Economy of just over 2. Bell went at under 2.5 in the second innings. Over 3 in the first innings. But anyway, this is the sort of control that Gloucestershire want from these two. Williams bowls, to Cohen, Beers, and that's defended again to mid-on. So 21 deliveries now seen off by Cohen.
You're mentioning the more established batsman getting out with the night watchman there. Obviously, Zach Crawley, I mean, his confidence is pretty low, I think it's fair to say, in his batting at the moment. There's at least 9/10 of battings between the ears, isn't it? As well as talent. I think at the moment he's looking a bit of a.
Williams in and pushed away by Cohen up to Van Buren yet again at mid-off.
Perhaps that shot speaks to it as well, as you say. Not quite sure what he's doing. Is he trying to run it through gully?
Yeah.
What's the intention?
It's like a sort of. It felt like a sort of an instinctive shot they ended up playing, and he is quite an instinctive player, isn't he? And if
which when you're playing a fast bowler, you have to. A lot of it is by instinct. You have to get your head together very early. So.
Again, as much as we know the criticism that he's had. The one thing that you tend to know about Crawley is Williams is in, angled away by Cohen. He'll get the first runs of the day. That's well played. 4 slips to beat, and he gets it wide of them. Hammond pursues it towards the boundary, and they pick up 2.
It's not going to win any prizes, that shot, but it's efficient.
It's the sort of thing you've got to do when you're not getting anything to score off.
Yeah.
Create a scoring.
He has left
opportunity
studiously so far. I think it's fair to say, Mikey Cohen. So,
but the one thing that you know about Crawley is that he doesn't get scared by high pace, and I think it is because he is, he is an instinctive batter, and the problem is, as you say, when you're not quite confident as an instinctive player, then you see something like that, you think, oh yeah, that's wide enough to have a bit of a go at, and then it's not.
There was Kent fans will have heard this from me before, an interview that I think it was with Nasser Hussain about his technique. This was a couple of years ago, as Bell comes in to bowl to Dawkins and runs that through gully, keeps it low, soft hands, just opens the face very deliberately, and that'll go for 4 from Ben Dawkins, who with the helmet on, his build is very similar to Zach Crawley, it has to be said.
I must say,
tall and slim.
I had almost forgotten that he was on. I hadn't forgotten, but I'd almost forgotten he was on Kent's books when I saw him in the Under-19 World Cup, and I thought, this is Zach Crawley protege. I mean, a lot of attempted sort of bullying shots through the offside that you associate with Crawley as well.
I think that's got to do with the build, his build, isn't it, as well as the long levers. Oh, that's a great ball from Bell. That's leapt off a length. Crikey, that's a warning for Kent. I'm not sure Dawkins would have known what to do with it. He left it almost by, not even by instinct, because he had to. Oh, actually, that's got closely off stump as well, and rising. That's a great delivery. But yeah, got himself 60 odd, I think, in that final. And we were talking yesterday about the man of the match, or the teenager of the match in that one was quite a high-profile Indian player now. That's a decent shot, just leaning into that. Dawkins will get himself 1. When they come back for 2, there's a bit of a gentleman's excuse me. Cohen makes a half attempt to say he's going to run to the non-striker's end, but they just take the 1 instead. And Dawkins moves on to 5. But just going back to that Zach Crawley interview, this was a couple of years ago, and they were talking about his ability to play pace and fearlessly to play it, and asked him if he'd rather face Pat Cummins or Mitchell Stark in Perth, where stuff's whistling around him, or a medium pace bowler in April in England. I think you know what the answer is. Here's Bell to Cohen into the offside. I mean, they were half joking as a defensive shot, but his point was, I'm absolutely fine with the ball coming at me at 90 miles an hour. That's my forte, I suppose.
Yeah, and you have to say
very well. Sorry,
that's
in the past tense.
Why they did stick with him, and I know it frustrated so many people, but he'd already shown in a few limited innings in the previous Ashes that he wasn't afraid of that.
Yeah. As bell bowls now to Cohen, they scamper through for a quick single. It's a good one as well, actually. Borman gets there at square leg, but has to run round the ball rather to get his right hand on it. And nicely done by Michael Cohen. Good running, but I appreciate a lot of people will, will have views on Zach Crawley, whether he should or shouldn't have been opening for England for a long period of time. But he himself can not do much about that, really. He doesn't pick himself, but yeah, it's interesting. And those obviously are his talents. Ben Dawkins just making his way in the game, but plays it into the onside. But obviously he's at a low ebb at the moment, and we don't know for sure, do we? No one has said that he's not going to be playing in the first England test of the summer, but it seems extremely unlikely.
The momentum behind Emilio Gay seems to be quite strong, and whilst sometimes that's media driven,
yeah,
I don't think they're making up the fact that
they're not making up.
They like him.
They're not making up the fact he scored a lot of runs. Right?
Yes, that's true.
It's still slightly a statistical game. Maybe not the way that England. And I don't mean that as a joke, but they pick on talents that they see. They talked about with Zach Crawley very high ceiling, didn't they? That was their thoughts with him.
Williams round the wicket to Cohen, looks to drive, mistimes it. Van Buren ever energetic and firing in throws towards the batter, which are aimed at the keeper, obviously, but yeah, he loves that sort of thing.
Before I finish, and enough's been talked about Zach Crawley, I'm sure Zach would say the same himself. With the amount of, the flack he gets, all he's done is been picked for England and played for England. He's not, he's not culpable for any of that. Whether he's the right man or not is another question.
Williams bowls clipped away, slightly in the air, but it's in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on and out to the boundary for 4 runs. So Cohen with the first boundary for him. And Kent 13 for 1.
Well, with Ben Compton out with a dislocated finger, is this an early power play from Mikey Cohen? What an all-rounder he'd make, wouldn't it, if he could open the batting and bowl very lively left-arm seam. Talk about having strings to your bow.
Yeah, it's also quite handily placed, that one, so it went underneath the bit of picket fence between the stands over there and rolled all the way across the concrete to the base of the flats, near the ice cream chalet.
That's ice cream chalet?
Yes.
You have airs here at Bristol, don't you? Goodness me. Is this like Tottenham's cheese room? Is that right?
Have they got a cheese room?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Not only a wine cellar, but a cheese room. What other football stadium? Does your local football stadium not have a cheese room?
I don't think you'd have a cheese room at Forest Green, would you? It would be vegan cheese. Here's Williams in, and that's turned away to mid-wicket by Cohen, fielded by Middleton.
Very good barges there, I have to say. Anyway, I'll move on. But so what's next? Well, I suppose. Are you sure it's not a gelato piazza? It's a.
It should do that, shouldn't it?
Chalet.
Well, you've got the concrete there. It's a little square. So
yeah, I love ice cream. So I'm very, very pleased with that. So tell us more.
Well,
ice cream chalet.
James Healy knows why I'm going.
Okay, we'll call it. Stop that. You can tell me in the break.
Williams bowls and that's defended into the leg side for no run.
It seemed like a really innocent question. I don't know if the listeners would agree with that. I don't feel like I'm leading you down a path here.
There's a great
what
piece
could be more innocent?
Of BBC impartiality training is about to kick in.
Oh, okay.
Some feel that the ice cream van that used to come here for many, many years and set up in the car park over there has been hard done by.
Okay.
That is the opinion of some, as Williams is in and bowls and defended by Cohen. However, what is existing now that the club have put in place is an in-house, I say an in-house and in-chalet, no, an in-house ice cream chalet over on the other side of the ground.
And that's entirely fair. You're talking about something that is rather than something that could be and has been.
Something that has been,
yes.
And you know what county members are like with
the corporeal rather
anyway.
than the spiritual at this point. Is that right?
And they the Paolo and Anna were and still are, because they will still be at some Gloucestershire games. Very much a Gloucestershire cricket institution. inside part of the bat from Cohen, and that squeezes out backward of square. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over, with Middleton having dropped back to the square leg boundary. Cohen moves on to 8. Dawkins has 5, and Kent are 14 for 1 after 8 overs. Here's a look, if you're watching on the live stream, of I'm not quite sure about that ball trajectory exactly, but there's a new toy
that is wobbly.
They have on the live stream. It's a sort of ball tracker device with some lines and lengths drawn in as well. I'm not totally sure if the ball quite wobbled as much as the tracker suggested it did, but you can see why Crawley got himself in trouble there if it was wobbling that much.
Yeah, Bradman's not hitting that one, let alone Crawley. Goodness me, 14 for 1.
However, what you could certainly see is how much it cut back.
Yeah. And Bell hoping for more of that, or maybe not, because it's a left-handed. It's an edge from Mikey Cohen. That'll go for 4. Kept it low, you would say, for the night watchman. And as you were saying, he's on to 12 now. You were saying, Ed, this is very good for Kent, albeit they've lost Crawley first up this morning at 1 for 1. Cohen not only taking the shine off, but scoring a few runs as well. This one, yeah, it's kept low. It's not a chance, is it? But it's definitely beaten him. I think it's fair to say. Taking the outside edge. The Bell goes back to his mark. Striding in now as Cohen defends that one into the offside, and there's no runs. Again, 18 for 1 now. Cohen has 12, Dawkins has 5. Saying Zach Crawley, we're just discussing his dismissal. It's been a pretty wretched start to the season for Zach Crawley. And Kent, I'm not sure if you rebuild with the night watchman, but I suppose to an extent they're just trying to dig in these first few overs with the ball shiny. Still looks like the pitch has got a little bit of vim and vigour in it, which it certainly did yesterday. Bell to Cohen. Back next to front pad and defends that. And there's no run, but a lovely day. And, well, thoughts may turn to all sorts of cold refreshments, I suppose, on a day like this. And a number are available, and we're not naming any of them for fear of favouritism. But no, I appreciate that. So I'm being glib about something. Traditions are traditions, aren't they, at different grounds? You can understand people feeling strongly about them. As Bell to Cohen, 3 slips in the gully behind him. Ooh, it's a short ball, just back of a length, and doesn't get up very much. And Cohen gets down a long way and bounces back up onto his toes.
It's almost
like a prize fighter.
The mirror image of the Derek Randall one, where he collapses over backwards and doffs his cap to the bowler. He couldn't quite do that with his helmet, but he was felled.
I'd like to think of him springing up and saying, "I'm fine, everybody, I'm fine. It's all good. It was all part of the plan." So Bell, 4 balls into the 9th over. It's a play and a miss by Cohen outside the off stump. If it was another batter, seems a bit unfair. I might have given him the benefit of the doubt of just getting inside the line of that one, but I think it's fair to say he was interested in playing that.
I think, though, it's like we said plenty yesterday in terms of the fact that sometimes you do just have to play the line of off stump, cover your stumps, cover it moving, and if it beats you like that, that's fair enough.
Almost percentage-wise, he's kept it, kept the bat very straight. Bell to Cohen then. Oh, crikey, that's a wild bounce. That is wide, which really should be taken in front of first, or a slip and a half. Is that? It did pitch on the cut strip just about, didn't it? But it was going well wide of Mikey Cohen on the offside. Morning to Andrew on X at BBC Kent Sport. Good morning to you, Andrew from Japan. Hope you're well. This one's just outside the off stump, and well,
glad to have the extra delivery.
Yes, I was using the word flirting yesterday, but I was just toying with that one as it went past Mikey Cohen. Andrew saying, "Sporting pitch," he says. "I fear the worst for Kent." There we go. We understand, Kent supporters, you've been hurt before, but a really good rallying effort, particularly in the last sessions. You were saying it, I think, first 2 sessions belonged to Gloucestershire pretty much yesterday on as Andrew says, a sporting pitch, but the second new ball, they were exemplary with it and closed out the tail. And spoke to James Taylor, who said he was emotional that when he'd taken the 5th wicket, that this is it felt like a real breakthrough for him, a real low point last week when he was included in the Surrey squad, thought he was going to play, could have come to Kent last week, but was left out. Obviously, they have riches at their disposal, and he's desperate to play first team cricket. And obviously, he'd love that to be at Surrey, but I think for him it was a massive moment taking the first 5 for. Added one for luck as well. 6 for 52 yesterday. It was great to speak to him.
Keeper up to the stumps for Williams. Bowls wide, and has he missed that completely? It gets tricky when you've got the keeper up to the stumps and you're looking at it from the angle. You've got both the batter and the keeper in the way. I'm sure everybody on the live stream will have seen what's gone on, but he tried to cut it and the ball went absolutely nowhere. I imagine that...
Is it off the pads?
Was that off Bracey? Was it off him? I've no idea.
Oh, that's what I meant. Is it off the keeper's pads? Maybe, yeah, but there we go.
Anyway, there was no run.
It's a dot ball.
And he didn't get his cut shot away. Williams bowls. Oh, Dawkins is beaten by that one. Well taken by Bracey up to the stumps. And Williams, he's been accurate in his first few overs, as you'd expect, but he's not been passing the edge as much as Bell has. But there's one. And let's see, was that one of his... No, it's gone pretty much straight on, actually. He can get the ball to move away quite late, but that one's just a very well-directed delivery, and Dawkins felt he had to play at it. Here comes Williams, bowls, rising delivery, sharp take from Bracey up and to his right, outside off stump, but Dawkins didn't play at that one. As usually happens when the keeper stands up to the stumps. Suddenly got to take everything, and I think I mentioned it yesterday when Benjamin was standing up. When you've got a pitch where there is certainly some variation in terms of how it comes through, it really isn't easy. It's not as though Williams is absolutely no pace at all. And when you've got balls jumping up a little bit or staying down, it's tricky for Bracey. That's short and wide, and Williams gets away with that one pretty much. They'll scramble through for a single as it's half stopped by Bell at backward point, but he saved the boundary that it probably should have been. And Dawkins has just the one, moves on to 6. Kent up to 20 for 1 with Crawley bowled off the inside edge by Bell for 1 run before Kent had added a run this morning. But they've added 19 now, and Cohen still there on 12. Keeper back now as Williams bowls a short ball, which Cohen ducks well underneath. More work for Bracey to do away and to his right. We've been talking about Test cricket a bit this morning. There's the Test match going on between Bangladesh and Pakistan, and Mohammad Abbas, who played against Gloucestershire but didn't play against Kent last time out. Mohammad Abbas has taken 5 for 92 for Pakistan as they've come back today, as Cohen defends back to the bowler. But what I'm more interested in is the fact that Bangladesh's number 11, Nahid Rana, ended up 4 not out. This innings,
how's he doing?
Has raised his Test batting average to 3. I think his first class average is still under 2, well under 2. It came in at 1.45, but 4 not out. That's a serious effort from Bangladesh's number 11.
This is proper Badger material, isn't it?
It's just great because, you know, so often you have these discussions about genuine number 11s. Yeah. Nahid Rana needs more.
He's about 11 and a half. Regard. It's Bell to Dawkins, angles it away towards Gully. That's Hammond diving for that one, but there's no run. No, sorry. Once again, it's Charlesworth.
You should have Miles playing in this game, and you've got 3 fairly tall, blonde-haired individuals to try and pick between.
So Price at 1, Bancroft at 2, is that right? And Charlesworth at 3?
Yes. And then Hammond was...
I was going to say Hammond
Oh,
was
hang
in
on,
the
sorry, no,
slips.
Hammond's at 3 and Charlesworth is at 5/Gully.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it is now indeed. So they've got the 3 slips and the gully and a point. Here's Bell bowls to Dawkins. It's a slight, not exactly a walk down the pitch, but a stride, and plays it back towards the bowler up to mid-on, in fact, and there's no run. And who's that warming up out there already? Matt Taylor, unsurprisingly, going through some warm-ups, although these two have... This is into his 5th over, isn't it? Bell at the moment. Bowls to Dawkins. Drops his hands on that one, out to Gully, and there's no run. 20 for 1, Cohen 12, Dawkins 6. Zach Crawley the man to go this morning. Playing on off the bowling of Gabe Bell. That doesn't give it quite the full credit to the bowler, because played on can mean all sorts of things. It could be wide outside the off stump and unfortunately dragged on, but it was a ball that was coming back at Crawley, and an indifferent shot flicks it onto his stumps. Great start for Gloucestershire. Bell then to Dawkins. Defends that in the offside. Graham Van Buren is just basically a ball of energy, isn't he? At a cover.
He'd be loving the fact that he's got to field about half the deliveries this morning. You sort of feel, I've said this a lot last match, given the fact that Williams was batting for 3 hours, then bowling the best part of 50 overs without anything other than session breaks in between. And then he didn't have to... I thought they might allow him to open the batting in the second innings, but no.
Bell to Dawkins. High front elbow there as it goes back to the bowler.
But you do sort of feel that, I mean, half the time that Williams isn't bowling, he's still stretching and bowling countless practice deliveries and all that sort of thing. He just always wants to be doing something. And he's taken a few catches this season as well at mid-on, so he's been kept relatively busy. But what they have often done is bowl sort of a 4-over spell from one of these two and then get Taylor in.
It's a ball to Dawkins. There's a loud appeal start at the slips, so pretty much discount that one. I don't think Bell was that interested. It's got up near the thigh pad of Dawkins, so yeah, he's 6'7". I imagine that probably discounts it on height. Good ball though. Yeah, angling in towards her actually.
Maybe edged it actually as well. It looked like there was a bit of a deflection there, but it
as I like to say,
wasn't far off being the that's the delivery.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit straighter than the one that got Crawley, but that's the movement that could make Bell and is already making Bell really quite tricky.
Yeah, end of the over then. 20 for 1, Kent.
So it will be Taylor from the Ashley Down Road end. And there must be something about Taylor's getting 6-fers on this ground recently, because whilst it was James Taylor getting the 6-fer in this match, in the last match that was played here, Matt Taylor took his career best, which was a 6-fer as well against Lancashire, bowled terrifically in that Lancashire first innings. As Taylor, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Cohen, and forward and studied fashion defending out to cover, and there's no run. Lancashire were 120 for 1 after Gloucestershire were bowled out for 136 in that game, and especially in the context of a thumping defeat by Durham, an innings defeat against Middlesex that I sort of felt was... I didn't feel as though the gap between the two sides was quite as big as the scoreline suggested, as Taylor bowls edged and put down at first slip by Price. It looked as if it was at a decent height. He juggled it, I think, maybe a couple of times, and Taylor could have had a wicket with his second delivery, and it's not been often that Cohen has been even beaten, but that's an edge, and well, you'd have to say you'd have thought that was absolutely perfect height, but handcuffed him Taylor to Cohen, comes walking at the bowler this time and turns it up to Williams at mid-on. But yeah, it was a nice piece of bowling from Taylor. It was just angling in. Cohen surely had to play.
It's perfect height, isn't it, as well? It's just, that's a miss.
It's very rare miss as well from Price. You sort of think in terms of safest hands on the Gloucestershire team, and that's why Price is standing at first slip. Taylor bowls, Cohen gets into a drive. The ball will be picked up by Van Buren up at mid-off.
I think we're seeing from Mikey Cohen that he's obviously he's a lower order batter, but he's not a proper number 11 like you were discussing with.
No, with Nahi
there
Rana.
aren't that many of them around that can't play these days, are there? You need to be able to do that as a squad member as well for modern teams, don't you? Normally, but he's definitely had a chance there. Given one away.
Taylor bowls full delivery. Cohen whips this one down through mid-on. It's a short boundary, and I don't think you're catching it. You didn't absolutely middle it, but you don't have to. Mid-on was beaten, and once that had happened, the ball was very much ticketed with a straight long on boundary. He's played that very well. A little bit of wrist work in the on drive, and Kent up to 24 for 1 with Cohen on to 16. Anyway, back to Matt Taylor, who was delivering the slightly dire match position in the Lancashire game. 16 behind and 9 wickets in hand. Taylor bowls, Cohen drives and thoroughly cloths it to mid-on. End of the over, 24 for 1. And Taylor ending up with 6 for 43. His first career 6 for, as Lancashire lost their last 9 wickets for as many runs as they put on with their first 1. But that was a really fine performance from Taylor, and I did get the wicket of Marcus Harris in the second innings, which at the time had Lancashire 46 for 3, chasing 202 to win, so he was in good form the last time he bowled on this ground.
It's Bell then to Dawkins. It's a lovely clip through the onside. An attractive shot. That's a little bit full, but clips off his toes, and that's 4 runs through mid-wicket, 28 for 1. Great to hear from you, Bruce, this morning. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk, the email for Kent and Gloucestershire supporters. Chatting to a few Kent supporters. Got myself into a lively discussion about the substitution rules and how they should be adapted. Feel free on your thoughts on that one. I think we had a sort of circular discussion where we ended up both arguing different cases, and if that makes sense, by the end of it, straight back at the bowler by Dawkins. It's a difficult one. You get the ambition behind it, but I'd love to know your thoughts on it. It is an experiment, the ECB have said. They can alter it during the season. I wonder if they will, but Bruce has some thoughts as well. Morning from Kiev, he says. Inexplicably, he says, my local cafe not agog with discussion on Crawley's ongoing woes. Where have they been? Hope you updated them. Here's Bell to Dawkins. Oh, that is sumptuous. That's just played off his pads for 4 square on the onside. I say that just because it's all timing, isn't it? He's a big lad and he can give the ball a proper biff. To be fair, Gabe Bell has just strayed onto leg stump there, hasn't he? But that's a nice shot from Ben Dawkins, who's not made a score since coming into the team as a substitute for Ben Compton. I don't think there was much doubt about his injury. 32 for 1. Drops hands on this one out towards point. Yes, one of those supporters described the injury of Ben Compton to me this morning, and we're not doing that for the listeners because for anyone squeamish.
Yes, I remember hearing about this.
It was a finger injury, and we wish him very well. Ben Compton, obviously an absolute mainstay of his side for the past few seasons, but it gives Ben Dawkins a chance.
Fracture
and dislocation. Yeah,
I can look up what that means.
Apart from that, She'll be back next week. Is Bell to Dawkins. A belated appeal. I think it's always going down a leg. It is a leg bye for Dawkins. He's moved on to 14. Kent on to 32 for 1. 2 boundaries off this one very legitimately, and that's a leg bye. But thank you for that. Very sorry. There was more than him saying that they weren't discussing Zach Crawley's form in Kiev. He says, couldn't follow the last session yesterday, but pleasantly surprised he Kent bowled so sharp with the second new ball. One of the impressive things about Taylor's six-for, who maintained his zip throughout the long day. Couldn't agree more, Bruce. Really impressed. And Bell then to Cohen. And, well, he's engineered that backward a square. It's probably not going to go for 4 as it's taken Middleton's taken the sting out of it at point, but they will come back for 2. And Cohen's going very nicely for him. 18, end of the over. Kent 35 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 325 all out yesterday. Bruce also continues, interesting to see both keepers up to sticks so early in both innings. He says, no offence to Chris Benjamin, but James Bracey, I think, is a class above. Interesting also to see how much more closely spaced much closely spaced together Gloucestershire cordon is, especially between Bracey and his first slip. Looking forward to a good day, he says, while Gloucestershire seamers may not be quite as strong as Kent, in his opinion. Bruce, Graham Van Buren, he says, may be an important point of difference. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, it's, I think, in terms of the gap between the keeper and first slip, it's very much a preference for the keeper, isn't it? In terms
he's right,
of,
though. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
You know, who goes for it, who doesn't. Taylor's bowling round the wicket to Dawkins, no surprise there. That's left alone by Dawkins. A lot of Taylor's most successful spells, including much of his 6-for against Lancashire, was delivered left arm round the wicket to the right-hander. It's just what he does. I mean, I know I've sat next to several commentators who've gone, well, why would you not bowl with the left arm over angle
going across the right hand?
Well, because Matt Taylor bowls very well round the wicket, and he does so there, which Dawkins has to get down from his considerable height to defend. As that one just is one of those that doesn't quite get up as much as others, but he plays it well, keeps it down out into the offside Charlesworth field. So down to 3 in the cordon now, with 3 slips, and Charlesworth out at cover just to give Taylor a bit more protection, because he's likely to want to bowl quite full and see if Dawkins might want to drive. Taylor's in, there's the drive, but it's, I was about to say, it's been fielded by Charlesworth at cover, but the ball's looped up in front of him. Slightly untidy, but it doesn't make any difference at all, because shot had no power behind it anyway. But yes, I mean, in terms of also possibly because it's left arm round now as well anyway, you would think that first slip would be narrower to the keeper just because of the angle. Taylor wide of the crease bowls, very full, and that's well steered by Dawkins, almost a little bit of the one-day shot that is played when the wide Yorker is bowled. You just put the bat to it and the ball tends to whistle off somewhere between gully and backward point, which is exactly what's happened there. And Dawkins takes 2, so Kent up to 37 for 1. And the fact that Cohen is still there after over 45 minutes, yes, they've had a chance to get him out, but can't be dwelling on that at the moment. That makes it the perfect move, really, from Adam Hollyoake. Taylor bowls, Dawkins beaten. I think he was beaten by that one, as much as he then withdrew the bat inside it. And I mean, it's pretty clear he was beaten by the fact that he's now rehearsing the play and the leave and just thinking, well, if that ball continued on its line, did I have to play at it? And I think the answer is yes, actually, because I think that ball was angling in and then straightened on him, which is why it went past the edge. Admittedly, he was down and across, so if he hadn't done that, he might not have had to play at it, but there's a reason why he's getting down and across, because he knows that Taylor can get that in swing into the pads from round the wicket. He bowls now what's inside edged onto his foot, and the ball doesn't go particularly close to the stumps, but he had no idea where it was. It's behind you. 37 for 1.
Very seasonal. Indeed it is. Vindicated, I say, as seen some answers, some replies to the interview we put online with James Taylor. So Kent fans and Gloucestershire fans, it's online via our X account yesterday, talking about his similarity to Gillingham player and former Blackburn Rovers, but mostly Gillingham, Bradley Dack. And Matt Phipps has been in touch saying, Bradley Dack taking those cricketing skills to the next level, ? He says. Which reminds me to look it up, and actually he had trials with Kent, so it was he's one of those players that has taken part in events, in promotional events for Gillingham at Kent, and had a choice to make. Good cricketer, we gather. Joe Denley went the other way. There we are. I'm sure a lot of these lads had choices over which, or there was a sliding doors moment, or a two pars open to them. But there we are. So Bradley Dack. It's not Bradley Dack, but thank you anyway, Matt, for making me feel much better about the looky-likey.
Oh no! When I saw him come out for the interview, I thought it was it's perfect.
His Williams changing ends. He's bowling his first one from the pavilion end of this match. 37 for 1. Cohen has 18. Dawkins has 16. I'm not usually at home to looky-likeys, because I think people just say, "Oh, look, he's got a beard, so he looks like Bradley Dack." But there is a striking resemblance, I think. Anyway,
that's a good one.
Both very good at their sports. So, and obviously, just want to blow my own trumpet, frankly, saying how clever I am. 37 for 1 to spot a similarity. Mikey Cohen ducks underneath this one. Enough of that waffle. Cohen's doing a good job out there for Kent. 18 from 48 balls, as Ed Seaborn was saying early on. His job as night watchman, he did part of it last night, but his other part of it is to try and get shine off the ball, sap a little bit of stamina out of these seam bowlers' legs as well. He's faced effectively 8 overs on his own at this point in terms of deliveries. Williams round the wicket, will have to prize him out or blast him out, and he's gone. There we go. As I speak, it's a drive, an extravagant drive by Cohen, ends up at second slip, and that will be the end of Mikey Cohen, who was there before. I'm just trying to work out. It is Cameron Bancroft. Thank you very much. At 2. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, chest high, and that one, no mistake made. 37 for 2. But I go back to what I said before he just got out. It's still a very decent spell as a night watchman. 49 deliveries, then he goes for 3 fours in his 18. Job done, Mikey Cohen. Ben Dawkins will be joined very shortly by, one of the Kent lineup. Will it be, where are we? We're 2 down, which is sort of 1 down, isn't it? So it'll be Sam Northeast.
Yeah,
I'm easily confused. Yeah, he'll come out next.
Decent catch from Bancroft, actually, because that's the problem that you often get when the slips are having to stand very close, in that if you get, as Cohen does here, he's gone very hard at that. I mean, the back legs on the ground. He's gone whistling away at it. And if you're standing close, expecting the ball to come quite low down, you haven't got much time to react and then get up. Bancroft still took it with palms facing down, but it was more of an almost reaction grab at second slip. That wasn't as easy a catch as Bancroft's made it look. And right next to him, the most relieved man on the ground, Ollie Price.
Indeed, yeah.
Embracing him. It's not cost them very much.
No, that's true. Dropped a bit of a stinker, but at that point, it's a bit like Chris Benjamin's miss off Dudgeon yesterday.
Yes, that only cost 4 runs.
Indeed,
exactly as well, didn't it? Or the 4 runs that was off the actual edge that went for 4 from Bournemouth, and then he was out 4 runs later. Yeah. So yeah, a bit of symmetry there.
And there I am actually putting the lie to the fact I'm saying, and those things then get forgotten because we remember that from last yesterday, but won't be long in the memory anyway.
We write down, make meticulous notes. Well, didn't you say you enjoyed? You enjoyed pointing out. This is why you're doing this job yesterday. You enjoy pointing out people's mistakes out there.
It's true. I live by the maxim: if it's difficult, I don't enjoy doing it. But if it's easy, yeah, like criticising people from a lofty position here off the pitch, then I'm all for it. Williams then to northeast, looking for a breakthrough against another of Kent's frontline batters. Now it's left by northeast with Bracey standing up the stumps. It's a very good take, and it's a rising delivery for him as well. Williams is, yeah, lively enough to be standing up to. But as Bruce was saying, James Bracey, excellent keeper, great glove skills. 37 for 2. Thanks for joining us today on BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Kent, and with the pictures from Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. This one's a slow delivery from Williams. It's driven by northeast. It seems to be gaining pace across the outfield. That is lightning fast, but so too is Graham Van Buren. They make 2. That was, I would argue, if I was being picky, and I like to be picky, as you know.
Yes.
There was 3 there, wasn't there?
You'd have thought there was, yes. They have given Graham Van Buren's arm an awful lot of respect, and whilst he has a lot of strength as a cricketer, including quite an accurate arm, the strength is maybe not quite what it was. Is
Williams? Oh, it's bowled him! That's a brilliant delivery. Sam Northeast pushes forward, but it's full, clips the stumps, and Northeast has gone. Interested to see that. Has it gone through the gate from northeast?
I think
that's a very decent delivery indeed.
It may have taken a bit of an inside edge, but I think it was one of those that was, oh no, I don't think it has.
It's gone through the gate, hasn't it? It's just nipped off the pitch, and that's a beauty.
It's a fantastic ball. And the other thing was, as soon as that ball hit the stumps and the bails went off, Will Williams ran towards Graham Van Buren and pointed at him, because Van Buren is the reason why Sam Northeast was kept on strike there. So straight away, wheels off, pointing at Van Buren. It's those little things, isn't it? So often that you don't know what sort of a difference they're going to make. It might have made no difference at all. He might have hit the last ball of the over for 4, but he kept the new batter on strike. Williams did the rest by bowling a peach of a delivery, and you know it was starting to feel as though there was still something out there. Clearly there was, but it was starting to feel as though maybe some of the difficulties that the new ball might have presented was starting to maybe wear off a little bit. But now at 39 for 3, Gloucestershire are back in a position where they'll be feeling extremely happy, and especially to get rid of Sam Northeast, who's a man who averages best part of 46 against Gloucestershire in his career, including an innings that I'm sure a lot of people will remember for quite a long time in the epic tie of Cheltenham 2024, when Sam Northeast made 187 as Glamorgan, who required 593 to win, ended up scoring 592. But when Taylor removed Northeast, even though I think it was about, I have to add it up, they must have needed about 40, 50 odd or something, 48 when Northeast was out, you felt as though probably as far as Glamorgan had come, that was probably the moment that Gloucestershire was still going to just about win it. Taylor continuing, bowls edging, and I think that's just a sharp stop from Hammond at third slip. He saved 4 runs. I don't think that carried. He's getting some pats on the back from Bancroft. Surprise, surprise, Miles Hammond's taken quite a long time to get up, but that time I don't blame him, because that was travelling very quickly. We'll get a second look here, and oh no, that's a dropped catch. It did carry. It's a tough one, because Hammond's moving to his left at third slip. Taylor to Dawkins, beats him, all ends up, and all of a sudden it's doing all sorts again. Outside edge, and then a ball that really does beat Dawkins. He's trying to get forward and across to try and negate the movement, but the problem is then that you end up maybe pushing at deliveries because you lose exactly where your off stump is. Yeah, so it's technically that does have to go down as a chance first ball of this over, and that's another ball that Taylor's zinged past the edge of Dawkins. This is quite some over. And Taylor, who, I must say, until that 6 feed, had absolutely no luck whatsoever. Marchant de Lange had this a couple of seasons ago, both in the Championship and in the T20, where it just felt as though pretty much every catch that de Lange had off his bowling went down. And until the 6 for Taylor had that going in the first couple of games, you'd looked at his wicket-taking record and thought, oh, he's not off to a great start here, but actually he would have been if chances had been gobbled up. Taylor bowls straighter this time. Dawkins is over it, defending the ball away out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, I'm afraid I'm going to write that down as a dropped catch, but I think I'm going to put my note next to it to say it was tough. Because
degree of difficulty.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's always tricky for any slip fielder to move to their left, even for somebody as ambidextrous as I suspect Hammond probably is. Banged in short by Taylor, and Dawkins this time ducks underneath it. He's probably quite happy to do so, although I can see why Taylor's tried it, because Dawkins has been tied down in this over, and perhaps Taylor's thinking, well, maybe he might just have a little dart at one, but not on this occasion. Continuing round the wicket is Taylor. He bowls now for the 3rd time in the over. Dawkins is outside edge, is beaten. Dawkins grins back at Taylor. That's all you can do, really. Found the edge just about technically catchable. And then 3 times Taylor angling it in. Yep, same delivery. Angling it in, just straightening enough. And, well, Dawkins is nowhere near it again. It's just like some of those ones yesterday, really. There's not much you can do about it as a batter. There's enough seam movement in this pitch that you're going to get beaten, potentially beaten by quite some distance. So Williams now has 2 wickets, 2 for 11, and he's got Muya in his sights. Not faced a ball yet. There's his first delivery that he faces, and that's just defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. A decent sized crowd in again today. It's amazing how it works that way. I suppose it's day 1 anyway, yesterday, and the first day's cricket for a little while in Bristol with the bye week and then the away match the previous round for Gloucestershire. There's still a good smattering of spectators about as Muya's forward and again just running this one to mid-off. Looked like he did want to drive that one really rather than defend, but couldn't really time it. But yeah, there's already several spectators in the soon-to-be Graveney stand, spread out, feet up across a few rows of seats. Picnic benches are well populated in front of the bar area as Williams bowls an away swinger to Muya, and that's left through to Bracey standing up. And the sun lovers over at the far end of the ground get some great views towards the sight screen end of both the Jack Russell and Mark Lane stands. Right up close, a few rows deep, bit of height. That's probably where I would sit until it got too hot. Here comes Williams and bowls Muya in a part of the bat, but he deflects it down to fine leg and will get off the mark with a single. Kent to 40 for 3. And Dawkins back on strike on 16. A roundup of what's happening elsewhere while Matt is updating listeners to BBC Radio. Kent, Worcestershire have just about managed a batting point against Durham after quite a lot of play was called off yesterday as Dawkins inadvertently, I think, plays that one to first slip. I'm not sure whether that was a half-hearted defensive shot or a half-hearted leave. Ended up just sort of leaving the bat there, and it's gone on one bounce into the slip cord, and I'm not sure that really was right in between the leave and the defence. One bounce to Bancroft at second slip. Williams in and bowls. Dawkins defends sturdily to mid-on. Probably feel a bit better after that one, because he got off to a bit of a flyer, did Dawkins, but been caused a lot of problems the past couple of overs, and he's seen first Cohen and then, crucially from a Gloucestershire point of view, Sam Northeast depart in quick succession. 40 for 3 at the end of that over. So yeah, Worcestershire 251 for 9, bit of a late rally from them. Runs pretty much down the order. Ben Stokes is bowling. He has 2 for 45 in his 18th over. Ben Rain 4 for 51 from 24 overs with 10 maidens. Handy cricketer to have. Middlesex 98 for 4. I think James Anderson took a wicket first ball of the day. You can get all these sorts of details on the live text service on the BBC Sport website and app. If you're watching via the Gloucestershire live stream, Taylor bowls to Muya, and that's pushed away into the covers for no run. The live text service running daily. You can find commentaries from all round the country there, and the team on the live text service, I know I would say this, but do a fantastic job of keeping across all the storylines, wicket alerts as they come in. And Anderson, I think I read their first ball of the day taking a wicket. He's got 3 for 43 in his 10 overs. Middlesex 98 for 4 at Old Trafford as Muya gets a bit squared up there, and the back leg was off the ground as he defended it into the offside, and Van Buren springs up once again from mid-off. The other wicket to Tom Bailey, and it's Caleb Faulkner, who's an under-19 World Cup teammate of Ben Dawkins. Looked a really promising prospect for Middlesex, did Faulkner, but he's been dismissed for 11. And Middlesex, well, in fact, they've just got past the halfway mark in terms of their deficit, 102 for 4. Lancashire were bowled out for 201 yesterday. Taylor bowls, Muya drives out through cover point. There's no stopping that. You get value for your shots towards that short boundary. The ball, I think, would have had a fair chance of making it to the long side, to be honest anyway. Nice shot from Muya. He didn't go at it too hard and just pierced the gap and gets his first boundary. 44 for 3. Derbyshire still going well against Northamptonshire at Derby. They must have lost a couple of early wickets there, but they're still 390 for 5, and Anderson and Guest are steadying things if they needed to be steadied. Taylor into Muya, and that's defended out into the covers for no run. It's not bad. Whilst we were talking about it yesterday, had a couple of potentially slightly unfortunate dismissals. Martin Anderson, he's not a bad person to have coming into the middle at about 340 odd for 4, given the form that he had been in.
He's just that, I mean, I don't mean, this is not damning with faint praise. He's a very handy cricketer all round, isn't he, Martin Anderson?
Yeah, and again, you talk about that balance to a side, that seam bowling all-rounder. I think we might be seeing Ben Charlesworth before too long. I think he was doing some warm-ups at cover. So Charlesworth's having to be that balance in this side. Oh, that's a wonderful shot from Muya. That's an on drive, which has crashed into the sight screen straight behind Matt Taylor, having skipped up off the rope. But that was a really thundering shot. That has gone at some speed just to the onside of the stumps. Taylor dived, but nobody's stopping that, and that's the second boundary in the over, despite the fact that a dot ball went up. I think the score's 48 for 3 now. They're going back now.
Seems slightly unfair to Andy Muya. He had a couple of very nice shots indeed.
Although, how many balls are left in the over?
1, according to the.
But it's just been. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the walkie-talkies come out. I thought this would happen. the walkie-talkies come out from square leg from Chris Watts. So yes, there is one ball left. They just put up another dot. Taylor into Muya, tapped away to cover, and there's no run. So that's the end of that over. In fact, I was about to look at the Division 1 scores, but I can tell you that Ryan Higgins has been dismissed by Balderson for 32. Court Anderson. So Middlesex 108 for 5 now. In Division 1, plenty of wickets at Chelmsford. Essex 103 for 5 after Hampshire made 235. Glamorgan have dismissed Somerset for 354. They're 34 for 1 in the 7th over. Nottinghamshire 353 for 9. So they got 3 batting points, but Surrey have claimed maximum bowling points in the clash of the Titans at Trent Bridge.
Feel the reverberations here at Bristol. This attempted drive into, as a cut, sorry, from Dawkins outside the off stump. It's just slammed into the ground, so he doesn't get much value for that. 48 for 3. Dawkins has 16. Muya has 9 so far. Saying Dawkins, since coming on as a sub for... Coming on as a sub? I'm getting football terms now.
Well,
a replacement.
World we're in now. Yeah.
It's a replacement. So there's a score of 3, 6 and 11 so far. So he's outdone that so far. But looking to make the most of his opportunity or confidence out. Straight into the ground, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry. It just saw the ball hit the third slip in the chest. But, yeah, into the ground and up. So dot ball, 48 for 3.
He's been on 16 for a while, as
that's a
Dawkins.
Good point, actually, yeah. Yeah, he scored fairly briskly already. 9 from 10. After the demise of Sam Northeast. If they'd taken that third run, might never have happened. But there we are. Easy to be wise during the event and after it. It's Williams. That's a nice shot. Nice placement from Dawkins. And will it get to the boundary? It will do as well, I think. Yeah, it was... Middleton has set off after it, but it's a really quick outfield, short boundary as well. So that'll be Kent's 50, as you can hear by the rapturous applause. There we go. 50 up for 3. Decent crowd in today, as you'd expect. It's just a beautiful day, beautiful Saturday here. Encourage you to come to the ground. Obviously, you need to listen to the stream and watch it at the same time to keep all of us satisfied. But Williams to Dawkins leaves that outside the off stump. Bracey up to the stumps now. Williams 2 for 18, is that? Yeah, Ed Seaborn extolling the virtues of his...
16, I think.
Is it 16? There we go. I'm just looking at through the... through double glass. Oh, you're absolutely right. Even more parsimonious than we thought. There we go. His parsimony unsurpassed.
With an R.
Quite. At least in this current bowling lineup this morning. Here's Williams to Dawkins. Forward defensive, taking no chances. And there's no run. A couple of emails are flooded in.
Been inundated with an email from Mrs. Trellis of North Wales.
To paraphrase Terry Wogan. Tresborn this morning asking about or mentioning baseballisms in cricket. Yeah, apologies for that. We now mentioned batting cages. He says Williams to Dawkins, defends that one, end of the over. No run, 52 for 3. Kent says it's clear moving batsman to batter in the commentary dictionary. The gates have been opened. I'm using them almost interchangeably anyway.
Yes, and also technically the gate was opened about a century and a bit ago.
There we go.
They used to call them batters anyway, before batsmen became a thing.
That's the thing with people saying, it's only Americans that call soccer. Not true at all.
No.
That's there we go. What's in a word? But he asks, how many more can you get in today? Catcher, not wicket keeper? Well, I'll give him my best. Outfielders, that's quite possible for me. Robbing a
Hang on,
six.
sorry, outfield.
Outfielders, yeah.
Yeah. How are we not allowed to call people who field in the deep outfielders? they're in the outfield, therefore they're outfielders. Okay, is Taylor bowling? Muya pushes to cover. I love this email. This is the sort of thing that we need to get us going.
Robbing a six, would that be stealing? Actually, wouldn't it? I think stealing in baseball terms is robbing.
No,
as
you
well,
do. You
Corby?
rob. Yeah, no, you rob a home run. Very much so.
Okay.
Yeah, when the
Rob a home run.
yeah when the outfielder
Yes.
leaps up above the wall and
Yeah.
catches it. Sometimes
Gotcha.
even in the crowd, but as long as they catch it, it's not a home run.
I gotcha. That's a rob. But yeah, we had errors yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Right, against the batters and fielders.
Yeah, that's turned away to Middleton at mid-wicket. And there's no
Well,
run.
he's technically at left field, isn't he, Middleton now? Is
Or-
that left
or
field? I
third-
suppose he's
third
inside the
base,
circle
I
now. It's a
reckon.
good point. He's third base, yeah.
Yeah, third base. We've got shortstop is Will Williams.
Yeah.
Second base,
You haven't really got
Graham Van Buren.
outfielders, have you?
no, first base is
Yeah.
Ben Charlesworth. And then there's 4 catchers, which I'm not sure is legal in baseball.
And one very extravagant
Yes.
catcher on the
Looking
left-hand
for a
fielder.
souvenir
look-
in the seats
Looking
of the
for the
foul
foul
ball.
ball, absolutely right, yeah.
Taylor bowls. Muya steps into a drive, hits it firmly. There could be a run out here. Van Buren misses the stumps. And there was never a single there. It was hit far too firmly to the left arm throw of Van Buren, and I was extolling his virtues as an accurate thrower as well. He's not a fielder to take on in that situation, and Muya possibly realised that about 2/3 down the pitch.
Yeah, I feel like he'd almost given in, Muya, not that he wasn't committed to the run, but realised when Van Buren was ready to throw that there was no way he was making his ground of that hit. And yeah, as you say, not a single, not the man to take it to. But he has survived 53 for 3 now, Kent. They've put on 15, these two so far.
Taylor to Dawkins has dropped down defensively into the offside to Charlesworth. So both these batters now have had, admittedly not, absolutely genuine, clear-cut, should take chances, but both of them have had opportunities which may have stuck or a throw may have hit. So
yeah, I mean, it was the story of yesterday, wasn't it? The number of times you could say that batters had perhaps, I won't say got away with it exactly, but had been threatened.
And yet there was only one, sort of drop when, in fact, I'm not sure Benjamin really got a glove on it.
Sure.
That's driven by Dawkins. That's a lovely looking shot, just controlled through the covers. And Van Buren can only jog after that one to fetch it. 4 runs, 57 for 3.
Ian saying, morning gents, lovely day here too in Norwich, he says. Join the commentary and ice cream banter. There we go. More of that to come, Ian. There's a teaser for you, they say in the radio game. More to come in the next hour. He says that I think there is substance in the substitute rule, but needs to be clear and not open to exploitation. And therein lies the devil in the detail, Ian.
Well,
I think
yes,
absolutely right.
We did mention in the last home game here the quote from Hampshire head coach Russell Domingo about the fact that he could just give his players laxatives, considering that you can substitute for illness.
James Anderson pointing out he would never be allowed to be a substitute because he's got too much experience, which is also...
Taylor bowls a short ball, which doesn't get up very much. Dawkins had to get right down low to duck that one, almost ended up ducking into it. End of the over, 20 bowled in the innings, 18 today, and Kent 57 for 3.
It's not perfect, obviously, and it is a trial, isn't it? The ECB have said they are open to changing things.
It's going to be reviewed, isn't it, at the end of this block of games?
Yeah,
there'll be a committee meeting about
it. Sport pointed out today. What's the betting that there'll be another block of 2? Well, they'll have another rule, and then they'll have another block, another change. But they're trying to tweak it, aren't they? Trying to make it so that it's as good as it can possibly be. Nigel, great to hear from you. Thank you for your comments. He says, what do you make of the decision to rest Matt Milnes? He said, seemed odd as his tail must be up after last week. Yeah, 6 to 12 he took against Derbyshire, his career best, as Williams bowls to Muya, and there's just a work that past Gully. It's bounce before it's got to Charlesworth at point, and there's no run. Yeah, it is. Turn up. Only one more championship game until this T20 when he could put his feet up. Given that Kent's bowlers will surely come from a frontline 7 of Dudgeon, Rogers, Mutasamy, Clarkson, Stewart, Parkinson and Everson with Denley's leg spin as an 8th option. Says, my suspicion, says Nigel, was that he must have a minor niggle. It's quite possible, isn't it? As Williams bowls to Muya, drives into the offside. I'm almost tempted to go off on a tangent about the substitution rule. Bowlers with niggles fielded and then get to be substituted if it turns out to be more serious. But there we are. And rested with a precautionary measure, given our record with crotch fast bowlers. He says, anyway, it worked out fine with Taylor stepping up to the plate. But yeah, Nigel, I agree. I think everyone would have loved to see Matt Milnes follow up that from a Kent persuasion anyway. 6 for against Derbyshire. It's defended by Tawana Muya. You may well be right. Certainly with their record last season of injuries, they're doing everything possible to avoid it. But yeah, the heart says play Milnes now. From a Kent supporter's point of view, I get it. 57 for 3. Thank you for your comments, Nigel. 2 slips and a gully and a point as Williams bowls. He's halfway through his 9th over, 2 for 16 so far as he bowls to Muya. He's probing the stumps, making Muya play. Deflected deliberately out to point, and there's no run. And John, good to hear from you today. I hope we can, yeah, he's on the ground. There we are. Long awaited school reunion possibly for me. There we go. We'll try and make it happen. Hope you're enjoying the sun anyway. As Williams bowls, 57 for 3. Left through to the wicket keeper. I should put some meat on that rather than it just being a private conversation on the email, shouldn't I? But John is father of Melissa Story and didn't realise that they were the same story, should I say?
Oh,
there we go.
I see.
And Melissa asked, did you go to school with my dad? I did go to school with Melissa Story's dad. There we are. So, yeah.
All right. So
way back. He was a very decent cricketer, was John, unlike me.
They must have eclipsed you at school, I'm sure.
What, in terms of cricket?
Well, everything, yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Through to the wicket, no run. Yeah, from an academic point of view, it wasn't difficult with me. A low bar set and sporting wise as well. Maiden over from Will Williams, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. I mean, these days you just can't get away with it with sites like Cricket Archive. If you claim to have played, a few games for your school or your club side, or I nearly made it. And I had trials and I was in the academy. These days you can check.
Yeah. Well, I
suppose I could tell a story, but John would know different.
No, I must say, I found out I've got a Cricket Archive.
Have you really?
Page, but it's not from playing; it's from umpiring.
All right.
So I did some league cricket in Lincolnshire back when I was a student. I didn't umpire Joey Everson. I never actually got to Bourne Cricket Club where Everson plied his trade down in the south. It was just a bit too far south for me. Sounded like another commentator there. Taylor bowls to Dawkins, and that's turned away to mid-on, just nowhere near the Skegness Riviera. No.
This is the one sunny day apparently in the south today. Is that right?
It's always probably what's happened is that the weather has come from the Roca Riviera.
It's been lent to us
made its way down here. Yeah. But either way, even if it's nice here, it's just not as nice as it would be on the Riviera.
No.
If a hotel's ever within budget. Here comes Matt Taylor round the wicket in and bowls, and Dawkins opens the face and guides it to backward point. And there's no
tail, which we're not going there. I've been on Roca Beach, though. It is.
Oh, it is.
It's a lovely spot.
I went there the last time that Gloucestershire were up in the northeast. I stayed on the recommendation of our Durham colleague in the hotel right overlooking the actual beach in it. Oh, it's lovely.
Penthouse suite.
Perhaps not. I did actually have a sea view though, so it was
proper.
Good tip. And here comes Matt Taylor. He's there now and bowls, and Dawkins tucks that one out through mid wicket. Oh, Somebody pulled the rug out from underneath Muya's feet. We saw that from Borman, I think, slipped over in that same spot in Gloucestershire's batting innings, but he has plenty of time to get back up and come back for 2. There wasn't 3 on offer there anyway.
Played some lovely shots, but the running has been a little bit, at the moment, a little bit stop-start. Yeah, I think maybe the first and only time I went there was after a Sunderland game, Gillingham up at Sunderland. And so, yeah, not very far away to that. Before I made my way back the next morning. A lovely walk on the beach.
Beautiful. 59 for 3. Taylor continues round the wicket. Bowls to Dawkins, who's onto the front foot and defending with nice soft hands out to Van Buren at mid-off. And there's no run. He what's the phrase? He sat down there, did Muya, in... You talk about it with sort of snow sports, don't you, in terms of sort of skiing and snowboarding. He sat down. And when people say that, it's like, yeah, I banged my coccyx on the hard ice.
Yeah.
I sat down. No, I crashed and I smacked my backside on the firm ground. It's not very forgiving. Taylor bowls and cramps up Dawkins for room. I think it's too high. Again, for LBW, even though I don't think he got any bat on it, but stifled shout from behind the stumps. But another indication that if Taylor hits that right spot from round the wicket, he can cause serious issues. He is very unfortunate not to have picked up a wicket in this spell, and this may well be the way that things go. The last ball of it, because this is his 6th over. Still 3 in the cordon as Taylor bowls and passes the edge of Dawkins, and that was one of those ones that I think left him again, which Taylor's caused Dawkins all sorts of problems with, angling in and then straightening. I suspect he probably wasn't that close to that one. No, not really. He's played and missed at it, but again, it's done far too much. And I mean, just from the visual here, because we're watching that from fine leg, I thought maybe there was a deflection on it, but from the number that we've seen before where he's been miles away from it, that was another one of them. So 59 for 3. There's going to be a change at least at the pavilion end, and as forecast, it'll be Ben Charlesworth for the first time, looking to try and repeat some of his bowling heroics from this fixture last year. 3 for 5 with the old ball on the final day to help set up the nervy Gloucestershire run chase.
Hasn't taken a wicket this summer, looks like. So he's due, let's say. So lively medium pace. Tall and blonde comes in now to bowl to Anna Muya. Checks that back at him up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Just going for more messages from the Northumberland Tourist Board. Spent a week there in the end of March. It was absolutely beautiful. But don't tell Martin I said that, obviously. That's between you and I.
It would be far too much to actually let on the fact that he is right.
But he's right about anything, to be honest. Yeah, we don't want that happening. Oh, it's Yorker length from Charlesworth, and trying to get forward on that one, finds himself just scuffing the ball back into the offside. Is that Ed Middleton there? If you could just turn around to show me his number.
It's Craig Miles, who's on as a sub.
Well, that's just rude. It's nipped on. I'm just barely used to the numbers that I've got down in front of me on the sheet, but yeah, Craig Miles, 34. It's number 64, Charlesworth bowling. 2 slips in. He bowls from the pavilion end now to Muya. Clips that through the onside. Shorter of the 2 square boundaries. He'll just get 1 in any case. As I was looking through to crib the squad numbers, I see that Gloucestershire have the women's squad and men's squad are all together in terms of numbers. So no one has a repeated number across the 2 squads. I think it's a really great touch. It just 63. I don't know if I can say more than it, but that really just feels like a really nice club thing to do.
Well, of course, now they've got their new changing rooms as well.
Wow. That's a good shot from Dawkins. Is that going to be 4? I don't think the fielder's going to make it. No, that's through the onside as well. And Ben Charlesworth angrily just scuffing at his foot mark on the bowling crease. 64 for 3.
Was a sort of shin high full toss, maybe approaching knee high. I thought it might be even higher when it left Charlesworth's hand. That's why I said wow, because I thought that was going even higher than that. But that's certainly a delivery that he'd like to put away.
Yeah, Dawkins did that. Sit on the short side with very little fanfare. Defends this one of the offsides. Much more testing delivery from here. Van Buren's. Oh no, it's not Van Buren this time. Who's that? Is that Hammond? They've now got a cover, but yeah, Van Buren's at mid-on.
You can usually tell Hammond by the stains on the trousers.
Right.
Does he not
wash his trousers?
No, he does. But a day's work is not. Well, I say he does, so I don't think they have to wash their own whites anymore. But the day's work is not done if he's not come back with plenty of grass stains.
Lovely shot. Flamboyant cover drive from Ben Dawkins, given a little bit of width and fullish as well. But that is a glorious looking shot from Dawkins. He's hit 1 or 2. I think that's probably a pick of the day for me. 68 for 3. He moves on to 34 from 51.
That's a lovely shot. I mean, it was a half volley from Charlesworth, but he was enticing Dawkins, and well, he enticed him into smacking it through the covers for 4. So what are Gloucestershire going to do now? They're going to go to spin. Sort of have to, really, because unless, I mean, even by Bell and Williams' standards, for them to come back and have another spell now would be quite an ask. So they are going to bowl some spin. We only saw 2 overs of Muya, and it was blink and you'll miss it.
We barely saw him, did we?
Yeah.
To be honest, he bowled them so quickly. Exactly. I mean, not in terms of pace, but in terms of seconds per ball.
Yeah.
Anything could have happened. He could have turned. It might not have turned. It could have been good. It could have been bad. It was a decent economy, I think, from the 2, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, it was very tidy, yeah.
But,
now we might get more of a sense as to what the pitch might or might not do for the spinners. Gloucestershire will hope that it's going to do a little bit, because they'll be wanting to bowl a fair amount of it. Middleton gets the nod ahead of Van Buren here. Van Buren's fielding at a fairly deep mid-off. There's sweeper on the offside and the leg side. Middleton starts with a drag down that's been hammered over mid-wicket, bounding away for 4 runs. He didn't bowl many of those at all at Derby, but started off with a bit of a loosener, which certainly can happen, and Muya takes advantage. 72 for 3.
Just got stuck in the fingertips a little bit, that one, didn't it, I think, as you say? A bit hoppy. Yeah. Ooh, crikey, yeah. Middleton didn't even bother watching after it. Muya started swinging, did he?
No, especially to Muya, you're just hoping that doesn't go for 6, really.
Muscled through the long boundary.
Middleton bowls, it's another short one, and that's been whacked for 4 more. Just a couple of bounces this time to a straighter position on the leg side, but very much pick your spot for Muya. It's amazing how this happens. I mean, I can barely remember a short ball that he bowled at Derby, and he started off with 2 in a row here. And, well, Gloucestershire have just got to be a little bit careful. They've got runs to play with. The deficit is still, well, it's 249 to be exact. But they have conceded 17 runs now in the last 8 deliveries. And you don't want to get a player like Muya going. Middleton bowls, much better delivery. It's driven, and that's a good piece of fielding by Ed Middleton. Saves himself a single, because Van Buren's fairly deep at mid-off. Mid-on's also moved a touch deeper as well, so there are lots of singles for Muya. The deep cover, the deep mid-wicket there. Bancroft's in at slip. 4 fielders very much saving the single. Middleton bowls. That one looked as if it might have turned a bit. Muya didn't play a shot at it, but that sort of looked as though, admittedly, we're at fine leg, and I'm not watching the monitor because you can get caught out by watching the monitor. It did look as if it might have done a little bit. Middleton, tall man, in and bowls. Muya forward and driving. Just a gentle drive out through the covers. Miles fields on the boundary. Craig Miles, that is. not Miles Hammond, not doing first names. Break with tradition, 77 for 3. Muya is up to 20. Dawkins just the one delivery this over of Middleton to face, and he'll stroke it away down to, well, very much long on, really. I don't think Taylor was even hedging his bets anymore at mid-on, and so 10 runs off Middleton's opening over, 9 runs off Charlesworth's first over. Kent 78 for 3. I can tell you that Yorkshire have been bowled out for 152 at
Well, that's more or less parity then, is it?
Edgbaston. Yeah, they've lost their last 6 wickets for 15 runs.
Oh, that's a bit of fun.
And they only lead Warwickshire by 5, with Warwickshire having made 147.
Charlesworth continues from the pavilion end. It's fullish. Clipped off his pads by Dawkins behind square. He'll take himself a single. Matt Taylor fields.
And no matter how nice a day it might be here and probably everywhere else, it's raining at Old Trafford.
Of course it is.
It's the only
There we
place
go.
in the country.
It's a cliche,
not
ladies
playing
and
in the
gentlemen, because it
Championship.
happens a lot. There we are. It's 79 for 3. It has been known. Poor old Scott Reed. He spends a lot of his summer watching grass dry, but also watching Jimmy Anderson, which can't be bad. It's Charlesworth to Muya. Good delivery, that one. Rising. Ollie Price fields at cover. And it's a much more defensive field for Charlesworth now. Just one slip in. So, process elimination, that must be Cameron Bancroft next to the wicket keeper.
Yes.
We're getting there, Ed. As I like to say, I think Monday afternoon around about 4:30, I might have these
Well,
fielders worked out.
usually happens to me around about tea time on the 4th day.
Well,
You've
that's what I'm
just
saying,
got used
4:30
to...
on Monday, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, of course that is, yeah. So it is.
Oh, wait a
4th
minute.
day's Monday.
The reason they're scoring runs is the ball. Is that right? Oh,
That's the
did the umpire have a...
implication, is it?
Did he say to Graham Van Buren, you're not coming to look at the ball?
I'm not sure.
He turned around, didn't he? They
Did
both
he?
stopped.
I
Looked at
missed
Van
it,
Van
really.
Buren, and Van Buren just walked away, and the umpire walked towards his colleague, Chris Watts.
Well, he
Felt-
held it
felt a
up
bit
actually
school-
quite suspiciously up
Right.
towards the sky, but whether that just means
Felt a bit schoolmasterly, didn't it?
running
We
repairs...
don't
No,
need your help,
no,
Mr.
I
Van
think they
Buren.
are going to change it.
Yeah, there we go.
In fact, oh no, it's 1 over different. In fact, just inside an over different from when it was changed in Kent's innings, although for
That's a
different
good
reasons.
spot. Yeah, because that one got wet. This one may have just been the biffing it took from against the advertising hoardings, maybe from Tawanda Muya in the last over after bowling of Middleton. But whatever it is, they are choosing a new one. Sorry, not a new one. An exactly 24.2 overs old
An
ball,
injury
that was.
replacement,
Injury
like for like
replacement.
replacement ball.
It can't be too experienced, so it can't be 35 overs old.
No,
It
as
can't
much
be
as
a
Kent would like it
it
to
can't be a baseball. Yeah. Just to get that in.
Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, I haven't said that Middleton's bowled a slider yet, have I?
Slider.
That would be another one for that
Yeah, what is his change up?
correspondent.
Is that right? The
The slider.
so what would the change up be? Would that be the googly if you're a leg spinner?
Well, I think
Because it's usually a
the change up is I'd say that would be the flipper.
okay.
I reckon, because it
Okay.
goes it goes straight, doesn't
goes
it? But it's
straight,
just at a
gotcha.
slightly slower speed. The flipper's not really a slow. A flipper's meant to be sort of skiddy delivery, isn't it? It's more of like a back spinny type delivery. Sort of similar, anyway. And
Was the
then
change up just a slower ball?
the curve
I
ball.
think curveball. Yeah.
The change up is just the one that's delivered. It's like the fast ball.
Yeah.
You've got the fingers over the seams. Come back to that.
Charlesworth bowls to Muya with the new ball, slightly older old ball. 70. It's a replacement ball. I think we'll go back to that one. 80 for 3.
Where's commentator Cam when you need it? I think the change-up grip, you grip it on top in the same way, but you grip it. I think is it with your thumb and forefinger, just
okay.
to hold onto it a bit longer and take pace off it.
Yeah. Which is the same principle as I was saying as a slower ball in cricket, isn't it? But yeah. Our new hybrid game that we're inventing here is Charlesworth to Dawkins. It's a lovely clip off the pads, and that's a great stop as well. And that will be 2 runs they'll come back from there. But Ed Middleton loses his cap in the process, but it was firmly hit by Dawkins. He's enjoyed that shot, hasn't he? Just leaning into that one on the pads. Charlesworth is giving it plenty of opportunity to beat him by bowling slightly full of a good length there. 82 for 3. This is shorter, and Dawkins just opens the face. They'll take 2 there, down to the man that becomes third man. And that's 2 more through here. 84 for 3. These 2 came together at 38 for 3, so not far off the half-century partnership, but Kent really need this and more. 3-2-5 for Gloucestershire. So Gloucestershire, pressure taken off a little bit from the bowling in the last few overs, but they've done very well indeed. Again, 38 for 3 at one stage when Sam North East had gone, as Charlesworth bowls to Dawkins, driven past the man at cover. There's no run there as he's effectively being backed up by Graham Van Buren, who fields, and that is the end of the over. 84 for 3 then. The visiting side here in bright sunshine at Bristol. Don't have any problem with glare, I don't suppose they do, because the cars are square on here, aren't they? So, screens. Heavy security presence today. I know there's serious reasons for that as well.
But say it's countrywide.
Yeah, but everyone got into the ground on time, it looked like to me. Very well dealt with by Gloucestershire today. And some enjoying the ice cream chalet, some bringing their own picnics, and some amber fluids being taken on for people. Well done. Good hydration, everyone, especially on a hot day.
Yes. Speaking of glare, the one thing that can happen sometimes is later on in the evenings for us, as we're looking out to the middle, players don't get it because the windows are angled such that wouldn't happen, but we can get some glare off one of the open windows. Back comes Gabe Bell, and he's been driven for 4 first ball, so that hasn't helped the slight let-off of pressure on the Kent batters. It wasn't a particularly bad delivery, but that's the problem when you get somebody like Muya going in terms of feet. Back foot, punch it through the covers, it's 4 runs, and I assume that must be the 50 partnership up, but it's not gone up on the board.
I think it's 38 for 3 they came together, but maybe I've got that one wrong. But, yeah.
Well, in, flashed away, 4 more. That was quite short and quite wide, and Muya is not going to miss out on an opportunity to do that. He doesn't have to keep it down. There's nobody deep on the offside. Now it's gone up on the board as the 53-run partnership. So
there we go. No, I had it wrong.
I'm slightly doubting it. Yes, I'm afraid it was 39 for 3. Yeah.
There we are. Gonna have to
jumping the gun.
Putting a red cross by that one. Yeah. I'll do some corrections later.
92 for 3. Bell to Muya, left alone. Slip's trying to make out that it was a very tight leave. I don't know.
Wasn't a million miles away, but hasn't done an awful lot, I don't think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not surprised that Gloucestershire have gone back to Bell before lunch. I mean, it's really 7 overs for the morning for Bell. I mean, it's barely getting started.
Yeah,
but
so he and Williams will bowl long spells then, 7-8 overs at a time, will they? Yeah.
Bell in now. Yeah, jams down on that one into the offside, and it's fielded by Van Buren, who's moved to cover now. Well, yeah, maybe. I think what tends to happen is they'll have like a 5 or a 6, very short break, switch ends, and then bowl another sort of 4 or 5. So it's not quite like an 8 or 9 over or 10 over spell, but there's just not much respite between them. But this is I suppose the price that Gloucestershire pay for, as Bell bowls, ow, that's hit Muya somewhere uncomfortable. He's collapsed down to the floor, but he's going to get back up relatively quickly. Stomach.
Yeah, I think he's actually stomach rising under the rib cage. Crikey. Or, yeah, maybe that's where it ended up. It might have started somewhat lower. But that's just a great delivery, though, isn't it? That's pretty much knocked Muya over.
Last ball of the over. Bell into Muya and is beaten on the outside edge. So it didn't take Bell too long to get back into his groove. And Muya almost still was holding the pose of the bat going away from the ball. And that one, it almost did just the right amount to take the outside edge with Muya, not really going away following it, but still it was a ball that you can see you had to play at, but almost feathered it through. It's 92 for 3. No, I was just going to say, just to finish the point I'd started, the danger is you have spells like this because Gloucestershire do only have the 3 absolute frontline seamers.
Sure. Charlesworth then to Dawkins. And defensive shot. It feels like like a T20 or one-day game. Infield. Can I use infield? At the moment.
I'm not sure.
Just
we weren't allowed an outfield, were we?
But so close fielders. She's spreading a little bit now as single slip, but went on the drive at cover and mid-wicket as Dawkins faces. He has a proper shy at that one. Rising delivery through to the wicket-keeper. I would say he's very fortunate not got a thin edge on that, Ben Dawkins. Through to keeper Bracey. Almost worked for Charlesworth, just going back a length there.
You might have hoped, Dawkins, that if you'd got some sort of an edge on it, it might have flown over,
have carried,
but not,
I suppose,
but,
yeah.
But I don't think the way that he ended up playing it, because he didn't go at it actually as hard as he might have done.
Charlesworth to Dawkins now, and that's clipped into a mid-wicket. It's a lovely stop there by Will Williams. As I said, pretty close at mid-wicket on the drive. They got a cover and extra cover. Messrs Hammond and Price. Van Buren at mid-off. Mid-on is Matt Taylor. Middleton out there under the floppy white hat. Boundary rider on the onside. Deep backward square. Deep backward point as well. Driven by Dawkins. Not a crowd catch, just a good stop.
I think one person thought it was a catch down
is that what that shout was? There we go.
So.
Catch it? Well, they have. Let's say Ollie Price has caught it. Hit with some pace as well. Is he just disguising that might have stung the palms? Ollie Price suddenly has his left hand behind his back. Show no weakness. There we go. It was hit with some force, though, by Dawkins. Good over this so far from Charlesworth. And again, keeps him pinned to the crease with that one. Hit much more gently towards Price. 92 for 3. Yeah, I'm always interested in fielders' body language after it's been thumped at them and they've stopped it. Just like, he's just a gentle feeler of exploration now as Ollie Price. Just making sure that all the digits are where they're supposed to be. But good stop it was. Final ball of Charlesworth's third over now to Ben Dawkins. Drives, and that's a lovely straight drive. On drive past the bowler. And just mostly timing to finish the over. Ruins Charlesworth's maiden. Dawkins goes on to 44 now from 63 balls. Lier is a more sprightly 29 from 35. These two coming together when Sam Northeast went at 39 for 3. Checks notes. Bowled by Will Williams, and that shortly after the departure of Mikey Cohen, the night watchman, who made a very decent 18 from 49 balls, been caught by Bancroft at second slip. Zach Crawley's woes continue. Bowled, playing on, but what was a very good ball I gave Bell early on for just 1 at 1 for 1. Kent replying 96 for 3. Gloucestershire's 325 all out.
Bell looking to make further inroads and break this building partnership. Muya forward and defending very carefully back to the bowler. I must admit, I am getting quite hungry, and I was quite hungry when I even just sat down in this seat this morning, because I made the mistake. I was just scrolling through the BBC News website, and I found this entire section on meal prep recipes on the main page.
You're just torturing yourself.
Some of them just sound delicious. Bell in and bowls turned into the onside by Muya for no run. Sesame brothy rice with miso and garlic mushrooms.
I'm not against it.
I can only imagine the look I would be getting from Martin Emerson if I'd read that.
Too fancy?
You with your southern
Oh,
way.
there we go.
Is Japan too far south, I wonder? I suspect it probably isn't. Maybe the north of Japan. It gets quite wintry up there. Bell in, hand off the bat from Muya. He does play it well, actually, just controlling the ball behind square. He knows there's no short leg in place, but that did catch quite high up on the bat, and Bell every so often just extracts that bit of extra bounce from the Ashley Down road end. But equally, as it was well bowled, well played, and Muya takes a single as well, with Middleton having to move from mid-wicket. So 97 for 3. Greek chicken skewers with tzatziki slaw.
Yeah, that's a yes. Next.
Bell in. Oh, that's a tentative leave from Dawkins. He's had that a couple of times where it's almost as though he's slightly apathetic to the ball, and then, oh wow, that's gone straight over the top of the stumps, I think, but it's just bounced again too much for the ball to have really gone too close to the bat. I mean, he sort of left it on length, but didn't leave it decisively at all. The bat was dangling there. Bell into him, drives inside edge, down to fine leg. And I don't think that was especially close to leg stump, but at the same time, he didn't know that. He really went quite hard at that big gap between bat and pad. And the drive ends up at fine leg, but Dawkins is on to 45, 98 for 3. Last ball of this over, Bell to Muya, and that's defended firmly to Van Buren at mid-off. So just under 10 minutes to go until lunch. We won't be having sticky sambal tofu noodles, I'm afraid.
Again, that sounds very nice.
That sounds lovely, doesn't it? Romesco chickpea tray bake. No, thank you.
What's
Not
that
a Romesco chickpea tray bake.
one? Oh, I don't know what Romesco is. That a type of chickpea?
No, the Romesco
okay.
is a pepper, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Or is it? Oh no, it's a peppery sauce, I think.
And you don't want
Romesco sauce. I don't mind the sauce. Oh no, it's tomatoes, not. But I think it's got pepper in as well.
He doesn't mind the sauce, says Ed. He'll be all right with it. This one's defended by Dawkins, by the way. Back at the cricket, 98 for 3.
Yeah, I thought it was pepper. Yeah, this one says almonds, red peppers. More so than tomato. That's what anyway. It's the chickpeas I can't stand. I mean, you can use them to.
Okay.
You can. I mean, I don't know. You use them as pellets to.
Oh, they're chickpeas.
Yeah, but they're just no, not a fan. Not a fan of chickpeas.
I think you do have to soak them. You just think of the dried ones. Those could be used as a projectile. 98 for 3.
No.
Now I was talking about the thali I had on the first evening when I got here, which is very nice.
Right.
That was
chickpeas in that.
Yeah, that was a chana masala with a lovely
Right.
dal as well, and some spicy potatoes. Oh, there we go. You're hungry. I'm hungry now.
Yes,
so there we go.
I am.
I wasn't. James, you're hungry. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Ed. Thanks for that. So Charlesworth to Dawkins, driven. Doesn't really get all of it up to Graham Van Buren. There's clamour from the Gloucestershire supporters. Are they thinking about the game here? Is it something else? Who knows? Yesterday there was games of quick cricket being played, which they were very excited by, but are they trying to just chivvy up Ben Charlesworth, get the atmosphere going here at Bristol? Dawkins on 45. There's an appeal for LBW. Looks like it's going down anyway. Again, hits him a little bit high too.
It's cut back too much, actually. That really did move off the seam, or off the pitch anyway, whichever it is. I can see why Dawkins missed that.
Yeah. 98 for 3. So those are our choices for lunch, by the way. You've run through there.
Well, I'm afraid not. Those are meal prep recipes. So
oh, okay. I was going to say it depends
maybe
on
for
what
lunch
wine's
in a
available.
couple of weeks.
It's Charlesworth to it's a Yorker. Great delivery from Charlesworth, and Dawkins has just about got bat on it and looks anxiously behind him to see where the ball has ended up once he's tried to land his back almost entirely on top of the ball. Nice ball from Charlesworth, that one.
He does like
98 for 3.
Yorker. We were speaking about that with Ekanch Singh
nice.
yesterday. Charlesworth's not somebody that sort of always settles in. You've got to expect something like that from him.
And again, it's foolish, driven by Dawkins, but it ends up with Taylor or Miles under the hat there. Taylor, thank you very much. A maiden from Ben Charlesworth. He gets there eventually. None for 19 for him. And Kent have moved on to 98 for 3. And they're stuck there for those 6 balls. Need to meet Charlesworth. Seems to be getting better as he's bowling.
Yeah, his last 2 overs have been good, haven't they?
Yeah, he's not tiring. He's warming into it on a lovely sunny day here at Bristol.
I do wonder whether he has often only bowled 4 overs, but I don't know whether I suppose they could easily throw the ball to Graham van Buren for an over before lunch, but it looks as though there will be 2 overs for definite with 5 minutes remaining in the morning session. Bell into Muya, and that's dabbed away to cover. I suppose the only way it doesn't happen is if Gloucestershire take a couple of wickets, but at the moment, despite the odd moment of alarm, Muya and Dawkins are making batting look about as easy as anybody has. I can see you smirking over there. I know what that's about. It doesn't work. There's no such thing. Bell to Muya, and he comes forward and plays this one confidently away to mid-on, but there's no run. I think my favourite of these meal prep recipes, though, is the Caribbean prawn curry. Oh, yes. There's a bit of, you see the picture here, there's a few slices of red chilli, bit of lime there to squeeze over the top, some rice over the top of it, or underneath it even.
Well, any of those will do nicely. Thank you very much, Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Please and thank you.
Penne bolognese, I suspect, is what you'll get.
Also good.
Short and slashed at by Muya, and he's missed it. I mean, again, he might say, well, I've only got to get a tiny bit of bat on that, and that's going over the top of the slips. It is also possible to get the tiniest of feathers and have it be caught by the wicketkeeper, though, 4 minutes before lunch.
Yeah, flamboyant from its, as you say, almost, not quite the uppercut, but he's looking to, as you say, flick that over the slips, yeah. It's a one-day T20 shot.
Bell bowls to Muya, tries to leave, and the ball has dribbled off into the leg side square of the wicket. How's he managed that? He gets a single for it, but he did that so flourishingly, and yet it was really not a very good leave.
It wasn't.
As much as he was trying to style it out.
I think perhaps just a little time out at the non-striker's end might be good for Tuanda Muya at this point.
Just take a time out, really.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll compose himself very quickly. He's just a very talented batter, but...
Bell to Dawkins, that's a fairly harmless bouncer, which Dawkins has nothing to do with. So 99 for 3 with that single.
Tall, but not that tall. Dawkins, I think it's fair to say. His brace has gone down on one knee. It's almost as if he's about to propose Romeo-like to someone on the balcony, just to the right of us. But I think it was a stretch.
Well, there are a couple of spectators up there, but I'm not sure any of them would interest the.
Not sure.
Interest the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper. Last ball of the over, Bell in, and Dawkins plays that one again very softly down into the offside, and there's no runners. It's fielded by Tommy Borman from cover, 99 for 3, and 1 over remains, and it will be Charlesworth to bowl his 5th over. I just noticed that Glamorgan, by the way, have lost a few wickets. They're 61 for 4, replying to Somerset's 354, but the man they call Miguel, his name's Michal, it's not Miguel, Miguel Pretorius, was on a hat-trick, and walking out to face the hat-trick ball was Sean Dixon, moved from Glamorgan, or moved from Somerset, sorry, to Glamorgan.
Indeed, yeah.
And he comes out first ball against his former county, facing a hat-trick ball, which he did keep out.
Charlesworth to Muya, who's just looked a little bit, sketchy's the right word, skittish maybe, just before lunch here. Defends that into the offside, and there's no run. We talked about Sean Dixon this morning, but Beckenham next up for Kent. Durham come there, and his triple century for Kent was, I think, Northamptonshire some seasons ago. As Charlesworth bowls deep in the crease once again from Muya, tries to clip that through the onside, but low on the bat, doesn't get much purchase on it. Williams Fields at mid-wicket. I mean, it was a feat of incredible endurance, but on a very flat pitch. But there we go.
Yes.
You don't get any credit in the bank when it's doing all sorts, do you? So as a batter, so you take the opportunities like you do as a bowler when they come. But
at risk of dragging up unhappy memories.
Oh no, here's Charlesworth to Muya. Leaves it outside the off stump. It is leaving him, so I think it's a decent one from Muya. This is going to be the last over of the morning. Kent 99 for 3.
Do you know off the top of your head how many runs Surrey chased down in that game?
Oh,
there it was the second highest
about
championship chase, wasn't it?
About 1,500, something like that.
Because we were going through all those sorts of statistics, of course. I mentioned that Tide match at Cheltenham earlier.
I'm still seeing Jamie Smith in my nightmares. What a knock that was. Here's Charlesworth to Muya, straight back at the bowl, and there's no run. 99 for 3. I say that it was an innings of just wonder, really.
Because it was
the hardest-hearted of Kent supporters, you'd have to admire it.
One shy of the record that Nottinghamshire still have, because Glamorgan fell 1 run short at Cheltenham.
That sounds about right. You're really making me relive this now, aren't you? This is defended up to mid-on. Look, I had to watch it the first time. I don't want to think about it again. 99 for 3. It's cruel and unusual.
Well, I know what you must have been going through, because I was going through it at Cheltenham, and that would have been, I'm sorry, that would have been the record full stop first-class chase of all time.
Well, I think it was never mind the record at that point. It was, oh my goodness, they're going to do this, which became apparent quite early. As Charlesworth to Muya leaves that one outside the off stump. I think that will be lunch, ladies and gentlemen, at 1:01 as a consecutive maiden for Ben Charlesworth. Kent then managed to keep just 3 wickets down before the luncheon interval. 99 for 3, the men to go this morning. Zach Crawley bowled by Gabe Bell for 1 at 1 for 1. Mikey Cohen caught by Cameron Bancroft, off bowling of Will Williams for 18, 37 for 2. And then 2 runs later, Sam North East 39 for 3. So they've put on exactly 60. That's easy, even for my maths. Dawkins 45, Muya 31 at lunch. That in reply to Gloucestershire's 325, so 226 in arrears.
I'd say on balance, probably just Kent's session, with 3 wickets lost, but one of those being the night watchman. So I reckon, especially with that established partnership, Kent, and having seen off the new ball as well, probably marginally the happier, but we've seen that wickets can fall in quick succession. So it's another exciting session of cricket to watch, and we'll be back hoping for some more excitement in the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes.
And no food, drink, or dogs on the outfield with you. Cricket are delighted to welcome runners from the AJ Bell 10K and half marathon this weekend. Best of luck in your runs tomorrow. We are also delighted runners from the junior race this morning. The Cotswold and North Wiltshire Champagne Breakfast next Sunday is available for bookings at reception at £22 per person. And the winner of the Cotswolds and North Wiltshire weekly raffle is Steve Amos, who drew David Graveney. Congratulations to Steve. Plenty of food and drinks options around the ground, including Thatcher's Bar and Kitchen next to the pavilion, the Legends Bar behind the Martha Lane stand, and on the Neville Road side, Kennington Avenue side of the ground, plenty of hot food options in our multi-unit. And don't forget the ice cream chalet near the Mound stand. We are a cashless venue, so payment can only be made by debit or credit card at the outlets, food outlets, and in the club shop, which can be found in the club reception. Plenty of cricket coming up here in Bristol. Gloucestershire men face Northamptonshire in the Rothesay County Championship starting on Friday the 15th of May. And on Friday the 22nd of May, the Vitality Blast is back. The visit of Warwickshire Bears in the new look Central and West Group, the Blast. Tickets available on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. As are tickets for the ICC Women's World Cup in June. All begins on the 21st of June with West Indies taking on Sri Lanka, followed by 5 more matches across that week, finishing here on the 27th of June. And tickets for the World Cup start at just £15, available via the Gloucestershire Cricket website. some latest scores from around the country in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship. In reply to Hampshire's 235, Essex are 142 for 6 in their first innings, and they trailed by 93 runs. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 147 all out and 7 for no wicket. Yorkshire 152 all out, so Warwickshire just ahead there by 2 runs. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire bowled out on the stroke of lunch for 415. Joe Clark scoring 129. Dan Worrell 6 for 73. At Cardiff, Somerset 354 all out. Glamorgan 66 for 4 in reply, trailed by 288 runs. At home, Leicestershire bowled out for 328 overnight, and Sussex in reply 125 for 2, trailed by 203 runs. Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire 447 for 5 in their first innings, still batting against Northamptonshire. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 201 all out, Middlesex 116 for 5 at lunch, trailed by 85 runs. And at Worcester, Worcestershire still batting 286 for 9 in their first innings against Durham. welcome back the umpires, Chris Watts and Simon Willett. Cameron Bancroft leads out Gloucestershire into the field. And resuming the Kent innings, Ben Dawkins and Tawanda Muya. Opening up after lunch at the Ashley Down Road end. Okay, that.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Bristol. As the hazy sunshine continues, it's really quite warm out there, and Kent resuming their response to Gloucestershire's 325 on 99 for 3, with Bell bowling the first ball of the afternoon to Dawkins and beating him straight away. And the outside edge through to James Bracey.
I wasn't running up the stairs, Ed. I'm not out of breath.
No, I don't think you are.
No.
You just got to keep talking to prove that you're not out of breath.
I like to be measured. Don't want to talk too much.
And really just pause and savour every word.
Here we go. Yeah. Here's Bell.
Here comes Bell to Dawkins, who plays defensively down into the leg side, and there's no run.
And even if I were, I'm so superbly fit that you wouldn't be able to tell.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd imagine you're probably fitter than I am. And me, says off mic James Healy.
I have to say, between the three of us, it feels like a race to the bottom, gentlemen. So let's not go there, shall we?
It's a race to the top.
A very good point.
Mm.
Nicely done, Ed.
Yes.
These are the skills.
Bell over the wicket. Bowls. Dawkins turns this one down to fine leg. I think Bell was a little bit less than convinced that the word turn should be used as the adjective. He certainly did roll the wrists on it, but Bell may have felt that came after the ball had made contact with the bat. It doesn't matter. It's a single, and the 100 comes up for Kent as Dawkins picks up the first run of the afternoon session, and he has 46. Muya 31. Kent were somewhat tottering at 39 for 3 when Sam Northeast was bowled by Will Williams for 2, but these two starting to do some excellent work for Kent in terms of knocking some of this deficit off. That's a great piece of fielding from Tommy Borman at cover as Muya drives into the ground, and then it's plucked out of the air to his right-hand side by Borman and saves what would have been a boundary. Said it's a dot ball. So 225 runs behind. For what it's worth, Gloucestershire have equalised, of course, with that third wicket, which I didn't point out much. I would have pointed it out if Dave Fletcher, our Derbyshire colleague, had been sitting next to me, because I know how much he loves talking about bonus points. But it's 3-3. Bell to Muya defended onto the leg side, and it'll be scooped up mid-on by Will Williams.
6-point thriller.
Yeah.
At the seat.
This is I mean, I suppose it's not really a 24-point game anymore, but sorry, 48-point game, but yes,
No.
I'm not quite sure how many.
But they are, yeah,
it could
11
be.
in terms of bonus points, absolutely. Kent have 150 more to make.
I think
So
it's
these
150
days,
more
isn't it?
points.
Yeah.
Comes Bell. So I think you might just about get promoted with 150 points. Pushed away to wide mid off. This time there is definitely a single there for Muya to Graham Van Buren. He took him on rather unwisely earlier.
Yeah, I was going to work out how many years it would take Kent to get that at current speed of travel, but there we are.
101 for 3 at the end of the over.
But two sides, of course, coming into this game are off the back of a win and much needed for both as well, for morale's sake, certainly for Kent. I don't want to talk for Gloucestershire, but certainly from a Kent point of view, it wasn't just the manner of the victory, even it was just the victory at that point for Kent to reinforce that perhaps they can change the direction from what happened at the end of last season. But Will Williams has brought the tone down, haven't I? We were also happy just after lunch.
No, I thought the end narrative was a triumphant one of overcoming the adversity at the start of the season.
These two sides, in relative penury, I suppose, compared to some of their competition, making the best of what they've got and putting on. It's been a really good game of cricket so far, and it feels like such a cliche. Really good game of cricket, but
good game.
But yeah, good value for the shots. Something in it for the bowlers as well. 101 for 3. Mia's on 32, and a straight drive. Good stop that one. A shy at the stumps from Matt Taylor. I don't think even if he'd hit the stumps, it would have run Mia out. But from his knees, releasing that one. The white floppy hat on. 2 slips and a gully in for Gloucestershire. A point cover. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket. Deep. Backward square. A long leg, I suppose, effectively. Sunny. But breezy on the Korev Terrace. There we go. First time I've ever uttered those words. In the offside there. I wasn't shouting from on the field there, was it? From Dawkins dead batting it into the offside.
No, I'm not sure who it was. It
just
sounds like it
suddenly
was
seemed like real excitement.
quite distant, but I'm not sure.
I mean, it was a decent delivery, and it was a very measured defensive shot. But if that's your level of excitement for that, I hate to think what's going to happen if a wicket falls or someone hits a boundary.
Oh, what was in the lunge?
True. Is Williams to Dawkins, plays around his front pad, but then he does that. He likes to engineer the ball into the leg side if he can, and I've seen that shot a number of times. Actually, yeah, just looking at the toe end of his bat, perhaps that was caused the excitement for the Gloucestershire field. It was 102 for 3.
I did enjoy today's variation on the theme of the penne bolognese, though, with the coating of cheese on the top. That was a very nice touch.
It went down very well. Here's Williams to Dawkins. Bump ball. It's parried. He's tipped that one over the bar. Will Williams. Maybe around the post. Goalkeeper Pants. 102 for 3. Some of our talk at lunch about possible spying missions for actually, this is a story which will get too complicated in the telling, even to set it up as a. But yeah. Of these two sides, I think Gloucestershire had a spy hunkered down at Polo Farm, Canterbury, watching Kent warm up. And down the leg side. I was thinking of the spy scandal, Southampton against Middlesbrough. This is, sorry, I beg your pardon, which is going on this afternoon. We were talking to the man who. He said pretty much resignedly, didn't he? He's now forever known as Melissa Story's dad. As it's pretty much your duty and maybe your pleasure as a parent, isn't it? Once
we see a great picture of your daughter as you walk into the ground, yeah.
as Williams spells to Dawkins. Again, just soft hands plays that into the offside. Good accurate over from Williams, 102 for 3. It was a pleasure to meet him after all this time. 325 Gloucestershire all out. Somewhat of a school reunion. I'm not going to tell you how many years ago it was. I might have said that before, but there we are. It's been a while. But Melissa's dad we're all quite interested to know, or trying to work out, if she's not using that gadget that in one of those Harry Potter films, that she's managing to be a solicitor and a.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I'm struggling to get there, but yes,
It does something with
it's
time,
the one,
basically.
it's,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
the
don't know.
time turner, was it? So is that what it was called?
Indeed, quite
Something
possibly.
like that. In comes Bell and bowls, and that's whipped away firmly up to mid-on by Muya, but he's not going to get a run as Williams. Well, I was about to say slightly collapses onto the ball, but that's doing him a bit of a disservice. He got his body behind it anyway. But yes.
Sorry, this anecdote's died a death, isn't it? I do apologise, Ed.
I was wondering where you were going with the whole spying business. I suppose in terms of.
Just because we've been talking about
cricket.
lunch, sorry, I was trying to introduce it as a yes. Do cricket sides do that? Do they need to do it?
Well, that's the thing,
because
what I was going to say was, as Bell is in and squared up there as Muya, it goes off a thick edge past backward point. Charlesworth then throws himself backwards in his attempts to try and throw the ball in, landed flat on his back after the throw with a thud, but he's done what he set out to do, which is keep it down to a single. It was probably closer to being LBW than being caught anywhere off the thick edge, but it's another single.
Yeah, he did look a bit alarmed when I suddenly said spy scandal. There we go.
Well, I wonder where you were going with that.
Yeah. There's more to this, listeners.
Bell in to Dawkins, and that's defended to mid-on. Well, because they turn up the day before these days, don't they? The teams turn up the day before, practice on the ground. I remember before the first day of the home season, I came here to do a bit of kit testing and the like, and Durham were all out there on the outfield.
Yeah, it's not quite the same as
it'd be quite easy to spy on that warm up. Really, you'd have to do it in secret before you arrived at the ground. Bell in now, and Dawkins is forward and pushing away to mid off. There's no run.
And what would you glean from that in a similar way to football? Looks like they're going to play 6 batters, maybe an all rounder.
Well, exactly.
And 4
the fact that everybody's practicing, doesn't really give much away, does it?
No. Yeah, I guess cricket, you learn a lot from ball by ball analysis, don't you? Which can be done forensically and is done forensically these days. Bell
runs in, bowls. Dawkins tries to tuck it leg side and was hoping so desperately for a single there that he ended up doing a sort of pirouette, dancing about, and had to get back because he'd played it straight to Williams at mid-on again. Yeah, and Gloucestershire have done a really good job since lunch, haven't they? They've kept them pretty quiet. I just wonder from a Kent point of view, if they start to get a little bit antsy at the crease. That's exactly what Gloucestershire will want here. So, yeah. Bell to Dawkins, forward and defending. No such twitchiness there. 103 for 3. I mean, what they should be thinking really is Williams and Bell are a big threat. I'm not saying they're the only threats, because they aren't, but if they can wait long enough. We saw a period of proceedings before Charlesworth had settled into his 5 over spell. He bowled very well in the last 3 overs of his spell. Middleton just had the 1 over, and as happens, especially as a leg spinner, it just didn't come out right in the start of that over especially, and there was just a period where it got a bit easier and scoring started to increase. And I think if they just stay patient, Kent, they might think they get another period like that. Yeah. Williams have to see this off first, though, to Muya playing into the offside. Still, well, a slip and a gully and a backward point, pretty much as a attacking field. Men on the drive at mid-wicket and at cover, mid-off and mid-on. 103 for 3. It's sunny, but it's not intense sun out there. So if you Williams to Muya just off the pads, and they'll take a single. Yeah, that should be all they take, I think. There, sidearm throw from Bell into wicketkeeper Bracey's gloves. 103 for 3. Muya's on to 34. Dawkins on to 48. Now I see your point. If they see off a spell from each at the beginning of this afternoon, rather than getting bogged down, maybe they'll think there will be
light at the end of the tunnel for Kent, as it were. But as you were saying, Will Williams is 2 for 17 off 10 to start this over. As he's back at him from Dawkins, and there's no run. Keeper up to the stumps, James Bracey. But yes. But yeah, just finishing on that spy scandal. It might, if you're a casual football watcher, I suppose, and have the right connections, Middlesbrough playing Southampton, it might add a little bit of something to the atmosphere in that playoff game, I'd imagine. And from what I saw of Millwall playing Hull last night, it would certainly need it. So there we go.
I didn't see any of it, but I gather it wasn't the most exciting.
No, it was. This one keeps it a little bit low on Dawkins, drops the hands and defends it. And there's no run. I think it's
City.
Dull City, more Stonewall than Millwall. Who knows? Could
I only
be.
say this because a good family friend is a big Hull City fan. So if he's listening, that's for his benefit. He's also a Yorkshire supporter. What a combination!
I don't know what judgment to make on that, but I'll leave that with you, Ed, and you can explain yourself. Here's Williams to Dawkins. Defends that again, blocks it out. No aggressive intent.
I don't think he wants Hull to go up to the Premiership because it's it's probably much nicer being one of the bigger teams in the Championship, and I don't know, maybe better trips anyway.
Having recently experienced this as a strange supporter, obviously. This job doesn't allow you to watch football week in, week out, unfortunately, anywhere else but for work. Sort of tale of woe. It's into the wicketkeeper's gloves, seaming away from Dawkins, who leaves it end of the over, 104 for 3. So it's one of the only bad things about doing this job, which we're privileged to do. But yes, so you basically, most teams in the Championship, absolutely right. They get promoted and they go into the big boys playground, get the conker smashed, and that's basically 6-7 months of being patronised by the press and pummeled by the opposition. Come back down, as you say, it's get to win some games, a bit more competitive, a bit more exciting, frankly.
Yeah.
So
relegation to League One, not a problem either.
Yeah.
Another set of different
That's
trips.
crisis, crikey! You're already pouring on the pain now.
I'm sure Leicester City
Thanks
supporters will be especially
that's relatively recent for some of the teams we support. Yes.
Right, here comes Bell from the Ashley Down Road end into the hip of Muya and flicked away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
But you get to see some different. I mean, had I been, following that team home and away, or following Leicester home and away, you do get to. I mean, it feels like a bit of a sort of, making do thing. You get to see some new grounds, but as a supporter, you really do. And it's, if he's been in the Championship for 10 years or Premier League for 10 years, it does make a difference, the different venues, doesn't it? So.
And as can happen in cricket as well, as Bell is in and bowls, and it's nicely played by Muya, just a straight bat, but he's timed the pants off it, but he's hit it straight to Williams at mid-on.
Yeah,
but,
great point.
But however, in cricket, you can also get, and I still go back to this, I think I mentioned this a couple of matches ago, might even have been in the last game at some point, but Dale Benkenstein had some absolute hidden gems in his interviews at Gloucestershire, and it was the same thing when he was head coach of Lancashire as well. At the start of the season after Lancashire had been relegated, in his interview, he said, well, at least we've given our members a trip to Lord's. Bell bowls, that's a huge, booming drive attempted by Muya. The air was disturbed, but the ball wasn't.
Mind the windows, T. Crikey.
That was good grief. He was trying to hit that over the top of, never mind the apartment buildings, probably that floodlight pylon.
I was going to say, it was going somewhere very fast, that ball, whatever happened. Even if he missed it, which he did, either going over the top of the apartments, maybe over the top of the slips on the sight screen. But,
Bell bowls down the leg side. Muya flicks at it and doesn't make any contact with that one either. No, I'm not sure that the Lancashire members, who are a group of people who don't need too much encouragement to grumble about something, I'm not sure that was quite what they had in mind when Lancashire got relegated. Oh, at least we get to go to Lords.
That's a very zenith of the positive spin, isn't it, at that point?
Bell bowls on, driven by Muya. Lovely shot. That is what he can do. He has a really special stroke making ability, does to under Muya. And Bell maybe a little bit over pitch, but is not a terrible delivery by any means. It's just a little bit full, but you're not going to get too many batters in the county championship doing that to you, certainly not with that level of emphasis. Whistled away through a straight mid on for 4, 108 for 3.
The umpire need to check the ball. I think it's coming back at him. Umpire Widdop. And do they need to do that when it leaves the playing surface now customarily? Just to check the state of the ball?
You're right, because it's gone. I don't know if it went. Did it go beyond even the picket fence that's separating that sort of area where there's a roller sitting there? There are some covers there. I don't know if maybe it goes into that walkway. They have to have a bit of a look at it, or whether Gloucestershire just said, "You'd be happy with this." Don't know. And they do. It's part of the umpire's remit to periodically inspect the ball for its quality. 108 for 3. Bell to Muya, and again he gets a bit turned round there, but such as his hand-eye that I think he pretty much played a French cricket defensive shot to that one and kept it out. So it's 108 for 3 at the end of that over. You were talking about these sort of hidden camera-y type things.
Oh, yeah.
It's not by any means the same thing, but I do remember an incident ages ago in a test match in Pakistan somewhere where there'd been I think an unscheduled break in play, and Shahid Afridi, thinking that nobody would be watching, went out to the middle and just scraped away with his boot at the pitch. This sort of stunned looks around the studio as this was the replay of this was broadcast. He must have thought, oh, nobody's going to be watching here. There's a delay on, so let's spice things up a bit. Hidden cameras.
Whoops. Graham Van Buren, his first bowl for Gloucestershire, round the wicket, the left arm spinner. It's fairly rapid as it gets to Dawkins. He just works it into the offside. I'd have to say that was a misfield from Ollie Price, and they'll take a single. 109 for 3. So are they working a change of ends here, do you think? Or Van Buren to Muya into the ground, straight to Ollie Price?
I reckon they're just partly going to Van Buren for some control, and they might think that he could frustrate one of these two into an injudicious shot.
Williams obviously bowled very tightly from this end. Single taken. Dawkins was running to the danger end, I suppose. Muya looked like he was out for a Sunday walk going to the non-striker's end, but they judged it really well. They were being all sorts of critical, but they did make a single. Williams it was who swooped on it from mid-wicket, and Buren to Dawkins, and that's a single up to a deep mid-off. That feels very much like a one-day shot, doesn't it? The sort of obligatory single after the first few deliveries of the 11th over normally, isn't it? The spinner comes on. The power play's been relaxed. Let's take a ball from the spinner while we have a look. This one's into the offside. From Muya, again, it's Price that fields. No run this time. 111 for 3. Again, still 214 in arrears. But Muya 40, Dawkins 48. Muya driving at this one back to Van Buren, who is full of energy as he picks the ball up. Immediately squares up to the stumps at the far end, threatening to throw the ball at them, but no need this time. Muya's certainly well in his ground. 111 for 3 then. Said Muya's 40. 48 for Dawkins. Van Buren's first over going for 3. Bell to continue or double change? Double change, I think. Yeah,
Yep.
it's Matt Taylor at the far, and he was warming up actually just beneath us, wasn't he, a couple of overs ago? So no surprise there. So a couple of left armers on. Andrew, sorry, I missed your second post on X.
Bowling at the
As you know, I have no idea what time it is in Japan, and even though you've very kindly posted it many times, I'm still not. Won't know if you're awake or asleep at this point. But talking about proper number 11s earlier in the day, because we were talking about Michael Cohen, and indeed your Bangor.
Mahidrana, yes.
Thank you very much. Whose name I'd already forgotten. He's talking about Kent having 2 proper number 11s when I was young. Kevin Jarvis and Norman Graham both took more than 600 wickets, but scored fewer than 500 runs.
Taylor into Dawkins. Angled bat defends into the leg side.
As you say, that's quite an achievement. I think Mikey Cohen, having scored 18, would be very happy to have more than 18 wickets at this point.
Well, Kevin Jarvis is one of the names that usually gets brought up in the Gloucestershire
There we
context as well. Played for both counties. Just brought up his record, 403 runs in 260 matches. He only batted 199 times.
To be fair to him.
Yeah. And 674 first-class wickets. Rather decent record. On driven by Dawkins, and Gloucestershire have had enough of these on drives. Possibly Dawkins has been punished by Muya's success with that shot, because they've put a fielder in at a straight and deep mid-on in the form of Middleton. So Dawkins did not hit so many of those shots. I mean, if he'd done that a little bit earlier, that would certainly have been another boundary. It's another delightful shot. Taylor continuing with this round the wicket attack. He's in and bowls, and Dawkins does have a feel for that one. He wafts the bat in front of him in frustration that he had a go at it, but you know, it's what we've seen. It seems to be the case that just people aren't nicking these. It was like that in the first innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see how it felt as if he was a bit closer to this one than yeah, he definitely was. That was not far off. Sometimes Taylor from round the wicket to Dawkins has been doing so much that Dawkins has been an inch or two away from it. Taylor bowls, struck on the pad, appeal for LBW. They're imploring from the slip cordon, but umpire Widdop keeps his fingers in front of him. And Gloucestershire still with hands on heads, and the captain's got the double teapot out. Let's have a look at that. Just outside the line, I think. Straightened it, but Dawkins, it's what he's been doing. He's been getting down and across, and that's what saved him from the LBW. I think it's very close. You can see why Gloucestershire thought it was out, but I think it is just outside the line. Dawkins still there on 48, but Taylor causing him problems here. In again and bowls and beats him once more. That's not going to improve Matt Taylor's mood. Has a stare. I don't think he has a word, but this is just one of those overs. He bowled one of these. Was it maybe his second over or something like that? There was an over he bowled to Dawkins where he had him in very tough fashion put down by Hammond at third slip to his left-hand side. It wasn't a catch that you'd say would be taken anything, even half the time. And then he beat him 3 other times in the over. Well, this is sort of shaping up to be one of those overs. Taylor races in, round the wicket. He's there, he bowls a bouncer. And Dawkins has not shown any inclination as far as going after those shorter deliveries. Gloucestershire put the deep square back. But it's an excellent over from Taylor. Keeps Kent stranded on Nelson for 3.
Yeah, end of the over, as you say. Just looking at Norman Graham's career stats, like Kevin Jarvis. I mean, he played 189 matches for 404 first-class runs, but he only had 178 innings, so he's probably a lot better batter than we think. An average of 3.84, high score of 23, although he did take 614 wickets at an average of 22, which I gather is pretty handy. Van Buren to just block stat back in the offside. Price Fields. So yeah, pretty much comparable, those two, as Andrew was saying. Van Buren to he makes himself room very nicely indeed. The longest part of the ground to try and hit a boundary, but he'll come back for a comfortable 2 in the end. It's Tommy Borman who goes and fields that. I don't know if it caused it, but certainly there's one of the herring gulls there has taken a real dislike to a crow on the outfield, outside the off stump. I mean, these are scenes that we hate to see, so we'll keep an eye on it. I don't know if security are going to go over in a minute, but no, I think it's calmed down now.
Well, I mean, after the way those gulls were acting yesterday, I'm not surprised that the crows wanted to get rid of them. It's disgraceful behaviour.
I just know what you're talking about now. Sorry, Muya. And there's no run.
And they were screaming over the top of our interview with Tommy Borman yesterday as well.
Well,
probably better than listening to my questions anyway.
Very unfair. As this one is dead batted into the offside. Muya, there's no run. Kent by the way at 113 for 3 here. 39 for 3 when these two came together. The deficit at 212. Muya 42. Dawkins 48. And the wicket comes Van Buren, and once more, he's not having a bar of that. He defends it. Nice little flick off the right toe from Ollie Price. Really good control. We were talking, weren't we, about Bradley Dack, Gillingham Blackburn Rovers footballer, and how he could have been a cricketer, and is the spitting image of James Taylor. Well, there we go. Ollie Price, was he one of those? Had trials somewhere? Bristol City?
Not sure.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Mike Turner's given us Kevin Jarvis's Gloucestershire record, 41st class wickets, 67 runs at 6.09. So I think that
he learned to up his game here.
He did. Enjoyed batting on Bristol pitches. Round the wicket goes Taylor. Oh gosh, that's a bouncer that's gone sideways. He's delivered that from left arm round, banged it in, and somehow it's ballooned off towards the slip cordon. I didn't think it was that wide. It was quite wide where it pitched, but it certainly wasn't that wide.
He's still not playing it, Dawkins, to be fair.
No.
And it was another great take from James Bracey, basically taking off the nose of first slip. Ollie Price will thank him for that.
Taylor bowls. Oh, that's beautifully played. That'll be 4 runs for Dawkins and will be his 50. Just opened the face, guided it down wide of the slip cordon. And that's a fine half-century from Ben Dawkins. Came to the crease at a tricky time, or around a tricky time early on in the day. The ball was still pretty new. Kent had lost a couple of wickets. And him and Muya forming a troubling partnership for Gloucestershire. 99 deliveries for the half-century. 117 for 3. The score moves on to 9th boundary that Dawkins hit in that innings. Taylor bowls to him. Is there an appeal for a caught behind here? There is, but there's no decision in the affirmative from the umpire. And, well, Bancroft and Price seem to be convinced that that was out, but the way that Taylor's turned and that Bracey has moved...
Oh, it's a great delivery.
It's a fantastic ball. It's completely squared him up, but I think it's come off pad again. I think it's another good decision from umpire Widdop.
You see those, don't you, where it's done, it's such a great delivery that almost they're thinking that's hit something. Yeah, looks like it's hit.
Outside of the leg, I mean, upper part of the leg. It just, you could see it deviate from here. Actually got quite a good view of it. You could see the bat hide behind Dawkins, and then you could see where it deflected off, so it couldn't really have been bat.
Great ball.
Taylor bangs another one in, and that leaps past the groping bat of Dawkins, who... Well, he's not done a lot wrong there either. This is a fine spell brewing from Taylor, who's only just 10 balls into it.
I was fooled a bit by the big appeal by Dawkins heading towards square leg, and I quickly remembered that the dressing rooms are in the other direction, aren't they? I thought, he's not walking, is he? No.
Well, that can sometimes be where the umpire almost thinks...
Yeah,
Is he walking? Finger goes up. Taylor bowls as Fuller and beats him again. Dawkins bends forward over his bat. It's fairly obsolete at the moment, I've got to say, his bat, because ever since that boundary that brought up his 50, he's not laid a bat on one.
Well, if Matt Taylor needed to know anything from Ben Dawkins in terms of how he's feeling about this over, I think, as you say, the lean on the bat does it.
I mean, it's, you know, it's not done all sorts, but it's just done enough. He thinks it's going towards his off stump, so he's got to play, and then it straightens.
Yeah.
What Taylor really needs is some reverse swing here, because if you can get the ball to reverse and then do that off the pitch, that adds a further layer of unplayableness. Oh, what a surprise! He's been beaten again. There's almost no fanfare about it anymore. Great over from Taylor, despite the boundary. I mean, again, the shot that Dawkins hit for 4 was absolutely no fault of Taylor's. It was just a beautifully manufactured shot. But
the other
next,
5, the next 4 certainly.
The next 4 deliveries after that, anyway.
I think
plays and misses.
Whatever credit you give to Ben Dawkins from that final delivery, though, he's just keeping everything compact at that point, isn't he?
Yeah.
And probably on length, he knows he's going to be okay. But as you say, whether he's played it or not is a moot point. But he's just trying to keep everything in a pencil thin line. Van Buren to Muya, defends that off the back foot. Again, there's a bit of clamour, but I don't think it was about Muya's back foot block. Maybe so. But there is pressure out there for these Kent batters, and that's Gloucestershire trying to exploit it at the moment. Van Buren to Muya. Works it into the offside. I'm not sure how convinced I am by that shot. And he won't care at all, but he moves on to 43. Dawkins has 52, by the way. It's his 3rd first-class 50. His first 2 were in September of 2025. 60 against Lancashire, 61 against Derbyshire. As Van Buren bowls to Dawkins and runs it up to mid-on. Takes a single. So I always think my own cowardice, I'd project that on batters now. I'm thinking, Ben Dawkins, you don't want to run, mate, do you? Because you don't want to be at that end for Matt Taylor bowls the next over. That's probably one of the about 40,000 reasons why I'm not a professional sporting figure. And Ben Dawkins is. Muya comes off his pad. It's a shout from the, or an appeal anyway, from James Bracey. Didn't look like it. Impact outside, I think, anyway.
I think there was a run, wasn't it? I don't think
Was
I
it a
saw
run?
it. Yeah, I don't think I saw a leg by signal.
In that case, that's definitely not LBW. 120 for 3. No, you're right. It is a single. So 3 singles off this over so far.
Gosh, I haven't got too much bat on it.
Not anything at all. Dawkins cuts that away, but straight to the man at point. There's no run. Just the one slip in still for Van Buren. It's Cameron Bancroft standing behind and slightly askew from James Bracey into the ground off the back foot. Dawkins, Van Buren fields of his own, bowling 120 for 3. Muya 44. Dawkins has 53. Kent 120 for 3 from 39 for 3. Good work, but they're somewhat becalmed at the moment. And Gloucestershire trying to turn the screws here, put them under pressure, force a false shot or 2.
Yeah, Taylor will have Muya to see if he can cause similar problems to Ben Dawkins. I mean, if he's going to keep playing and missing, you sort of feel, well, what can you do? Can you try and get it to move the same amount from maybe middle and off to off stump? That's basically how you've got to do it. You sort of feel, well, I'm never going to get the edge. A number of times you've beaten it. So he tries the straighter delivery, and of course that one just goes fairly straight, and Muya defends it away. No, it's he's had to be patient on several occasions this season, as I mentioned earlier, Matt Taylor, and then all the wickets came in one flurry against Lancashire. So yeah, it's I mean, they're still behind by over 200 runs, Kent, but you sort of look down at the batting to come even now. This pair have got to be removed first, and then you've still got Bell Drummond, Everson, Benjamin, Akansh Singh, Dudgeon certainly very much either a bowling all-rounder or a bowler who bats very well, certainly. It's pushed back by Muya for no run. And James Taylor, who I must say I'm not entirely sure about James Taylor's batting ability. I don't get the impression. I mean, I imagine, and almost nobody is a mug really. And I'm going to guess first class average of 12.
Sorry, I just did what I was joking about on the first
He
day.
averages 48 in first class cricket.
I was going to say, not that one. Wrong, James Taylor.
Taylor in, that's clipped away by Muya. He's hit it hard, but picks out Hammond at a short-ish mid-wicket.
All that one.
No run.
He wasn't born in North Chapel, Sussex in 1809, either was he?
What side are you on? Well,
I'm just going through the...
What a slight on James Taylor, that he's not even the second James Taylor that...
I'm going through a number of James
Comes up.
Taylors here. So I should just been more specific, shouldn't I?
Right, let me have a go. Here we
It's
go.
not actually that difficult. I'm just
Hang on,
making it look hard.
15.33
There we go.
actually.
Actually, that's not bad for a... Well, maybe a number 11.
Taylor in, swung away in the air by Muya, but it's fallen just short of Borman at deep square. One bounce and out to the fielder. And it's such a big boundary, it's ended up saving Muya, because if that rope had been in a little bit further, well, you might say he might not have played the shot, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that it takes some hitting actually to hit it out to the fielder. Couldn't have hit it too much harder than that anyway, but, well, I say that. Of course he could, because he's Dwanda Muya. Of course he could have cleared that boundary if he really got hold of it, but you're asking for a very special sort of miscue to hit it to deep square in that situation. 121 for 3.
Dawkins back in the crosshairs.
We've got 2 balls this over to face. Taylor goes in and bowls to him, tries a Yorker, which is dug out into the leg side. They go for a quick single here, shot at the stumps, misses. They had maybe a stump and a bit to aim at. Muya's quick. Craig Miles, the fielder. Some interference on the line, I heard. Let's see if we can have a...
I just thought I'd accompany it by throwing all my possessions over one side of the desk. How about
So we
that?
can have a look.
Let's make it better.
How close was this one? That was in easily.
It was his call, wasn't it? Yeah, as well. Dawkins was a bit slow to set off, but he was always going to the danger end.
122 for 3. Taylor to Muya. He pretty much plays these shots facing the bowler, squared up, turned round, but he gets bat on it and he keeps it down. End of the over. Taylor continues to probe away and continues to cause problem after problem and doesn't get anything for it. None for 27, 122 for 3.
Am I to make way here for a...
I don't know. Well, perhaps we should get some. Perhaps we should get some balance. We should have the Gloucestershire voice and the Kent voice.
Well, okay.
I'll let you introduce our special guest.
It's a family affair, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. It's driven off the back foot into the offside. No run for Dawkins. How you doing?
Yes, hello. I'm very good, thank you.
So I should explain straight who you are. Sorry. First rule of journalism. It's working really well, this broadcasting. This is Melissa's story, everybody. So there we go. Gloucestershire fans will know Melissa well. Dawkins has tried to swing that one over square leg for at least 6 and has ended up hitting it, well, not really hitting it, clothing it to the floor. Van Buren round the wicket. That's a slightly ugly looking drive from Dawkins, which ended up at first slip off, maybe off the wicket keeper's pads. 122 for 3.
He's certainly asking a few questions here.
Yeah, Ben Dawkins has been a little bit unsettled, I think, by Matt Taylor at the other end. He's a torrid over a couple of overs ago and got a complete working over. That one is left through to the wicket keeper. So 2 balls come from Graham Van Buren. He's getting through his over fairly quickly. Dawkins is on 54 already. A shout for something. Excitement, I think. Melissa, would you say? Just general excitement from that ball from Graham.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where an appeal comes and yet the ball's come off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it was a classy defensive shot otherwise. cutaway, and that will be a dot ball as well. So maiden from Van Buren, won 23 for 3, Kent. I say it's family fair. I say this is all feels like a terrible in-joke for our listeners, because I met your dad for the first time in the 10 years since we were at school together, and give or take a couple of decades. So there we go.
Yeah, my mum's coming in next after this. Granddad's on the train coming down from
Perfect.
Yorkshire.
There we go. It's James will need to move out. Is that right? Who's gonna? Yeah, that's all right. The story takeover on BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Kent today. So been training today in the gym.
So coming down here to get a coach to a game tomorrow. Not for Gloucestershire though, interestingly.
Is this breaking news? Taylor round the wicket to Muya. Defends that up to mid-off, no run.
So Gloucestershire women, they do have a game tomorrow. They're away to Leicestershire in the One Day Cup in the Tier 2 division. But I'm out on loan this weekend, so I'm playing for Devon. So I'm going up to Oxfordshire to play in 2 T20s up there. Our coaches leave at relatively the same amount of time, as the very kind Devon team's making a bit of a detour for me. So I thought I'd come up and see a Bristol pitch which has a bit of life in it.
Yes,
Which is someone who plays on this pitch
sometimes. I was going to be as nice as possible, but yeah. From the horse's mouth, but it's a story. This one is just nudged up to mid-on by Tuanami. I mean, traditionally, it has, I was saying to Ed, everything we know from outside about this pitch is it might do something on the first morning and then it's going to flatten out. But this has been brilliant, to be honest. It really has been a great contest.
And I think a lot of spectators enjoy when ball is just ever so slightly on top of bat as well, because you see some really good innings like this where Muya and Dawkins have really grinded down and made the Gloucestershire bowlers work hard, but you still feel like they're in it. As
Taylor bowls to Muya, slightly squares him up there into the offside and there's no run, and that's really a hint of what it's been doing all the way through the match. That I was talking to James Taylor, who was obviously delighted and emotional to take his 5 for yesterday, first of his career, and he was saying about this pitch very much that you get good value for your shots, and if the bowling's off the mark, you can get on top as a batting side, but if you're bowling well, you can also put them under pressure. Almost like it's a proper contest. But yeah, it's been a really good watch so far. 122 for 3 and 45 for Muya. 54 Dawkins right now. Muya faces Taylor and tries just to cut that pass point, but doesn't. But yeah, as a player, what the surface is like for you?
I mean, you certainly get value for money with the outfield. It's so quick. It's one of the quickest ones I've played on, certainly. But you know, across the season, particularly with the amount of games being played here as well. Gloucestershire women, we play all our games here apart from during Cheltenham Cricket Festival. So the surfaces are working very hard, the ground staff are working very hard, and you just have to sometimes work that little bit harder at the start of your innings to get through the tough bits. But it's exactly what these two have done, and you can sense he wants to unleash a little bit. Yeah,
it's bump ball up to Craig Miles. I think that's 34, the subfielder. And there's no run. There's a hybrid pitch, which I think they're preparing here in the middle somewhere here. I think that's for the Northants game, I think, that Ed was telling me as well. So have you much experience of hybrid pitches? I don't know what they do, to be honest.
I mean, I've had like a sample of a hybrid come out before, where you can kind of see the plastic fibres, I guess, mixed amongst the grass. And to be honest with you, I probably would be the last person to ask if we were playing on one, because I just look at it and go, looks fine. There's nothing you can do to change it now. And I've seen
it's green and pitchy.
Yeah, I've seen some horrific ones at club level, so I've got nothing to complain with here.
No, that's true. This is Taylor to Muya. That is a good shot. It's a cover drive from Muya, and Taylor looking sick with the world, as bowlers do when they've passed the bat half a dozen times in a spell. And that one, though, is a lovely shot from Tuanami, taking advantage of a foolish delivery. 126 for 3.
He was so still when he played that one as well. Just saw that slight trigger movement where he moves a tiny fraction deeper in the crease over to the offside and just leant into it. And as you say, as a bowler, you've worked so hard to kind of build this pressure, this combination of Taylor and Van Buren, I think, is working nicely for Gloucestershire as well. But you're probably getting into the territory now where they're itching for a wicket, but you can't go searching for it when you know the pitch still has something in it. But also it's very much in the balance, because Dawkins and if they spend a bit more out there, it'll be good for Kent.
I think as Kent proved yesterday, you take one wicket, new batter comes in, it's not easy to get started on this pitch necessarily, and Dawkins' back foot defends that one to Van Buren. There's no run, 126 for 3. Look, here comes Van Buren once again. He's outside the off stump, but no, it's just been a genuinely good contest to watch here. And I'm interested to hear you said about Tuana Muya as well, because we've watched him develop, obviously playing for Kent, and he's a undoubted talent. He has the improvisation, which makes him really exciting in the short form games. That's a good shot from Dawkins. That'll go through extra cover, and that should go for 4, and that'll relieve a bit of pressure for him. That's his first boundary for some time. He moves on to 58. The England under-19 international former now, because he's slightly too old. Goodness me.
Van Buren looked a little frustrated with that, because you could see what he was trying to do. The previous one was just that bit quicker, and it's one thing he does nicely. Van Buren, not the tallest bowler, so focus on those variations of pace, but that one just floated up too wide. Easy pickings for Dawkins.
Van Buren to Dawkins, flatter, and that has kept very low indeed. We've not seen one of those yet. That's pretty close to a shooter from Van Buren. I mean, it was a fairly flat delivery to start with, and it's almost completely flattened out.
All intentional.
Oh, goodness me.
He varies his pace, varies his bounce.
Brilliant.
if Dawkins got up to that one, you'd be going.
He would be seething. Matt Taylor would be annoyed as well, having not wrapped him up in a previous over. 131 for 3, 49 now for Muya. But just saying about his development now, he commentator's curse notwithstanding, is that appears to be what he's learned to do. That he is a tremendous natural talent, a swashbuckling stroke player, but he's managed to work calm into his game, if that makes any sense at all. So 50 runs for Tuana Muya as I speak, 88 balls, 8 fours, as he and Ben Dawkins now both have half centuries here, and Kent move on to 132 for 3.
I was going to ask, I mean, is he the kind of player where, you mentioned how hard it is for new batters to start here, is he going to be just reining it in and happy to tick it along, or do you think he's going to have to be reining in that desire just to go and score that little bit quicker, because that's his natural game?
I feel like that's always around the edges for him, as it is with a number of, isn't it, for attacking players, that a number of dots join together and suddenly it's like, well, we've got to smash our way out of this. But yeah, it's just been fascinating to watch him mature in that way. He's able to play these innings as well. Taylor bowls to him. Let's go short, and he has absolutely tried to mash that through the onside, and it's actually got a bit close to him. It's a decent delivery. Short ball from Taylor in the end. He's gone short. His eyes have lit up there, but he's not quite timed it out to square. Just got a single. So there we go. I think he was just about to get, or he was hoping for a relief of pressure there, I think, wasn't he? Yeah, but...
And a bit of frustration in that delivery there from Matt Taylor, you sense as well, starting with that shorter one. And I just hope from a Gloucestershire perspective here, he just sticks to that length where it's beating the outside edge.
Round the wicket, Taylor once again goes quite wide to Dawkins. And that's Dawkins. I think it's a play and a miss. Oh, no, he has, absolutely. Well, he's deceiving me. He's absolutely played at that, a rise in delivery. And Matt Taylor has just... It's not even a glare. He's just stopped in his delivery.
Just a smile.
Yeah, staring into the distance and a smile.
I always think that's more intimidating, rather than giving it the evils and a few words. Just big cheesy grin.
He has worked over the unkempt batter here. We saw the end of a previous over. Dawkins just leaning on his bat, shaking his head, unable to put the willow on it. It's Taylor to him. Oh, it's squirted through first slip. Was that a chance, though? Certainly off the bat, it's gone for 4, but how low has it kept? Ollie Price, he looks very disappointed. I can only imagine that is because that was a legitimate chance. It's a very legitimate edge. Oh, yeah.
Second one today for
Indeed,
Price in that first slip position as well, who's normally So safe in that slip cord, and you can see the frustration on his face, the disappointment, and that would have been huge there for Gloucestershire. Nice ball from Taylor. Just continued in with the angle towards the right-hander.
Yeah, feels like he's got Dawkins on toast here. Round the wicket once more. Dawkins gets bat on this one into the onside, and there's no run. Slightly back of a length perhaps from Matt Taylor, but he's affecting, for listeners with us yesterday, he and Keith Dudgeon should share a cold drink after the end of this day, because he had steam pouring out his ears, the South African, by the end of day one. When similarly, but this is a great spell from Taylor, and particularly at one batter, Dawkins here, who's all sorts of uncomfortable. Can he make the breakthrough here, the Gloucestershire bowler? To Dawkins, just drops the hands on that one into the offside. Soft hands as well. I was saying to Ed just a few minutes ago, it's a testament to being a good player that you don't sort of shy away from these battles either. There's no hint of him trying to get off strike or Dawkins. But what do you do as a batter when you're under this kind of pressure? Do you have to try and clear your mind? And
yeah, it's entirely your own way of how do you absorb it. And you see some players start to, change things by coming out the crease that little bit more. And I think most people would probably advise to do the opposite. You've just got to simple it down, play each ball as it is. Even if you play a miss at the one before, it's a new delivery.
Wide of the wicket goes Taylor. Dawkins gets bat on this one, defends it. Taylor looks weary, I think it's fair to say. Perhaps not physically, but mentally, as he takes his sunglasses and his hat from umpire Widdop, and good luck, Melissa. Thank you very much for joining us. A cameo appearance from Melissa Story today. So Van Buren from the pavilion end. A full toss. She rather got away with that one. Yeah, you leant forward, but was safety first all the way along the ground. So there we are. Love that comment. Yeah, my mum's coming later. Don't go for the commentary. Nice one. 138 for 3. Round the wicket comes Van Buren to Dawkins, defends it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Sorry, almost Melissa needs no introduction, but I gave her no introduction there, so that was slightly more difficult.
I can only stay 10 minutes, 25 minutes later.
Oh,
no, it wasn't.
Oh, no, I would have been happy to make way that we get.
No, I like to tease.
Straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. So Melissa started work on the strings on the radio, I suppose, in Hampshire, didn't she?
Oh, we don't mention that.
Oh, sorry, don't we? No, we don't. Driven up to mid-off. Sidearm throw, falling by Hammond. That's quite some skill. He hasn't hit the stumps with it, but just getting the ball release was good. 100 partnership. So there we go.
A slow clap from the Kent supporters.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. It's been announced around the ground.
So a smattering of applause, but you can understand from a Gloucestershire point of view, they're not going to be jumping up and down on their seats at this point. No, it's fair to say.
Unfortunately, I think they will feel it should be a partnership that's been broken a few times now.
Yeah, the back foot's just leave it out there by Muya towards the point boundary, and they'll take a single. Just these Kent batters, they're just looking to pick the gaps here, aren't they? Keep the strike rotated. Looks like Gabe Bell is just moving in slightly from the long on boundary, just in case Dawkins tries to go big here. He might do, but it's cut away. It's going to be Borman to stop at point. And they'll come through for a single end of the over. That's 4 off it, 141 for 3. And is Matt Taylor bowling another one? I don't know how far he's into his spell at this point.
5 overs.
Is it 5 overs? Yeah. But if you're a captain, I don't know. You want to keep him on, surely, don't you? But you don't want him to get to the point where You're exhausting your bowler, obviously, and he's getting a bit ragged, but he's bowled so well. It is Will Williams to replace him.
He's taken on some fluid, but yeah, I wondered whether it was just a last-minute refuel, but it's not. It's the end of the spell.
And a bit like, I was saying, a bit like Keith Dudgeon yesterday, you look at his figures, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 that spell. It's tidy. Dudgeon was the same yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It doesn't tell any kind of story of the pressure they're putting on the batters here.
I mean, he must have beaten Dawkins alone 10 times in his 11 overs.
That's what I was saying to Melissa is it didn't feel yesterday with Dudgeon that it was pointedly at one batter, whereas Dawkins, he worked him over. The one where he scored that really nice 4 behind square, the other 5 balls, absolute ball on a string, wasn't it, from Matt Taylor there?
And then, you know, just time after time after time, he's beaten the edge, and then the one time that he does find it, isn't grasped, and that's not been the only opportunity that Gloucestershire have had to separate this partnership either. There was the potential run out of Muya when he was still in single figures. Dawkins had got stuck on 16 for a while, but before that there was a difficult chance for Hammond at third slip. So they have had their opportunities, Gloucestershire. At times it has felt as if maybe it's not doing quite as much as it was yesterday, but it's still doing enough that opportunities are being generated. And now it's Williams who's got to try and break this partnership. On top of that, Dawkins knocking it down into the gully, and there's no run. I just had my attention drawn because the Whipple is in full swing today.
Oh, crikey.
James Healy's been having a look around some of the scores. Well, I'm not sure they are actually, because the attention was drawn, and we had she was captaining Golden Hills women's first 11, Melissa Story, the other weekend, because, you know, simply doing everything that she does anyway isn't enough. She's got to go and play club cricket and captain as well, as Williams bowls to Dawkins, and that's dabbed into the offside for no run. But Golden Hills men's first 11 playing Old Bristolians Westbury CC, and they've turned up and opening the bowling for Golden Hill, Marchant de Lange.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, I suspect that's probably what their opening batters said as they were walking out to the middle, and they saw Marchant pawing the ground at the start of his run-up. Williams bowled him. It's Will Williams again, as it has been so often over the last couple of games. And it just seems to be what he does. Top of off stump. And Dawkins has his defences breached at last. So 141 for 4. And again, I don't think there's not too much fault of Dawkins there. Yes, there is a gap between bat and pad for the ball to sneak through. However, it's beautifully targeted. Dawkins has been beaten on the outside edge quite a bit, so he must have been in that mode of Taylor having done that to him. And again, how often does that happen? All that hard work done by Taylor. It was the same thing with Dudgeon yesterday. Dudgeon was building the pressure, and then it was James Taylor who was taking the wickets. Today it's Taylor who's built all that pressure, and then Williams just comes on with his third ball and gets through. But it's cracking bowling from Williams. He's got 3 for 18 halfway through his 12th over. And Gloucestershire, well, they will feel they needed that. And from a Kent point of view, though, that was a really battling knock from Dawkins in a similar fashion to what Gloucestershire had to do yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Just dug in, didn't lose his head. And now it's Daniel Bell-Drummond to join Tawanda Muya. Just looking across the captain's knocks so far, a century against Derbyshire. Last week, his best of the summer so far. No other 50s or tons for him, but much needed runs, it felt right, for Daniel Bell-Drummond as well. Just looks a little bit scratchy at the start of the season, but he's certainly not alone in that, in batters coming into a new season in April, are they? But yeah, they need something from him here. But Gloucestershire, they will be delighted. Will Williams striking third ball this new spell. Keeper still up to the stumps, and Bell-Drummond away straight away, confidently flicking through mid-wickets. A long chase for Bell round from the fine leg boundary. Well, they take 2. I still think if I mean, I know how fast between the sticks these two both are. On that fumble, if they'd been running the second briskly, I think they might have got back for a third. And we saw how crucial that was earlier on with the dismissal of Sam Northeast. The piece of fielding by Van Buren to keep Northeast on strike, leading to the wicket of Northeast next ball. Anyway, it was 2. Drummond's underway. 143 for 4. Williams bowls very wide and smartly taken by James Bracey to his right up to the stumps.
That was almost like a baseball catcher. Taking the ball there.
He didn't frame it very well, though. It's all about pitch framing
point.
now, isn't it? Anyway, speaking of battling, I was going to go a little bit deeper into this.
Yeah.
Well, back at a different cricket match.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Right. Yes. Yes.
Back
Martin
at Golden
DeLange.
Hill, just over the road at Golden Hill. Against
staring down the barrel.
Old Bristolians, Westbury, yes. Williams in and bowls. Drummond leaning forward cautiously and blocks it out. End of the over, 143 for 4. Old Bristolians, Westbury have been bowled at for 87 in 39.4 overs.
How many of those did Martin DeLange bowl? Is this where you're leading? Sorry. Oh, no,
well,
no, it's not. No, sorry. You tell the story.
No, that's all right.
I'll keep quiet.
He bowled
I'll nod and smile.
10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 17. He got the top 3 out. So somebody called VG.
VG?
Yeah. That's it. That's the whole thing. Just
I see.
VG.
Right.
It's not VG somebody. It's just VG. He
very,
made 5
very
off 37.
Right, not very good.
How many would you score off Martin DeLange?
Quite.
10 off 41 for his opening partner, and the number 3, 4 from 24.
You see, it's that sort of thing in club cricket where we talked about Darren Stevens retiring, and still very handy cricketer to play in the Kent League. And you know, although he's a fantastic bowler, you wouldn't be terrified of Darren Stevens. I think it's fair to say, even he might agree with that. You know where I'm going with that. It's batted back at Van Buren. Sorry, his first couple of balls, first 3 balls. Whereas Martin DeLange comes pounding in.
Yeah,
absolutely pounding in. The ground's shaking. Your knees are shaking. That's into the ground by Muya, and Price loses his sunglasses. The blue glass in them. It's not glass, it's plastic, I suppose. Just nudged into the onside by Muya. Down on one knee goes Graham Van Buren in exasperation that he's not done what he wanted with it. It was a single anyway. 43 4. Yeah, I wouldn't like it. Although I suppose bowling to Darren Stevens might have been the same thing as
yeah, you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
Really want to get smashed just everywhere. But yeah, crikey. What was that opening? What did VG do?
He was 5 off 37 balls.
Yeah, I'm reassessing my thoughts on that. That is pretty. That is VG. 5 off 34 or whatever, 37. I'd be happy with none off that many, to be honest. There we go. Single taken off this next delivery. End of the over. 145 for 4. Drummond has 3. Muya has 54. You're on BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Kent, and with the pictures via Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. You can get a commentary always online, every ball of every county championship match across the country via the BBC Sport website and specifically the BBC Cricket page.
I've actually just noticed also that he didn't take a wicket, but Marchant DeLange's opening bowling partner, I assume, is Golden Hills overseas, a chap called Cohen Mungrue.
Ah, Cohen Mungrue.
No, so he's played in the SA20 at least.
Oh, fair enough.
So it's not as if he's a slouch either. Williams bowls to Drummond. That's played firmly into the ground, back to the bowler, and there's no run. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 7, and then on came the rest to do the rest of the damage. But you've got DeLange and Mungrue. I mean, he's quite a tall, you know, not express pace, but he'd be pretty imposing running at you anyway. He's got quite a sort of low arm action as well. You're dealing with Marchant DeLange slinging it down from his height, and he got that as well. Goodness me.
Unnecessary.
Williams bowls, Drummond leaves alone. Again, I suspect probably paraphrasing what old Bristolians Westbury Cricket Club thought when they turned up and saw that that was the opening pair they had to try and see off.
Euphemistically unnecessary, absolutely.
Anyway, I'm sure there's probably some more Gloucestershire players in action around the West of England Premier League today, but thank you to Mr. Healy for digging that scorecard out. I nearly had a look around myself, but it's hard to do that when you're on commentary. Dabbed down into the ground by Bell Drummond, there's no run.
I think I'd be going for a broad Aussie, at the sight of those two. At least Marshall DeLonghi, just, yeah.
Nah.
I'd had the kit back in the car before you could say cowardice.
Just did me hamstring.
Ooh, yeah.
Walking out of the car. Oh, yeah.
And I'm gutted because I would love to have faced him. Love to have faced him. What a great story that would have been. I could have told from my hospital bed.
Williams in, bowls beats Bell Drummond. Bracey whips the bails off for good measure. Not that Bell Drummond had moved anywhere, but it's another fine piece of bowling from Williams. I'm not exactly sure why Miles Hammond has decided to lie prone on the floor for a bit, but I suppose he hasn't had to dive for a good 3 or 4 overs, so he was feeling gravity's pull. 145 for 4, Williams. No runs yet off this over. Bowls to Bell Drummond around that front pad, turning it leg side. Fielded by Borman at mid-wicket. There's no run. Just, you know that Williams is mostly going to be bowling it at the stumps as well. And you know, seen what's happened with Dawkins and with North East, a couple of deliveries have snuck through, and maybe that's when you just start to feel for a ball a bit further wide of the off stump and bring those 2 slips in the gully or Bracey into play. Williams bowls down the leg side, an appeal for a caught behind here, but not convinced at all is the umpire immediately, and Williams has got a bit of a grin on his face, and once again umpire Widdop is not for raising the finger. It's another maiden from Williams. I say it's another maiden. He's only got 3 maidens in 13 overs. It's just because you look at the economy rate of 1.5 and you sort of think there must be loads of maidens, but it's just because he's going for only singles even when he does go for runs, and that's not very often. And actually, quietly, Van Buren, he had that one ball that shot along the floor, but Van Buren's doing a good job of tying the other end down as well.
Yeah, get through the overs quick as well. Was it just one off the previous one? 145 for 4 as he bowls to Muya. He drives that one, and that's going to be 4 runs through extra cover. Ollie Price won't stop that one to his left. It's hit with some force by Tawanda Muya. Moves on to 58. 149 for 4, as I said. So still 176 behind Kent here. Hoping, well, like Gloucestershire did, there were 2 century partnerships yesterday, weren't there? So they want their top 6 or 7 here, Kent, to produce a couple of tons, if they can. But Van Buren to Muya, that's a little bit outside edgy. I think he was trying to play the ball in much of a similar place, but ends up more of a cut. And they come back for a well-run 2. As you were pointing out, Ed. He can get across the ground pretty quick, and Daniel Bell Drummond is no slouch either.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly six runs in 2 balls from Graham Van Buren as well.
Yeah. Off the first couple. Long stride forward for the forward defensive. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Muya now facing, and again blocks that one out. That was his 100th delivery, I think they faced. Was indeed. So batting at 60 exactly. Graham Van Buren, rightful respect, comes in. Oh, goodness me!
Oh wow!
That's come out the back of the hand. It's gone flying past
Not going to give any LBWs now.
umpire Watts. Does it hit him? Oh, it's hit him on the shoulder.
Did it actually
Goodness
hit him?
me. Well, he just pointed to his shoulder. It's definitely a dead ball. Umpire Watts with a smile, I think it's fair to say. Oh no, it didn't hit him. It's a really good duck and sway by umpire Watts, who I don't think I will be contradicted here, was probably not expecting the ball to come in
bowled
that
it
direction.
backwards.
Yes, yeah.
He's so slow, he's bowling backwards now.
Got some good rotation, only wrong direction. Into the offside. End of the over, 151 for 4.
Might have to talk to Graham at the end of the day. Here's look at it
Yeah.
for those on the
Well-
stream.
Ooh. Yeah. So that's the flipper, only in the wrong direction. Is that right?
I think
It's gone straight on.
might be the flipper if you're the one standing behind him. Chris Watts might have been raising a different finger.
What I would say is he's onto something there. All you need to do is be bowling in the other direction or facing the other direction when he delivers that one. It's absolutely perfect. You have to walk backwards
that
as well.
would be a good party trick, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Run in, turn round, and then that would get you on social media, especially if it then rolled along the floor. You know,
Yeah.
it's like That's So Village or something. It'd be all over that. Oh dear. Williams continues. Wide delivery, cut at, missed by Beryl Drummond. Bracey juggles it. I don't think there was anything on that, but Beryl Drummond loves that shot, as I'm sure Matt knows as well. I say he loves that shot. He doesn't love that particular shot. I don't think he loves the flat-footed waft that misses the ball by a couple of inches, but he does love a cut shot.
He likes it executed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't love that particular shot. Williams bounding approach in and bowls, and Beryl Drummond nudges it away into the covers, where Ben Charlesworth does the fielding. Just having a bit of a look down some of the other West of England Premier League scores. Dumbleton had both their openers out in the 90s, 98 and 91. Tommy Borman will be getting updates from there potentially. Dumbleton against Bristol CC.
Have a bit of Dumbleton on this stream, don't we?
Dumbleton 274 for 2 after
Is it Dumbleton or
44 overs.
Dumbledon?
Dumbleton.
Dumbleton, thank you.
Williams bowls edged and caught by Price at first slip. And that will feel good for him. And Williams has 4 for 20. And Beryl Drummond goes for 3. It's a double strike for Gloucestershire as Daniel Beryl Drummond departs. Is that just that little fading away swinger it was? He's just plucked that off the floor, actually, did Price. It was threatening to escape from his clutches, but he's stayed strong with the fingertips and held on to it. And that's, I mean, it's sort of what I was meaning, really, because you get so used to the fact that Williams is just angling it in, and just when he wants to, it's almost like the change-up delivery. It's just that little fading away swinger, and it just does enough. Beryl Drummond feels he has to play at it. Low catch taken by Price, and Kent 5 down. Beryl Drummond goes for 3.
Yeah. Oh, Williams the Kiwi then with 4 for 20 off 13 and a half overs. It's given away just about nothing in terms of runs. And he's not even chipping in. He's dominating the bowling in terms of wickets taken, isn't he? He is cleaning up around the other bowlers who might have beaten the edge a few times, and Matt Taylor particularly doing that, but he is capitalising.
Coming batter, Chris Benjamin.
Chris Benjamin comes in, who's in great nick at the moment, the Kent wicket-keeper. Preferred at the start of the season to Harry Finch, call from Adam Hollyoake, the head coach. But yeah, last 3 innings, 77 in the second innings against Worcestershire, 56 in the first against Derbyshire, and 123 in the second. But that is history, as they say. This is a bit of a different situation with Williams bowling brilliantly and asking question after question of the Kent batting. 151 for 5.
Whilst Kent have now lost half their side,
Yeah.
there is still just that little caveat of the fact that one of those wickets is Cohen up the order. So you've still got Joey Everson and Akansh Singh to come. But, you know, there was one point where he said it yesterday with 2 wickets onto the score. I think it was after that Price-Charlesworth century partnership, wasn't it? And Kent have had a similar thing happen here. Williams goes in now. He bowls to Benjamin. And he bowled him almost like a real tempter there, did Williams. And Benjamin just turns it straight back to the bowler. Talking about, sorry, go on.
I know. I was just going to say you could see it happening yesterday, and you could foresee it happening easy enough.
There was, especially with when Taylor was bowling, it felt a bit like yesterday when there were these long periods where it was play and miss after play and miss, and you just thought, well, if that keeps happening, surely at some point there's going to be a run where edges are found. Williams bowls. This is played very competently by Benjamin, angling it to backward point, but he's not yet off the mark. But no, you're speaking of ancient history, and can't help but see Chris Benjamin, and I'm afraid I'll probably always think of him as this, thinking back to that quarter-final between Gloucestershire and the Bears at Edgbaston in 2024, where Chris Benjamin was basically the wicket where you knew that Gloucestershire were definitely going to win that quarter-final. Williams bowls. Benjamin Ford wants a single. Muya doesn't want the single. The ball isn't fielded cleanly anyway by Craig Miles. And to be honest, I'm not sure that he'd have been able to run out anybody even if he had fielded it cleanly. I'm not quite sure why Muya didn't fancy the run.
He's apologised, hasn't he?
A wicket maiden from Williams. Anyway, 4 for 20 from 14 overs and 4 maidens. But yeah, there was definitely a single there.
He was held the hand up and apologised to Chris Benjamin for not moving a muscle. And punch of gloves between the two of them. I'm sure Chris Benjamin has said, don't worry. Well, so I'm not sure. Could have said anything at all, but it's probably said.
Keep running into the pavilion.
Yeah.
Not that one.
It's all right, old chum. But yeah, that would have been a haphazard way to lose your next wicket, wouldn't it? This one's driven by Muya into the offside. Again, Price fields off Van Buren, who has... I mean, he's only going at, where are we, 3.2 and over? Number 28 coming into this one, off 8. Opens the face, does Muya down to backward point, Miles fields. And there is no run. Single slip in. Cameron Bancroft still waiting for an edge. Little nudge into the onside and a run taken by Muya. Van Buren liked it. Is that again because he's playing around his front pad? They got excited there.
I think I've seen a couple of his deliveries just watching the monitor while he's been commentating. He is getting a little bit of that drift that he can get in. So I think he must feel as if he's getting enough drift. If he can get it right, it might cause problems. I didn't look at that one, I must say, to see whether that one drifted or not. But then he also knows that there's that. If one delivery has shot along the floor, then in theory he must be able to hit something and do it again.
True. A lot of right-handers in this team, as you were saying before. If there's rough there with Benjamin, a push into the onside. Again, there is excitement. Not exactly consternation, but excitement from the Gloucestershire fielders, but they take a single. Move on to 153 for 5.
I suppose that'll be the other thing in terms of as this match goes along. And we're only on the second afternoon here, but the pitch has already noticeably changed colour. So will there be any tweak as it goes on?
Buren to Muya, cuts that away. It's stopped by Price, and he's... Sorry, it's not Price, it's Miles again. So he puts it to Price.
I mean, normally at Bristol you'd say, well, no. But the pitches aren't the same as what they were a couple of years ago.
What's the better for it seems as well. A bit of drift, that one, but that was hit more or less on the full by Muya. It's been punished, and that's 4 runs through extra cover. Ends the over. Muya moves on to 65, and Kent 157 for 5.
Yeah, he's been punished any time he's just got a bit greedy in terms of floating it up there and a bit fuller, but yeah, it's the the line that you walk, similar to being a seamer, I suppose, in that you're thinking about either getting one to go through the gate or getting an outside edge, which might be snaffled at slip, that sort of thing. But yeah, know that Muya is going to put you away with that careering drive through the covers if he just pitches it up that little bit too full, and we've seen it twice in the last couple of overs. But still, it's, you know, there's a couple of very short boundaries. I think if you're going at about 3.5 as a spinner in this situation in the first innings, you're doing a pretty good job still. Williams bowls to Benjamin, who fiddles that away into the offside, and it's fielded by Charlesworth at cover. So Kent not far off halfway to the Gloucestershire first innings score now. 5 wickets down. It continues to be an enthralling game of cricket around about halfway through the second day. Williams into Benjamin. Steady forward defence there out to cover. Derbyshire are still batting,
Crikey.
by the way, at Derby. Centuries for Anderson and Guest. Anderson just dismissed for 106, but Brooke Guest has 139.
How many do they have now?
597 for 6.
As we know, both teams know one of them.
Oh, sorry, they've just brought up their 600.
Oh, there we are. I was going to say, as both Gloucestershire and Kent know, one of the best sides in the county championship, Derbyshire, only beaten by really great teams.
And Lancashire. Down the leg side from Williams. Bracey does enough to knock it down and prevent any runs at all. Speaking of Lancashire, it's still raining there. Oh dear.
Yeah, really?
116 for 5 Middlesex, Lancashire 201 all out. Durham 22 for 1. They've lost McKinney early for 14 after Worcestershire were dismissed for 308, but a great effort. Jack Holmes 63 not out from number 10. He's a man more known for his wicket-taking celebrations than his batting potentially. So it's pushed uppishly by Benjamin back towards Williams, who dived after it, but the ball was short and wide of him. But understandable cries of catch rather than the usual catch it as it gets smashed along the floor through the covers for 4. There was no run there. Yes, Jack Cohen with he's had all sorts with his wicket celebrations. He's got his sort of bow and arrow out, that sort of thing. It's great to watch. The kids love it.
Box office.
Williams in.
Ooh.
Benjamin tries to nudge that one down through backward point, I think, and somehow ends up hitting it back to the bowler. He didn't quite know where that had gone off his bat, and for a moment I don't think anybody did. Ben Rain 5 for 63 from 30.4 overs and 12 maidens.
Crikey.
Oh, that's filthy. I mean, come on, you got to give people something.
That's soul-sapping stuff, that, isn't it?
Williams is in and beats Benjamin. Another sharp take from Bracey, but no outside edge. And it's another maiden from Williams, who, well, I mean, forget it, Ben Rain, with your economy rate of 1.6. Williams has got an economy rate of 1.3 in 15 overs. It's
all relative.
Just keep that up for another 15 overs and see where you go. No.
Let's just dial it in. That's absolutely right.
157
if he can do it for 15,
5.
he can do it for 30. That's what you should say as the head coach.
Wickets have pretty much stopped falling at Edgbaston. I say that because Warwickshire were without loss when I first looked at the scores, but they are now 1 down in their second innings, 95 for 1. That's a lead of 90, so it's probably getting towards, after 147 and 152 all out, it's probably already getting towards match-winning stage. They should probably get to about 120 and declare, I reckon.
Just get on with it and spare themselves a day or two. Absolutely.
Nottinghamshire versus Surrey, it's a top-of-the-table clash, so naturally it doesn't look very interesting. Nottinghamshire are 415 all out and Surrey 71 for 1. Great.
It's, simmering at Trent Bridge. Round the wicket once again comes Van Buren to Muya. I wonder with the pressure at the other end from Will Williams as well, whether Muya and Benjamin will be forced into being a bit more extravagant against Van Buren to their detriment, but Van Buren to Muya pushes well forward, back up to the bowler, and there's no run. 157 for 5. The score for Kent. Said, nearly halfway there. They've lost half the wickets. Van Buren once again to Muya. It's on a good length again, and Muya just wants to stifle that and has done. Into the offside. Price fields again. Got a few out on the balconies today on the actually down road end flats. Well, you might on a lovely sunny day.
Oh, yeah, it'd be boiling in there. Would be. I mean, it gets really hot in those
sun traps.
Those flats on a sunny day.
Do you have one as well? One of the penthouse ones, perhaps is Van Buren, and it's cut away pleasantly by me. He's got a block. So there we go.
Yeah, there's the Hammond apartments, there's the Graveney apartments, there's the Grace apartments, and the Ed Seaborn apartments.
The Seaborn apartments. Yes, Kent fans who listen to this know I've got aspirations of having one of the flats in Freeman House.
Yes, you've got I
mean, I've got aspirations for a lot of things, but some will call them pipe dreams. It's defended back at the bowler, and there's no run. 158 for 5, but as I often wax lyrical about as well. Sorry, boring everybody, but I'm going to start anyway. I really love a cricket ground when there's not cricket on it as well. There's just something about them. I don't know. They're evocative places.
I don't like
Do you not?
it. No,
right.
I'm the opposite. To me, there's something incredibly sad about a cricket ground where there's nothing happening.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like, so my parents were both teachers.
Right.
And there's something really strange about going to school.
Ooh,
as obviously I had to do quite a lot, going to school and there just being almost nobody there at all. And you're sitting there in this classroom having to kill a day during teacher training or something.
Yeah.
And you just, there's just should be, your mates should be there. Not that I had anything. No. Your mates should be there. There should be noise, there should be excitement and nothing at all. It's quite eerie. I find cricket grounds the same. I don't really like coming here in the winter. Here's Williams bowling, and that's worked away into the onside by Muya. Having said that, I did very much enjoy, he says, covering his tracks, very much enjoy with Melissa Story actually talking to the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society in the winter. Came in and did that in January.
There's always something happening. If it's not raining, the ground staff are out there and they're, I was going to say pottering around, but that really is a patronising thing to say. You know what I mean, though? There's maintenance going on. I don't know. Yeah. I find it a contemplative place. You sit on one of the empty seats and. Not for you, Ed. Fair enough.
Williams in, and a flick of the wrists from Muya to send it to Borman at mid-wicket, right into his hands, and there's no run.
To you, it's the equivalent of an animal versus a stuffed animal. This is what you're saying, isn't it?
Well, I
has
don't
all
like
the life
stuffed
taken out of it.
It's a very, very good collection in the Bristol Museum. Yeah, you can go and see the stuffed okapi. And the stuffed Alfred.
The stuffed Alfred?
Alfred the gorilla, yeah.
All right, there we go.
Williams into Muya. That's to the gentlest of deflections, down to fine leg for 4 runs. Ooh, and an ah, but, well, from Muya's point of view, that was surgical precision in terms of the amount of bat he needed just to nibble it down to fine leg, and 4 runs, 162 for 5.
So congratulations to those of you who had stuffed okapi on your commentator's bingo card today. There he has. You can cross that one off.
No, it's great actually. I mean, if there were rain forecast, I would have recommended that you go to the City Museum. It's great fun.
Is that down by the marina? Is that
no, it's
there?
up Park Street from there. That's left by Muya, wide of the off stump. There's the big tower that you see from there. It's the Wills Memorial Building.
Okay.
Which also holds haunting memories for me because it's where I sat some of my exams.
Right.
And then.
But to be fair, you probably passed some of yours.
No, this was at university.
Oh, no, I didn't
pass some of them. No. Ashton Gates the same. Williams bowls and maybe curtain rails the bat across that one. He kicks out his right hand, holding his back to his left-hand side. And perhaps he was beaten there, judging by his body language. But anyway, it's another fine piece of bowling from Williams.
Ashton Gate, your career at Bristol City wasn't a happy one then?
I didn't pass the exam.
Oh, the exam, sorry. Gotcha.
Yeah. No, yeah, genuinely, there's a hall there at Ashton
I
Gate
see.
Stadium.
Sorry, right.
so genuinely, you turn up for your university exam
Right.
at Ashton Gate Stadium. Williams bowls and turned away to mid-wicket. There's no run. Williams has gone for runs in that over, and his economy rate has jumped to an eye-watering 1.5 and over, 162 for 5.
Now, I thought you were going to say, light under a bushel time. We were talking about footballers earlier in the day. You hadn't sprung on us that you were at Bristol City as an academy product.
Oh, gosh, can you imagine?
I don't know, Ed.
No.
I don't know what.
Goalie was about the only thing I could manage because I useless with your feet, but at least there you can use your hands to do something. So, yeah, football was not for me.
Fair enough. I was only half appalling at football, so that's my top sport. This one keeps low to Benjamin, but it's not going that quickly from Van Buren, so pushing to the onside.
No.
Had a very glittering Sunday League career in my early 20s. 162 for 5. I really am exaggerating even that. Into the onside. And they'll take a single, tucked away by Chris Benjamin. He's on to 2 now. Muya has 2070. Kent's 163 for 5. But it's been hard going after lunch, this second session. 2 wickets taken for Gloucestershire, but it feels like they bowled a lot better than that. On the back foot, Muya gets a single into the offside. So exams at Ashton Gate. There we go. Yeah, 64 for 5.
It was a herring gull chasing a lesser black-backed gull. Great excitement in front of us.
A bit of birding in the afternoon as well. It's a foolish delivery from Van Buren. Benjamin's got forward, but it's that low on the bat, hasn't really timed it, and Price fields. And therein lies a danger for Kent if they go too aggressively. Oh, there.
That's the lesser black-backed gull.
Yeah. Defended by Benjamin back at the bowler. But therein lies the danger, doesn't it? If they go too hard at Van Buren, don't time the ball.
I think they've just got to continue to try and sit in and work the singles pretty much, and that's, they're just going to have to stay patient.
Yeah, 2 off this over. He's 11th. Cut away along the ground. Won't beat the fielder though. End of the over. 164 for 5. Greater black-back gull, of course, they're a heck of a size, aren't they? Bigger than a herring gull. And yeah.
Yes, you see those more off towards the estuary.
More coastally,
Down the estuary, yeah. I don't think you tend to see them too often. That's quite as often in the city as those other 2, but anyway.
Sure. But anyway, going back to the Bristol City Museum is a.
Oh right. No, yeah. So it's not. I mean, they've got the collection of stuffed animals, but there's lots of history. There's some art in there. There's some Egyptian artifacts. What else is there? All sorts of other things. I suppose a collection of minerals, that sort of thing. Which, if you like to go and see some, if you want to go and see some cleavage, then that's your place. 164 for 5.
Gabe Bell is going to start bowling from the Ashton down road end. There we go.
13 overs, 1 for 39.
Don't get that clipped up.
It's Williams and Bell doing the damage once again, but it's mostly Williams. 4 out of the 5 wickets. Bell has 1 though, and looking for a second. Well, yeah, strikes it off the back foot calmly to Charlesworth at cover, and there's no run. Just a couple of other Division 1 scores I didn't read out. Leicestershire were bowled out yesterday for 328. I was reading that Sussex dropped 6 catches, though. But now Sussex are 232 for 4, so in a pretty good position. A century for Daniel Hughes. Bell bowls, and Muya somehow hasn't nicked that one through to the keeper.
There's no let up for these Kent batters, is there? Williams has been replaced by Bell, and he's come out bowling brilliantly.
I mean, now that Van Buren is holding up one end. This is where it was a bit for Derbyshire in that. And Van Buren took 3 wickets in the first inning, so it wasn't as though he was just tying Derbyshire down. But then you pretty much always feel as if you've got one of Williams or Bell bowling at the other end. Bell is in, that's turned away into the leg side. Good single taken. Middleton and Taylor, the sun-hatted duo on that leg side, both moved towards the ball, but neither could prevent the single.
This ball is 57 overs old as well.
Yeah, well, it's the same as yesterday, isn't
it? It's still doing
yeah.
something off the pitch, which, is keeping it very exciting here.
Yeah, and
take your eyes off it.
You know, there's still value for your shots because the outfield's very quick, as was mentioned earlier, and you've got some short boundaries. If the ball is not in the right place, it's still going to go for 4. Well, I say it's still going to go for 4 if you can reach it. It's way down the leg side from Bell. And Bracey, I don't think is he conceded a bye yet in this? No, he hasn't. No buys at all. In fact, that's one big difference between the sides at the moment.
Oh, crikey, 2.
Yeah, Bell bowled a wide, and there was 1 leg by. Kent conceded 31 extras, although I think even that was tempered a little bit towards the back end. I feel like it was in the like 26 after 40 overs or something. That's been belted away for 4 by Benjamin through the covers. Everything was working well there in terms of the timing, weight transfer, all that sort of thing. Goodness me, he hit that hard. 169 for 5.
That, as they say, has stayed hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oof, crikey, at bat speed, as you say, through that.
Oh yeah.
Goodness me.
There we go. Bat speed.
Yeah.
That's the baseball coming in again. Oh, it is because but genuinely it is though because they were that is the baseball hitting sort of transfer into cricket, that sort of terminology. Bell bowls and comes back by beating Benjamin through behind the stumps. Everything's crackling away. Anyway,
so that's me crackling, I think.
Let's have a look at that. That's I'm afraid he, despite his best efforts to make it seem as if he'd played inside it, I don't think he did. 169 for 5 at the end of another exciting over. We saw a flourishing boundary, and we saw some more plays and misses. The excitement continues. 169 for 5.
I've seen a few of those videos of cricketers. So Harry Brook's been out a couple of times in the year and been in the batting cages and taking coaching from them, which I think is fascinating. The way they talk about the weight transfer as you're hitting the ball, the different techniques, but also the way to play baseball against playing cricket.
Yeah, Josh Butler's done some. I think there was some sort of promotional event when Major League Baseball had some of those games at the Olympic Stadium.
That makes sense.
And I think Harry Brook and Josh Butler did a sort of home run hitting contest in Hyde Park or something like that.
I've seen one more recently with Harry Brook in the States, I think.
Yes, there's that as well, because he's sort of tied together with it. Is it the Cardinals?
Ah, gotcha. This one's, I should say, Ed Middleton taking over from Graham Van Buren. It's pushed into the onside, and by Muya takes a single. But yeah, just fascinating, the talking about the techniques between the two sports. So obviously quite often the thought is, or I've heard, posited, oh well, it's just a full toss, isn't it? So should be easy for a cricketer to smash home run after home run. It's not quite that simple. So Middleton bowls to Benjamin, pushes back at the bowler. A little bit of a stare from Middleton. Perhaps a hint of uppishness about the push with hard hands from Chris Benjamin. 170 for 5. He's on 6. Tawanda Muya has 73. Over the wicket comes Middleton now. And Benjamin again is looking to flay that through the offside, but not on the ground. Doesn't quite time this one. It's fielded by Matt Taylor, boundary rider on the offside. Is it slightly clouding over? It's hazy, I would say. Rather than...
it's gone from hazy sunshine to, I think, being more just haze.
Yeah. Tea available about 8 overs, 7.5 at this point. Tea available, tea due, I should say. Into the offside from Muya.
Well, apparently tea's available at all times. Scott Reed was telling me that Mohammed Abbas had it's Dave Fletcher,
Yeah.
actually, wasn't it? Dave Fletcher was telling me that Mohammed Abbas had a cup of tea brought out to him on the
he
on the
really?
field at fine. Like, yeah, he made like a sort of cup and saucer signal to the dressing room,
lovely.
and a cup of tea
Oh, I like that.
materialised.
Classy from Abbas, that. Driven by Muya. Again, doesn't really get all of it, but it's going to be a single out to Matt Taylor. So 3 singles so far off the over from Edmund Middleton, the leg spin bowler.
There's only been no expense spared in terms of bringing him to Derbyshire, and then he leaves and takes a 5-wicket haul for Pakistan.
I'm going to say takes his tea with him. It's a looping delivery from Middleton, giving it a bit of air. They'll take a single, they come back for 2. No, there is not 2 in it to the arm of Taylor. As they take 4 off the over, 173 for 5. Kent still trailing by 152. Gloucestershire, I mean, it's hard to know whose session this is. They've taken 2 wickets and they look like they've got more than a modicum of control here. They feel like they've got control, Gloucestershire, but then Dawkins and Maa also piled up that century stand, didn't they?
Yeah,
So,
well, 7 overs, if Gloucestershire bowl a few loose deliveries and give away 30-odd runs,
Yeah.
Kent suddenly 120 behind, 5 down. I think you'd probably say Kent's session, but another wicket, and it's definitely Gloucestershire's.
yeah.
Bell continues in a rising delivery, which Benjamin probes at, and, well,
That's a bit of
there's
fun.
still some life in this surface. That was a real snorter. I mean, it literally a snorter, because it's almost whistled past his nose. It's whistled past his shoulders, and Bell is a strong bowler. He's got a strong action, but it's clearly quite repeatable. He's a real workhorse for Tasmania in the Shield, and he's proving it for Gloucestershire as well. In now to Benjamin, inside edge it'll go, I think, for 4. Yes, it will. Borman won't get there. And again, I suppose fair's fair. Gloucestershire had a few of those as well.
I was going to say, it's been comparatively few. There's one, in fact, of course, from Crawley, which he got out too early on, and that one from Benjamin, but not been many.
Yeah, that was almost a carbon copy of the Crawley dismissal, actually.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same shot, just happened to get a thicker
Just got
edge.
his little movement of the feet across the stumps to try and get himself in line with that one. Maybe he didn't, but he tried to. Certainly, it's just a good ball from Bell as well. 4 runs though, 177 for 5.
Bell in on drive by Benjamin. Doesn't get past Matt Taylor, sliding across from mid-on. He's relatively deep there, but already got through a decent amount of work himself today, but saves what would have been consecutive 4s. 177 for 5, deficit just below 150 with that Harrow drive from Chris Benjamin. 2 slips and probably a 4th slip as Bell is in, and Benjamin forward, but coming down on it with a slightly angled bat, hence the cries from behind the stumps, but able to push it away to Charlesworth in the covers. I had in my mind, actually, because I was just doing a little bit more digging on that Harry Brook thing. I had both the Cardinals and the Phillies in my mind, and the reason is because he's gone out twice.
Oh, is it okay?
It was the Phillies in March, which
St.
caused
Louis
an awful lot of ire amongst, what's he doing? He should be preparing for the summer, that sort of thing. Bell bowls a skewed defence from Benjamin out to Miles at backward point along the ground, and there's no run.
Well, because cricketers should spend every minute of every day preparing for the next game.
He's played in the Ashes, he's played in the T20 World Cup, but what else should he be doing other than playing cricket in the 1 month that he's got in between?
Right.
No.
As we all do, we spend 7 days a week working and never do anything else.
Terrible. And look what happened. He only made 40. Slash and a miss from Benjamin to complete the over. That's a bit of a loose shot from Chris Benjamin, but he gets away with it. 177 for 5. Yeah, I mean, 40 in the context of an innings where both first innings scores around about 150. But do you imagine how many he could have scored if he'd not gone out to the United States?
Well, it's just irresponsible, is all I can say. we know that international cricketers are not allowed to have lives. I mean, they pretty much count themselves out of it, don't they, with playing all around the world. So 177 for 5. MA has 74. Windy out there right now as Middleton bowls. Is that wind on the Vex microphone?
Well, it sounds like it, but I can't see much. There's a little
Oh,
bit
actually,
of wind.
no. Look at the advertising hoardings now, blowing around a bit. Oh, crikey.
Yeah. It's that bag blowing down
Watch
full
out
of kit.
for your umbrellas, everybody. They got concrete on the bottom of that. But
Where's
yes,
that come from? It was dead calm this morning. In fact, it was dead calm at lunchtime.
I'm suddenly going to head to the weather app to see if anything's blowing in. But no, it's just... I mean, I think the next couple of days are going to be a bit brisker, aren't they, in terms of temperature? This is very much going to be the warmest one of the day. But yeah, what is blowing in? Find out next on BBC Cricket Commentary with Ed Seaborn and Matt Cole. Is Middleton, that doesn't look like the greatest delivery, and it has been treated by Tuan Muya as well. That was a bit of a drag, wasn't it, from Middleton? Again, and not exactly a half tracker, but Muya doesn't need any encouragement to thump that one away through mid-wicket. 78 he has.
I do feel a bit for Middleton because it's so often like this as a wrist spinner in English conditions. Van Buren's wheeled away and kept things tight, held up an end for 10 or 11 overs. Middleton had one over where he bowled 2 short balls and then he's out of the attack, and now he's come back in. It's like, I can't bowl a bad ball here.
Yeah, that's much better as Muya just pushes forward on that one. There's no run.
And I'm not criticising Bancroft either. I'm just saying that's so often the way in English conditions that your spinner provides the control, especially in the first innings, and then you feel that pressure as the wrist spinner.
Comes in again to Muya, straight back at the bowler, no run. I take your point. You understand why the captains are doing it, is what you're saying, but it's very difficult to get any kind of rhythm as a bowler.
And also, when leg spin so much like that, you really need to feel that confidence, the way that the ball comes out.
Middleton over the wicket to Muya, goes for this when it's up in the air, safe, and 4. I thought for a moment I'd lost the track of it. That looking at Muya's eye line, it might have got a little bit higher and further than that one, but it's 4 nonetheless. He's in the end sort of muscled that way, hasn't he?
Yeah. Again,
almost flat batted.
Been able to pick his spot. I didn't think this one was as short as some of them, but it's just short enough.
He has lifted it over the infield. Can I see infield? I have. It's 4 runs. Yeah, no, he was in control of the shot, wasn't it?
Centre field.
That's
CENTER.
Quite. Ooh, I feel the shudders going across everybody in the grand old country of England right now. So yeah, 4 to finish that over from Middleton, and taking the runs where they can get it. You can understand from a Kent point of view as well. They are punishing Middleton.
Bell to continue. Bowls a short ball. Benjamin has very little to do with that one. Derbyshire finally have had enough, by the way, on 604 for 7. They decided 600 is enough. Ooh. And Ricardo Vasconcelos is out for a 10-ball duck to Ben Aitchison. So Northamptonshire 12 for 1.
I thought you were about to say Vasconcelos already has a half century.
You wouldn't put it past him.
You really wouldn't.
Have a half century in 3 overs. I think you could do it. Bell is in. Benjamin caught on the pad, but there was bounce again there from Bell. I say scored on the pad. I'm not sure he was caught on the pad, judging by where he's rubbing. He's rubbing his stomach again, but he was in quite a crouched position. But
that one's going to hurt.
Was that a direct hit there? Oh yes, in fact, might have been a little bit lower than the stomach.
And it's getting up. Basically, again, these deliveries are getting up from a good length, aren't they? And causing issues. Really hard to play.
He's extracting some bounce here. That's left alone by Benjamin wide of the off stump. Yeah. No, he's bowled very well. 1 for 48. Because it's not just as easy. And I'm sure any bowler who's bowled on this pitch would say it's not just as easy as running in and putting it on the spot and expecting that it's going to do things for you. I still get the feeling that it's one of those surfaces where you put more into it, as it were, and you get more out of it. So it still takes effort. Bell is in, turned leg side by Benjamin, and he will pick up a single to the right of Middleton. So he is on to 13, 186 for 5. Doesn't really mean anything, but when Kent get over 200 as well, as just, then you're not far off being under 100 behind.
Yeah.
It starts just to run a little bit, and this partnership is not a massive one, but starting to take on as Bell is bowling. Muya drives, that'll be 4 runs. It beats the dive of Charlesworth at cover and goes out to the boundary, and Muya has moved up to 86, which I think makes that the highest score of the match. Beats Ben Charlesworth's 85 from the first innings. And, as much as talking about potential differences between the two sides, looking at the extras column as one, if Muya can keep going and turn his excellent contribution into 100 and even a big one, then that could yet prove to be the difference. Bell to him, and he nearly gave it away.
That's the
that was the other side of the argument.
I was going to say that sentence pretty much sums up this match.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, as
you're not in for long on this, are you?
I mean, as
You feel
committed
like you
and
are.
as good a shot as the previous one was. I mean, that I'm afraid would have been batter error very much if he'd nicked that one, because he went fishing for it and didn't make any contact. So 190 for 5. Middleton will have at least one more over. What have we got? 4 overs left until tea.
Yeah, just about on schedule, aren't they? Not far off it.
It might even be in the pluses in the over, because we did have that ball change. And
Steady now.
yeah. Well, yes, I know. After the -2 in the first game,
I'm worried about
I
the G-forces, frankly.
Scared to predict too much.
It's Middleton to Benjamin. Thumps it into the ground, into the covers, and it's fielded by Price, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm worried what might happen. Does the air get thin if they start rolling extra overs? Middleton then to Benjamin, goes for a sweep, and that'll be 4 runs. And just erring down the leg side. He's quickly on it. Almost a hockey shot, that one, isn't it? It's coming down on that from a height. Chris Benjamin, and that goes for 4. 194 for 5.
Yeah, I think even if he hadn't hit that brace, he would have had some difficulty in stopping it. It was that far down.
Benjamin has moved to 17 from 34. This partnership with Muya came together at 151 for 5. Goes for this one as well, drives it to the offside. Won't be beat the fielder though. Matt Taylor is prowling, taking care of the whole of the boundary fielding on the offside right now. Single taken then. Muya back on strike. 5 off the over from Middleton, who's, as you were saying, it was feel for him really. It's finding it hard to exercise any control himself, and it may well be that this will be the last of his overs, and I say run him until tea. What can he do here though? Muya, it's a full toss to Muya. Doesn't quite punish it actually. It's driven into extra cover again. It's Matt Taylor that fields. And I come through for another one. 196 for 5. And what's happening now?
I have no idea.
Middleton says he doesn't like the ball.
I think there's something wrong with it. I mean, he tossed it to the captain, who then gave it to Van Buren, who's clearly the ball expert. I mean, he is the chief shiner, so perhaps he is the one that likes to have a bit of a look at it. And he was actually the one that led the call to get the previous ball changed, but now eventually they have decided that they want to ask the umpires to have a look at it. I mean, it's in its 63rd over anyway. It gets to a point where you start to think,
is this one it'd be its 40th something?
Well, yes, but I mean, as in,
it
should be in its
theoretical life.
over,
yes. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
But you get to this point, and to be honest, I get the impression that sometimes the players just think, well, whatever we'll be getting as a replacement probably won't be that great anyway. And you can see that teams sometimes just completely lose faith with what they're bowling with. They just know that they've got to get through to the stage where they get the new one. Whatever was bothering Middleton about the ball, the umpires have said just play with this one.
Yeah, they're getting on with it. Tuanamia's asked some gloves meanwhile, but as there's no real stoppage, you might have to wait for those until the end of the over. Here's Middleton then to bowl to Benji. Rocks to the back foot, cuts it, tries to get it past Van Buren at backward point, but it reaches him, the fielder, so it doesn't pierce the field. Ball to come of this over with Kent 196 for 5. Benjamin has 18 so far. Over the wicket he comes. And just nudges the onside. It's push and run, and they'll get there. In the end, the shy towards the stumps. I won't say at the stumps because it didn't get anywhere near them from Charlesworth. He released the ball quickly, but no accuracy. So they hustled through for that run. And Tuanamiea indeed will get a towel and some new gloves. Chris Benjamin is just taking his off. He's just getting some air to the hands there, just drying the hands maybe. Yeah, oh, he wants a drink as well off Jazz Singh.
There's 3 overs to go until tea.
Yeah.
No, I mean, perhaps you never know.
He needs to take a drink now, though.
There might, yes, but genuinely though, there might be a reason. He might need to take something. For all I know, I didn't see what went out there, but it is always quite amusing with these delays in cricket, especially as the umpires just spent. Well, I mean, say the umpires, it wasn't them who spent too long looking at the ball. In general, there were about 3 minutes whilst the ball was being looked at when it might have made sense just to say, come on, if you want a drink, have it now.
Yeah. Knock-on effect, though, isn't it? It's like the proverbial butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon basin. What happens after that is Tuanamiea you want some gloves after the butterfly's flapped its wings. That happens a couple of balls later.
I think it's just
suddenly Chris Benjamin wants a drink. Who knows what happens after that? Seas divide, heavens open, I don't know. The apocalypse is upon us.
Change of bowling, it's Ben Charlesworth. He'll maybe just get a couple of overs before tea. Benjamin tries to force it away through the offside without timing. Price fields at extra cover.
Sorry, that went dark quickly. I do apologise, everybody. Let's look forward to tea.
Well, I think I was going to say it was just that general mid-warm afternoon, just, you know, slight, I don't know how to put it, but it's not really CBA, but it's just things just slow down a bit. Cut away by Benjamin. This might well go for 4 now. It does. Hammond tried to get there from cover, a desperate dive in vain, and once he couldn't reach it, there was no chance for deep backward point. So 4 more runs. That's the 50 partnership up, but it's also the 200. I say it's the 50 partnership. Yes, it is.
It's 151 they came together.
just starting to doubt myself for a moment, especially after what happened earlier. 50-run partnership in 71 balls. So
I said I was sorry.
It's come in pretty decent time, and it's been a really valuable one for Kent. 124 behind now. Charlesworth into Benjamin, who stretches forward into a defence. And whilst it hasn't been an absolute explosion from that point, whenever it was, about 4 or 5 overs ago, when you sort of felt that the session would possibly hinge on the last 25 minutes, half an hour of it, from that point, continues to go Kent's way. 2.5 overs to go until the tea break for that one more breakthrough from Gloucestershire. Charlesworth, I think, tries one of those Yorkers, but it ends up being a fairly high full toss, which is played away to wide mid-on for 1 more run.
Yeah, there are 103 for 2 in this session, if you put it that way.
Yeah, and you sort of felt the first session, 99 for 3, was quite even. So maybe you'd even, I don't know that you'd quite make the argument that the second session would be even if it's the same, just because it's some of the prime batters who would be out, but still. Charlesworth bowls to Muya, who seems to have plenty of time there just to get the bat down on it in defence.
And it doesn't feel like Kent are on top, if that makes any kind of sense at all.
No, I don't know quite how that would have happened.
202 for 5, no.
Two sessions where Kent have maybe just edged them, and yet it doesn't.
And yet they seem to be
yeah.
behind.
But
Yeah.
maybe we're just talking 55-45. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, what we can say is it even contest at the moment. This is a dab from Muya that will get him a couple of runs. He
That's a nice little
played
shot.
that one so carefully, yeah, just right underneath his eyes and deflected it away. And he knows that there's only one fielder in the slip cordon for Charlesworth. Bancroft is the only catcher there at a wide slip. And there's plenty of space there for backward of square on that offside. So 2 runs, he's on to 89. And Kent 204 for 5. So Middleton will have the last over before tea from the pavilion end, and then be quite a shock if Charlesworth didn't have the last one from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, Middleton then. He's got double 5s on his shirt, bowls to Benjamin. He goes for that one with quite some force, but a reach outside the offside. I'm not sure if Middleton saw him coming there, but it's a drive into the offside, and Taylor Fields on. It's about 20 yards in from the offside boundary. A single's taken. Muya. You said the over 8 looks absolutely fine, doesn't it? We're not far off where T is theoretically supposed to be. Middleton to Muya. Pushes forward, thinks about a single, but it's fielded by Van Buren at backward point. And there's no run. Just in case you were worried about, we had Spygate earlier, didn't we, talking about the Middlesbrough Southampton game. And all that spying got them a 0-0 draw, so they'll be very pleased with that. Another absolute thriller in the Championship playoffs. That's one. It might have been, who knows? Might be the thrilling 0-0. This one's run up to mid-on. Single taken by Muya.
I don't think he'd be too perturbed by going into tea on the 90s. He's probably pretty much resigned himself to that fact anyway. He'd have to go on the charge to not be in the 90s.
For him, it's been for all of them, it's been a real effort just to stay in, hasn't it? That was not a great delivery from Middleton. Ended up flat. Benjamin, you could almost see the excitement in his stance, trying to slam that through. I think pretty much straight, but straight back at the bowler. Hasn't really timed it. 206 for 5. The body tense as if to smash it back over his head. This one straight back at the bowler. Good late delivery, that one from Middleton. Better over generally, this one. Ball to come of the 65th.
And Benjamin certainly wouldn't have been the first to hit a short ball to a fielder on the leg side from a leg spinner. You've still got to be careful with them, especially because Middleton's quite tall and he can generate some bounce.
That's a good point. We'll take liberties here. It's a foolish delivery, right up to mid-on. And it was almost a yelp from Chris Benjamin. No, I don't think, and I looked at Muya, I don't think he was running, but Chris Benjamin wanted to make absolutely sure, I suppose.
I think he might have been saying no to himself. Really.
Oh, maybe.
Just stop moving.
Because he wandered slightly out of his crease, didn't he?
I think, you know, there had been singles up to mid-off and mid-on, but he just hit that too firmly. And again, you see the fielder and you see it's Hammond, maybe rather than one of the fast bowlers or something, and that's the difference.
Better to be sure, isn't it, that everyone knows they're on the same page. But yeah.
All right, so last over before the tea interval with Charlesworth bowling it. Tries a short one. Oh, wow, that's a loose little almost uppercut from Muya. He's tried that shot twice. He's looked like getting out both times he's played it. I'm not suggesting Charlesworth should bowl it short and fairly wide, but
Kent preparing not like this memes, not this Kent fans, not like this.
Oh dear, that's not a shot he's going to want to see again. 206 for 5. Charlesworth in, tries another one of those Yorkers, but Muya may have made it into a low full toss by using his feet at him and pushes it to mid-off. I was going to say, actually, against the spinners, Kent have have just stayed in their crease. I can't remember them really skipping down at all. They've not really felt they have to, I suppose, because there's not much turn, so you can just stay in a crease and play it off the pitch without too much concern of smothering the spin. Charlesworth bowls, edged, caught behind. On the stroke of tee, Muya goes for 90, and that does just make it Gloucestershire's session now. 206 for 6, a thick edge, a sharp grab from Bracey, and it ends a fine innings from Tawanda Muya, 90 from 141 balls. Benjamin will leave the field as well as Muya and the Gloucestershire players and the 2 umpires. Ben Charlesworth has struck. I'm sure that will be a bit of a relief to him. He had a terrific year last year with the ball, and he's got his first for 2026. Nice piece of bowling, and you have to say, in the end, it wasn't a loose shot from Muya that got him out. It was just finally one of those ones that was around about that off stump. He played down the line. He thought the ball was coming, and then the edge was found, and Bracey gobbles it up. So 206 for 6, 119 run deficit, but a top knock from Muya.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like one of these pitches that there is a ball with your name on it eventually, and that was the one from Charlesworth. Notwithstanding the Bell and Taylor and Williams have all bowled really well from that end. It's Charlesworth that takes the wicket. So Kent go into tee. I think you're right. I think that 3rd wicket just pushes it into Gloucestershire territory. They've probably had the best of that session, but Kent have scored more than 100 in it as well. I think what we can say, expect the unexpected maybe, but the final session will be every bit as enthralling as the first 5 of the game have been so far. A great contest.
And still every reason to think it could go any which way again. Kent have still got Joey Everson to come out next, Ekant Singh, Keith Dudgeon. There's plenty of batting to come. Equally, Gloucestershire have got 4 wickets to take to see if they can have a more than handy first innings lead. Join us in 20 minutes time for the final session of play here on day 2.
Here are some latest scores from around the country. Division 1 of the County Championship. In reply to Hampshire's 235, Essex are 245 for 9, lead of 10 runs. Tea at Birmingham, Warwickshire are 142 for 1 in their second innings and lead Yorkshire now by 137 1 runs. Trent Bridge, Surrey are 117 for 1 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 415. At Cardiff, Glamorgan are 189 for 8 against Somerset and trail Somerset's first innings by 165 runs. Tea at Hove, Sussex are 275 for 5 and trail Leicestershire by 53 runs. Dan Hughes scored 136 for Sussex there. Derby, Derbyshire 604, 7 declared in their first innings. Brooke Guest 141, Martin Anderson 106. Northants are currently 16 for 1. At Old Trafford, Middlesex 117 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 201. Middlesex trail by 84. And at Worcester, Durham 75 for 2 in replies to Worcestershire's 308 and Durham trail by 233 runs. Gloucestershire Cricket are delighted to welcome runners from the AJ Bell 10K and half marathon this weekend. Best of luck in your runs tomorrow. Also welcome to the junior runners who ran their race this morning. The Cotswold and North Wiltshire Champagne Breakfast next Sunday is available for bookings at reception at £22 per person. And the winner of the Cotswolds and North Wiltshire weekly raffle is Steve Amos, who drew David Gravely. Congratulations to Steve. Chris Watts and Simon Willett. Cameron Bancroft leads Gloucestershire into the field. Continuing the Kent innings, Akach Singh.
Well, welcome back to. Oh, sorry, you're the host. I know it.
No, it's all right.
But is it all right if I speak first?
Of course.
I looked surprised.
Sorry, I just...
You affected the facial expressions of a startled meerkat there when I
So
started
I
speaking.
just didn't
but-
realise you'd already turned your microphone
Oh, I
on.
beg your pardon.
I thought you were just talking still off, Mike.
Oh, no.
Anyway,
Welcome back, everybody. This is the BBC. I know it's incredible to think, but this is the BBC, and we've got the first ball after tea. Ben Charlesworth is continuing to Ekant Singh, who joins Chris Benjamin at the crease after the demise of Tawanda Muya. Charlesworth had him caught behind for 90 just before the tea interval. Ekant Singh sees that one into the offside, and there is no. I know this is technically all over, but I thought I would just keep on talking for the rest of the
suppose
session.
it was actually a yes. But never mind. It doesn't really matter.
Do you want to take over now?
No.
So I just thought I'd
No,
reintroduce. I wanted to reframe the entertainment for the ladies and gentlemen. 206 for 6, Kent in reply to Gloucestershire's 325. It's been another really interesting day. Charlesworth to Singh rocks back in his crease. Actually gets forward eventually. But into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket by Ed Middleton, and there is no run. Slipping a gully in, they are Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price, respectively. So Charles was just finishing this over. His 7th, he has 1 for 26 so far of medium pace, and Ekant Singh trying to play himself in. Decent looking shot. That one won't beat the fielder. Bobbles as it gets to Graham Van Buren. He looks hurriedly behind him and finds it's bobbled over his hands, over his feet, as he's gone down on one knee to try and get it, and it'll be a single. So Akanchi is off the mark immediately, pretty much immediately off the first 3 balls. Benjamin has 25. Kent 207 for 6. They are 118 in arrears. It's yeah. We were saying just before Muya got out, it felt like Kent had probably edged both sessions today, but it felt like Gloucestershire was still ahead. So there we go. Yeah. I think it's fair to say we are second guess this pitch at your peril, really. Not that it's not random, it's just giving chances. And it's hard to bat on, it's hard to make a start, it's hard to make a beginnings, as befits perhaps the fact that Muya's 90 is the highest score of the piece so far.
yes, and as we said before the break, Kent have still got some batting here. Van Buren's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Ekant Singh having kept the strike because of Van Buren just having that one bobble past him. So he's now got the new batter to bowl. I'm not suggesting that he did that deliberately at all. In and bowls and pushing to the cover area and then holding his bat out to Benjamin to say, no, don't fancy a run there. We've got these two. Joey Everson hasn't come in yet, has he?
No.
He's a couple of spots higher up on the original list that came out yesterday morning, back into his crease and defending Singh. So, yeah, you know, another couple of 50 partnerships, tail wags as well. Yeah. It could still be Kent ahead at the end of the day. Van Buren in driving, and maybe just getting a fingertip on that was Price at cover. Hammond sends in a one bounce throw to James Bracey, sort of loosed it, and then I think partly it was almost as much concern for Ollie Price, who had the ball whistling past him, as for James Bracey, who had to take it on the bounce. But it's another single to Ekanch Singh. He's on to 208 for 6. And Benjamin takes strike 2. Van Buren for the first time after the break. Quick single here, well run. Taylor coming across the ball. Left arm thrower at backward point. The sun hat goes flying off. But no chance to prevent that run. So 209 for 6. Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
It's a big Tuanda Mea fan down there, still reacting to getting out just before tea.
Oh, and the sun's shining. You've got cricket on.
Yeah.
Van Buren in, defending is Singh, and that ends another pretty tight over from Van Buren. Just a couple of singles manipulated, and we've got still 13 overs left until the second new ball. So it's a sizable enough period of time that in an ideal world, Gloucestershire would take at least another one before the second new ball, and then use it, as Kent did, to wrap up the innings. Kent will, in a similar way, having seen especially what they were able to do yesterday, even in Kent, I think will feel that I wouldn't say they can't afford to lose another one before the second new ball, but it's getting close to that sort of a feeling. 209 for 6, and Charlesworth. I did wonder what they were going to do with Charlesworth, given that he had that over carried between sessions, but they are going to take him off, and Taylor's going to have another spell from that Ashley Down road end before the second new ball.
Yeah, going to try and keep the pressure on here. I think it makes sense, doesn't it? And I think Bruce emailed just before the tea interval and before the demise of Tuanda Mea saying they put another 50. Kent at this point, and in the final session, and they're getting pretty close to parity, and goodness knows what happens when this pitch and Gloucestershire come to bat again. Almost anything. As Taylor is bowls to Benjamin, deflected into the offside. And I was actually thinking it, sorry about the big pause there, as the polar bed said, but 210 for 6. I'm really sorry. I know. I need this coffee, I can tell you. But almost, this may sound ridiculous. I don't know what a 30 or 40 lead even on this means, because you want to be ahead, and it might be a nip and tuck game. But equally, Kent get to bowl tonight if they're a bit short of the total. Get 20 overs at Gloucestershire. As Ekanch straight back at the bowler. Of course you want to be ahead. It'd be stupid to say not, but
no, I know what you
if
mean.
they get bowled out before the end of the day and have a decent time, not too long for the bowlers to exhaust themselves, but have a decent bowl at Gloucestershire on this pitch.
In a weird
3-4 down
way,
could possibly be.
The way that a lot of games go around the country, and I'm not saying that this one will, but you go to some places and you feel that the pitch is just only going to get flatter and slower.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Taylor to Ekanch into the offside. Completely agree.
And
that double.
Because of that, I understand what you're saying. You never.
That's kind of what I mean.
You never want to be behind, but at the same
Yeah.
time, if it means, say they bat for 20 overs, I know we're doing this sort of sitting here speculating thing, but I guess the overall point being that if Kent bowl this evening, the pitch could be better to bowl on, actually, in a weird way, than it would be if they batted on a bit longer.
Yeah.
They might find it easier, and then they've got the opportunity to chase the runs in the fourth innings.
As Taylor bowls to Ekanch and defends that into the offside. Don't get me wrong, at this point, if they lose quick wickets and they are 75 behind when they're all out, that's going to be very, very harsh.
With but with plenty of time for Gloucestershire to set up a game as well, because that's so often the issue, isn't it? In that You can have the first innings lead, but how hard do you have to go? How many runs do you want? How many overs? You've got to make that calculation as the side in the third innings.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be trying to hang on this pitch, bat out, do you? Certainly. Driven by Ekanch, but gently up to mid-on, and there's no run. So,
but equally, if you're going out and trying to play too many shots, then you might just, we've seen it many a time, and we've seen it a couple of times here. I can remember, but in fact, 2 fixtures between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire in a couple of different years. Once where each side sort of threw it away in the third innings, going too hard to set a game up.
Yeah. There's Taylor Bowles to Ekanch, defending that straight back pass the ball right to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. That's well organised. Ekanch to start his innings. I'm just looking at what happened, obviously, at the end of the Gloucestershire innings. Is it impossible that, Kent lose 4 wickets in 5, 6, 7 overs here, or that Gloucestershire lose that many at the top of their order?
Yeah.
By no means on this pitch, if those chances that we've seen all the way through the game. It's a very long-winded way, Ed, of saying, I think there's a lot of life in this game left. But
I think I'm going to put the crystal ball away. But
yeah, Gloucestershire ahead here at this point. But 210 for 6.
Every wicket so critical in this evening session. Whoever loses it, Van Buren continuing and driven by Benjamin out through the gap on the offside, created by having Williams out on the deep cover boundary. Benjamin has 28 to 11 for 6. Middleton out on the deep square boundary. Mid-off and mid-on have come in a few steps. They're still not right up there as Singh strides forward and defends. Back to the bowler, very straight. Van Buren in, rocks back, punches to mid-on, made a pleasing sound off the bat. Van Buren ever about his business, even jogging back to what's not a massively significant run-up, and in fact he walks a few paces, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, then a bit of a skip and in, and clipped by Singh through mid-wicket just for a single. 3 off 16 deliveries. He hasn't looked in too much bother, but at the same time he's already looking as if he's feeling like he's got to just get his head down and do all those things that people say to do with tough 4-day cricket. He's got to grind his runs out. He's got to all that sort of thing. 212 for 6.
Still just 19. Ekanch Singh.
Van Buren to Benjamin, forward to defend. And you'd like to think that in this world, as you hear so often about players that still value playing red ball cricket, and I think most players who play for their county, is always an appeal for LBW here, but it looks like a quite an optimistic one. I must say, to start with, I thought there was some bat involved, but even if not, something didn't look quite right about that. We'll get a replay here. Sliding on, I don't think he actually did get any bat on it, but it's going a long way down the leg side. 212 for 6. But yeah, it's for every, I hate to pick on him because he's so often the example that's used, but for every Will Smeed, who is now playing first-class cricket anyway, but for every Will Smeed, there are so many other youngsters who come through and make their championship debut, and you know how special it is.
Ekanch on 3 now. Taylor Bowles to him. Back at the bowler once more. Ekanch just defending it to him.
And I think some of the other thing is that I get the feeling that there are some players who've tried that route. I think Brevis was another one who barely played any first-class cricket, and then all of a sudden South Africa said, you've got to play some first-class cricket, and then, surprise, surprise, he's quite good at it. And
who'd have thought?
But it's also, it helps, even if you're only looking at it from the point of view of the fact that it helps your technique.
Round the wicket, Taylor to Ekanch, pinning him down pretty much at the moment. Sees that off his midriff. Into the offside, no run.
even if that's your only aim, I'm talking probably more from a batting point of view,
Yeah.
really, because from a bowling point of view, I think it's sort of hard to set your stall out unless you're a mystery spinner or something, where it, you know, mentioned to do with Middleton, how difficult it is being a wrist spinner in English conditions. Then all of a sudden, when it comes to white ball cricket, you start being quite valuable. But as a batter, I think we've seen there's danger in only focusing on white ball.
Taylor to Ekanch. He was shaping up to pull for a moment there to me. Maybe I'm just projecting, but defends that again. High up on the body. It's just back of a length. Testing from Matt Taylor as he's been all the way through this innings so far. Just checking his wicket column. No, he's not struck yet. He's bowled very
the
well.
Lack of trying.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He had two catches dropped off his bowling. Is it
Cartoon double take with him at the moment? No, it is none for 37. But they almost set up Will Williams to get rid of Dawkins earlier on. Full length from that one. A floating delivery from Matt Taylor, looking for the Yorker length as well. Very nearly got there as Ekanch Singh just looks ruefully at the toe end of his bat. It's gone up to mid-off. There's no run. Just his 8th first-class game, Ekanch Singh, former England under-19 player. And now the ripe old age of 19 years and 297 days. Severe test on his hands here. Goes wide of the crease, does Matt Taylor. That's nicely nudged into the onside by Ekanch. He'll get himself a single. Is that the end of the over? It is indeed. And Chris Benjamin has not had very much strike since they returned from tea. But Ekanch Singh has 4 from 21 balls now. Benjamin 28 from 50. And, oh, it's 5. So I thought that was the end of the over. No, I was counting it off. 213 for 6. As former sport Kent colleague of mine said, who watched a lot of cricket, said, I just think 6 balls is just always one too many to count.
Well, that's obviously what they were feeling with those 5-ball sets in the hundreds.
Sets.
Well,
do not call
like
them
that
overs.
either.
And that's nudged down the. I've not commentated on those, so I'm not sure. Does 5 feel too many? There's a single taken, by the way. Glance down to fine leg.
Well,
is it always one too many?
I tell you, 10 from one end feels a bit much sometimes.
Suppose, yeah, quite.
The first, I realise I'm immediately putting an awful lot of people off by continuing this, but I will. The first game that I did last year at Cardiff, Mahika Gore, the tall left arm seamer, great prospect for the England women's side. She became, I think, the first person to bowl 20 of the first 25 balls of an innings. So 10 straight, 1-5, which was bowled by somebody else.
Yeah, so
then
she then had
10 straight again.
Change ends.
Van Buren bowls clipped away, slightly uppishly, but well short of backward square.
Oh, no, she went at the same end. Sorry, all at the same end.
No,
right?
No, you're right.
Oh,
You have to.
She bowled 10.
Yeah.
Other bowler bowls 5 from the other end.
Five from that end,
oh,
and
but
then
she
switch to the other end to bowl the next 5.
Yeah.
Van Buren is in, and that's pushed away out through the covers. 1 run to Benjamin, who moves on to 30.
I'm very confused. So she didn't bowl the 20 from the same end?
No, you can't, because you change every 10 balls.
Oh, but she did bowl 10 from
She bowled 10 consecutive balls, but they're not from the same end for her second set of 10.
But that meant there were 10 from one end, then effectively 15 from the other.
What?
Yeah.
Van Buren bowls, slapped away towards
It would be
mid-off.
James, don't you?
There's no right. No, all right.
We'll have a democratic vote.
This
Never
is
mind
great,
the maths.
Isn't it?
So she bowled 10 from
10 from first end.
Yeah.
Somebody bowls 5 from the other end, and then she bowls her first 5 of her second 10 from one end.
Oh, then
you switch again.
She has to swap ends.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to say. Defended by Singh back to the bowler.
That's madness.
So she's staying bowling, but switching ends.
No, me neither.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, it kind of did me. And then Van Buren bowls, driven away to cover, there's no run. It kind of did me, but then I found out quite quickly that she was the first person to do this, and I didn't
Right.
feel quite so bad for having that double take moment of, well, hang on, there's a bowling change. Oh, no,
Yeah.
there's not a bowling change. Hang on, she's still bowling. Defended by Singh into the offside, and there's no run. I think we finally got there. 215 for 6.
Confused? I won't say you will be. You may already be, and you may still be by the time we finish this.
The mind.
Thank you, Ed. You have explained it.
Mathematics
I didn't
of
think
100
it was.
balls.
I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think humanly possible. Well, congratulations though to her for making history.
Well, she bowled fantastically.
Yeah.
And you know, for whatever else aside, whatever, she's about 6'4" or something.
Yeah.
Left arm seam bowler who's still probably either. She might just about not be a teenager anymore, but really exciting prospect.
Taylor round the wicket then to Benjamin, and defends it, and there's no run.
How on earth did we get onto this anyway?
20 balls, but what was her overall pitch count?
What?
Sorry, baseball again. I'm just. Today is baseball and cricket day here on the commentary.
Balls.
Yeah,
20 pitches.
Well, she might have bowled a no ball.
She might have done. I don't think she'd have been able to carry on to bowl 20 of the first 25 if she bowled a no ball, though. They'd probably taken her off. So I don't think she would
Single
have bowled
wide?
a no ball. Maybe.
Taylor bowls to Benjamin into the offside. There's a single taken.
I am not bringing up the scorecard to find out.
You know I hate to be pedantic, Ed, but you're making an assumption there. You're not telling me any facts, are you? So she could have had a pitch count of 21 or 22. I mean, I only wanted to say pitch count. That's the only reason I started this. But if you're going to start quibbling with me over what you assume would have happened rather than what you know has happened.
Right, she might have bowled a wide, actually. You're better off
you
with
can't
wide.
be bothered
Better
to
off
pick
with
it up.
wide
I completely
than no
understand. I'm sorry, listeners. Right, we're out of that segment now. We're moving swiftly on. Matt Taylor is bowling a cricket ball at a game of cricket. Who thought that was possible? 216 for 6, Kent. Wide of the crease. I thought it squared him up for a moment. Actually, Kent just managed to deflect that into the offside. Kept it down. And there is no run. He is on 4. Benjamin's on 31. The deficit's still 109. We didn't mention it, but obviously they've avoided the follow on. But no.
2 wides. She bowled 2 wides.
Well, look, I'm not going to go on about it. All you had to say was 22, though. That's all you had to say.
Unbelievable.
Could have checked. Taylor round the wicket to Ekanch, and that's a little wristy glance down to a deep fine leg to Will Williams, who's keeping his powder dry, I'd imagine, until the next new ball is available. Singh gets a single. He's on 5. Benjamin's on 31. Just 11 added since tea and since the demise of Tawanda Muya. It's safe to start listening again, listeners. Thanks for joining us on BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Bristol.
I can't wait for the emails grumbling about that. Come on, somebody oblige.
It's driven by Benjamin into the offside, but once again fielded. Oh, is that Graham Van Buren there? No.
Yes.
Is it? Oh, it is. So I thought you'd go over here, but that's Tommy Borman, isn't it? So yeah. At the moment at mid-off, Benjamin goes off for a little walk in the sunshine, off towards the square leg umpire in that direction, and just clears the mind, sets himself for another delivery from Matt Taylor. The final one of the 72nd over here. It's a new ball available in 8 overs time. Full toss, and that one is bludgeoned away by Benjamin. He hasn't really got much value for that, though, has he?
No.
That is a full toss, isn't it?
It
But
was,
she's managed
yeah.
to slam into the ground, and
For
he's
a
got a
moment,
single.
I thought he chipped it straight to extra cover.
Yeah.
It just lobbed Hammond and landed wide of Van Buren.
So he's managed to engineer that from quite a high full toss into the ground and then back up. I mean, it's
no,
safe.
I think it was in the air.
Was it? I thought it hit the ground.
I think it just looped
Oh, there we go.
in the air. I thought it did.
It was a strange strange trajectory. End of the over anyway, 218 for 6.
I thought he's just scuffed
Benjamin
it.
32, seeing 5 rather.
Trying to smash it over the top of the offside and just scuffed it and landed in between two fielders.
Whichever, it wasn't a good-looking shot to play from.
Well, it wasn't a great piece of cricket
I
at
was
all,
going to
was
say,
it?
from a gimme kind of delivery. He did not accept it, but they did get a single. He's back on strike as Van Buren continues from the pavilion end.
Bright sunshine now as stepping into the drive is Benjamin. He's got it past cover. Now think 2 and then only think about 1. Williams, good work at deep cover. Potentially, you never know, returning the favour from Van Buren earlier on.
So do you go at these 8 overs if you're Kent and think second new ball?
I don't think you can, because I think you, in a way, saw the perils of that yesterday. Okay, no, you go for it. And you smash the ball over long on and you hit it all the way for 6, was it? It's just out of my sight, but yes, it was. All the way for 6. Yeah, that's what you do.
Sorry about that.
Easy.
That feels like I really have given you a hospital pass there, doesn't it?
Easy as that.
What was that? Was it the World Cup commentary? Tell us, Kevin Keegan, will he score or not? Yes. No!
Right, 225 for 6. The deficit is now exactly 100 after that 6 as Van Buren bowls to Singh, who watchfully leaves.
I mean, it was a lovely launch from Ekant Singh, wasn't it? But yeah.
He didn't. I mean, he played it from the crease again, I think. I don't think he really used his feet at all. So he took at least the stumping out of the way. He now carves that one through point, sprints the first, wants the second. He's coming back for it. The throw comes in. Oh, it hits the stumps direct. He's out. What a piece of fielding that is. I think it's Will Williams again. Almost who else would it be? Will Williams from deep cover has slung in the throw. It's hit the stumps direct. Ekant Singh is not going to be able to believe what's happened there. It was a tight second run anyway, but I was about to say I thought it was a pretty decent piece of running, and you're never expecting, with pretty much one stump to aim at, you're not expecting the ball to hit the stumps direct. It's clearly out. You can see from the replay, and Bracey doesn't knock the bails off with his gloves or anything like that. What an extraordinary way for the 7th wicket to fall, and Will Williams is claimed a forfer, and now he's got a run out.
That's outrageous, isn't it?
It is
really
outrageous.
is.
Yes, that's probably the word for it. Everybody charging off after Williams. Mobbing
Goodness
him, why
me.
wouldn't they?
And, well, on lesser events, matches have turned, haven't they? And you do just wonder, with them looking to get after the Gloucestershire bowlers here, now 225 for 7. They are 100 behind, with Everson, with Dudgeon and Taylor remaining. James Taylor, that is. They have to again have to try and cut down the deficit. But Gloucestershire, that is a just, well, I'll go back to it, an outrageous piece of fielding by Will Williams, who has bowled brilliantly, and the fielding pretty much equaling it.
I think we're just going to take another look at it. I was just interested in seeing how quickly Singh turned and then round the second. I don't think he could have turned and gone any quicker.
I think he was absolutely committed to it, wasn't he? And which this is going to sound a ridiculous thing to say. I don't think it was a bad decision. If you're looking to push the score along, it's risk reward, isn't it? And that's still so close.
It's a remarkable throw, isn't it? Never mind the accuracy, but
even landing in the wicketkeeper's gloves to take the bails off would probably have made the difference, wouldn't it?
It's hard, isn't it? You sort of think, well, you know, did you need to take that risk? But at the same time, you've got a zinged-in throw at pace from the outfield, from that far away, from the long boundary as well, to hit the stumps direct.
I'd imagine the stats on that are pretty
respect
slim,
that,
aren't
can
they?
you?
So
I think now it's 226 for 7, and first ball faced by Everson is thoroughly beaten by Graham Van Buren, and that one may have just straightened a bit. That is Everson out there, isn't it?
it is, yeah. So
After all that, the board's finally catching up with the wicket. Van Buren in and forward to defend. Everson into the covers. That ends the over. An over which did actually concede 8 runs, but one of them was scored off the wicket-taking delivery, which is probably why I think the sort of the software where you've got to enter 1 run plus wicket probably takes a fair amount of doing in terms of actually
I thought
making
it was
that happen.
I thought the headline was "Scoreboard Shattered by Outrageous Run Out." There we go.
Oh, hang on. Now we're.
Oh,
what is it?
hello.
Oh gosh. Oh no, I think we've gone haywire now. I was just about to say, was it a no ball that the wicket fell off? But it wasn't. We've ended up with a wicket
I
plus
don't-
2 no balls and 3 leg byes.
Crikey. That was.
I think things have gone a bit haywire. I think the score is 227 for 7.
I think someone's coffee has gone over someone's laptop.
Or 226 for 7, is it?
Or it could be an elbow, couldn't it? Maybe. Do you think?
Have they added on the run that was scored during the run out there?
Oh my goodness!
Now this says 225
right.
for 7. I think it's 226
if
for
yeah,
7.
if they completed 1 run, I think you're right. Yes.
No.
The umpire's going to wait until the score's right.
Oh, here we go. I think. Oh, we're in business now.
Yeah, there we go.
Wicket plus 1. That's
You're
what we
absolutely
needed.
right, Ed. And I had 225 for 7 as well. It's 226 on the money. Oh, so the deficit's 99. Is Matt Taylor to bowl to Chris Benjamin, has to rock back in his crease to cope with that one, beetling in towards his pads and the stumps, and fielded at mid wicket.
Almost there. Just one
We are
ball
there, aren't
away
we?
from being there. Well, Taylor's bowled 1 ball this over. There we
There we
go.
go.
And now we're back. Just standing ovation for next door.
It's like time has been aligned again. As Taylor bowls to Chris Benjamin. It's bat on it up to mid-off, no run.
So he is deciding now, Taylor. I think the first time to bowl left arm over
Over the
to
wicket, yeah, to a
the
right-hander.
right-handers, and yeah, it's worth a try. I mean, now what?
I mean,
I suppose they-
chances of running out for him to take that wicket, which he deserves. So, yeah.
I think Will Williams might have. I mean, if he hadn't cemented himself already as the victim of the day, he's certainly going to now after that.
Bowls to Benjamin, a little bit wide from Taylor, and that is cut away, and that'll be 4. That was an assumption, I have to say, is slightly to my right, a couple of pillars, but it went so quickly off the bat and there was no fielder there, so it is 4 by signal.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Benjamin. I mean, you've especially
Give it a bit of width. So
now exactly.
yeah.
You're thinking there's not going to be as much movement off the pitch, so I think probably, especially 7 down, you start to think have a bit of a go at those.
over the wicket comes Taylor to Benjamin, nudge into the onside, and they'll take a single. It makes sense. He's a naturally quick player as well, isn't he, in terms of strike rate. So, obviously, first came to prominence playing for Birmingham Phoenix at the start of his career for Warwickshire, Birmingham.
Bears. I just find Bears these days is the safe thing to say.
Yeah. Just makes me
I
feel,
don't like it,
just
but
makes me feel a bit tired.
it does, doesn't it? It does, yeah. Just tired.
2-3-1 for 7. I know it's also
Tired of
branding
life.
reasons, but yeah.
Please, Warwickshire.
2-3-1 for 7. As Taylor bowls to Everson. Sees out of the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Middleton. At point, 3 slips in now for Joey Everson as he takes the crease and was having a bit of not the greatest time with the bat up until the game against Derbyshire when he shared in a record 7th wicket partnership at the St Lawrence with Chris Benjamin. He got 123 in that. There was 88 for Everson. But before that, and made more than 23. This one is into the onside and there's no run. But Joey Everson, I mean, he was batting at 5 in the top division, so this is a long way down for him, but he has just lacked a bit of form. I think Ekanch is a very capable batter. They put him in above him, so 2-3-1 for 7. I think a roundabout way of saying he's not bad for a number 9, Joey
No.
Everson, that's for sure. So, and Keith Dudgeon has already scored important runs for Kent this season, and then James Taylor. But they are running out of chances. They are 7 down now. Gloucestershire definitely will consider themselves ahead at this point. 94 in arrears. Kent at 2-3-1 for 7. Benjamin has 38. Everson yet to score.
And also with that second new ball looming, from Buren to Benjamin, and roll of the wrists, keeping it down out to Charlesworth at mid-wicket. It's in terms of a time to strike again, I mentioned it yesterday, there's no bad time to take a wicket, but as Benjamin works to leg once more, just to have that, a little bit less pressure maybe on the second new ball, having to, really finish off the innings in terms of taking 4 or 5 wickets. Now it's only 3 that it might have to take, and Gloucestershire have got some time before it as well, as Benjamin decides to play offside. Ollie Price doing the fielding. Bancroft still there at slip. Van Buren bowls, attempted paddle round the corner. There was not a run there. Benjamin sent back by Everson. He didn't realise quite how close to him the ball had gone. Bracey going out to field. Charlesworth seems to be stretching at mid-wicket, so maybe he's going to have another...
Yeah, I noticed that before. Yeah.
Might have another couple of overs, possibly, before the second new ball. Cut away. That's an excellent piece of fielding, but it's not going to prevent the single. Borman snatching it to his right from backward point, having made up some ground, but he couldn't then spring up and throw.
There was some excitement, I think, from the fielders there, wasn't it? If he'd had the chance to get it in quickly.
There was certainly a bit of madness in terms of the running, in terms of really furiously trying to get through for that run, especially after the previous ball where Benjamin had been a bit hesitant. Next delivery, Everson squeezes it off the inner part of the bat down to the 45 position where Matt Taylor fields. There's no run, and that appears to be the end of the over. There's only 5 balls up on the board, and it did feel like a very short over, but then Graham Van Buren was bowling it, so pretty much any over that he bowls doesn't feel like a very long one. Rattles through it. Anyway, they all seem to be very happy that it was the end of the over, so I'll stick with 232 for 7 as the score, and there we go, it's happening straight away.
Yeah, Ben Charlesworth will come on. The scoreboard's less than happy. Oh no, they've added a dot. There we are. That's all it takes. Just
find a dot from somewhere, which of course you shouldn't do if you're scoring for your club or something. You if the umpire miscounts, you stick it in or you leave the gap.
Is that right?
Don't cover the umpire's mistakes.
It's good to know. So it will be Ben Charlesworth. Got rid of Muya just before tea, as that's cut away by Benjamin. He'll get himself a single off this first ball. So Joey Everson yet to score. Benjamin has 39 off 63. Continuing his good recent form.
Northamptonshire are in an absolute pile of trouble at Derbyshire. They're 54 for 4 after Derbyshire made 604 for 7. Rory Hayden, another couple of wickets. He does look a prospect.
Yeah, he was in the wickets against Kent as well. Drive by Everson. Benjamin jumps out of the way of it to try and allow it to go to the boundary, but it's fielded at mid-on.
I think there's something quite special about a 10-for that's 2 5-fers as well, as Hayden had against Kent.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I just think also, I mean, not saying you might say
anyone can take 7 wickets.
No, exactly. You might say on the other hand, I'd rather have the 7-for, but I don't know.
I take your meaning. Charlesworth 2. Everson's driven that. Won't beat the fielder, will it? No, it's extra cover. There's some good fielding by Matt Taylor, I think it is, under the hat. Yeah, he'll go down left-handed and grab it. And they'll just get the single. 2-3-3 for 7. But it's a fielding like that really important for Gloucestershire right now. That one goes for 4. Bit of release of pressure. And Kent are trying to accelerate before the new ball is available. Gloucestershire just making it harder for them. Keeping them tethered. As Charlesworth bowls to Benjamin. Forward defensive up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, whether there's any sort of a charge on, but there's certainly a high price on runs before the new ball.
Yeah.
You know, just get that deficit down another 20 or something before the new ball can be taken.
Charlesworth then bowls to Benjamin, just rocks back in his crease a little bit to guide that away to the offside. Almost a little jump there as he went deeper than perhaps he'd expected. Single taken, he's on to 41, Everson's on 1.
It did look almost like a delivery that he wasn't quite as far forward to as perhaps he might have been, and it didn't. Of course, it didn't sneak through, but yeah, maybe just some of that softness of the old ball.
Maybe so, yeah. Everson now facing Charlesworth to the onside, and there is no run to finish the over. 2-3-5-4-7 here on BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Kent, and BBC Radio Bristol via the BBC Sport website and at the BBC Cricket page, and with the pictures via Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me, our host Ed Seaborn.
Man or woman, please go down to reception immediately.
And,
Rider of a grey Jaws bike padlocked near the Devon Road end.
Oh, okay. There we go.
I hope it's not Cameron Bancroft's bike. We've had Cameron Bancroft's bike has been in the area just behind our commentary box, but I don't think it's there today. So hopefully it's not.
He appears not to be in any urgent, any rush. He's standing at first slip.
I'm the captain of this club, don't you know? Van Buren bowls to Benjamin. That's played back to the bowl. I'll park my bike where I like. No, I can't see that being Bancroft's attitude. Anyway. Van Buren round the wicket. Bowls a little bit short, and well, he's going to get 4 for it. Is Benjamin? He's chopped at it. Well, I say he's going to get 4 for it. The ball's slowing up a little bit, but it will go to the boundary, despite the pursuit of Borman. They played it late enough to get it quite fine, and 4 more runs to Chris Benjamin, who is on to 45, 239 for 7. All those bonus points looming now.
Oh, is there a batting bonus point? Sorry.
11 runs.
We used up all those jokes last week. Haven't seen one of those for a while. Yeah, 11 more for Kent. They need to rack up a single one.
You just seem to be almost drying the ball there. I can't imagine there's too much dampness about. Ugh. Benjamin's tried to drive that, and
it was ugly.
Yeah. The ball's gone all of about 3 feet in front of him, despite the effort that he put into the shot. No run. Van Buren into his 17th over, as attempted drop and run to cover is snuffed out by Price. He does get through some work, does Graham Van Buren. He's not always taking wickets, but not that he can't. But even when he doesn't take wickets, he's doing such a valuable job in terms of keeping the over 8 moving, and he's provided some control for the seamers to bowl around in this innings, tucked into the leg side, straight to Miles at mid-wicket. Whoever it was who said no 3 times was quite right.
I think Miles just doing a soft shoe shuffle there, isn't he? Perhaps to taking the mickey out of the calls or non-calls from the Kent batters hesitating.
Craig Miles, as that's all chopped into the ground by Benjamin. He tried to cut at that, and I think it's gone straight on the bounce to the keeper. Strange old over, 239 for 7. I don't think Craig Miles is shy of the odd. I think he's one of those. He doesn't. It's not sledging, but I think he'll have a sort of a
like a Mickey take.
Yes,
yeah.
And given that him and Chris Benjamin would have been teammates for several years, I'd imagine he'd have a fair amount of ammunition out there. 239 for 7, 77 overs bowled.
Yeah, it looked a little bit skittish, that final attempt as a run. But Everson will face now Charlesworth to continue. 3 overs now until the new ball is available. And we're getting up just a little bit again, perhaps, but it's a Beautiful sunny day out there. As Everson defends this one, fielded by Charlesworth on his follow through. Cameron Bancroft. Is he discussing with Ollie Price there, saying, yeah, it's not my bike. I'd never ride one of those.
It may well not be. I mean, he
said
might know the brand.
I think they said it was a Dawes, which I think is a Dawees. Is that one? Quite a famous old make. So that's about it for me in cycling. Answers on the emails, please. This is just nudged defensively back by Everson, and it was a fabulous attempt by Ben Charles on his follow through, diving to his right to stop it. It has just gone up to mid-on for a no run, but you just can't fault his enthusiasm for trying to field off his own bowling. It was a great effort. 239 for 7.
Just wanted to dive over a length, just scuff it up a little bit. Kent having to bat last. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
I don't think that's what he was doing.
Gamesmanship. Bowls to Everson. Everson, very similar delivery, good length, very similar conclusion. Straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
Ben Stokes, by the way, is batting at New Road. Emilio Gay made 28.
Oh, he's out of the England team then,
yeah,
is that right?
Exactly, yeah. Well, it's all about England watch, apparently. That's all the county championship's good for.
It's great while it lasted, Emilio. But unfortunately, you've been in and out of the England side now, having never actually got a cap. This one's defended up to mid-on by Joey Everson. This time Ben Charlesworth doesn't dive to try and stop it. Does a sort of half lap of honour at the end of his, what is a circular route, half circular route at the end of his follow through. Returning to his bowling position now. I said it's been sunny all day, but actually not punishingly warm out there. I need a jumper late on, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you brought one with you. As that is a drop and run to the offside by Everson, and they'll get through. Once again, Mars Hammond this time with the athletic fielding, diving, throwing in one movement, but Everson is safe. He'll take a single, he moves on to 2. One ball left of the 78th over. Chris Benjamin will face it.
No, he had a slightly loose first couple of overs, did Ben Charlesworth, but really ever since then he's settled right in and got arguably the most important wicket of
good
the
point.
innings.
I don't know, and Muya, he's looked as in as anybody, scored more than anybody else individually. This one's run down to backward point. So I'm almost like a split screen here. I've got a pillar almost obscuring the fielder and then looking across the batter there. Looked like maybe Joey Everson had decided to turn for a second, but no.
Probably was one extra one there, but I can see why he decided not to go for a second run.
I mean, with Gloucestershire unfairly throwing down the stumps from about 600 yards away.
Yes.
If they're going to play that kind of game.
Well, of course, there was I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Bancroft. I was remembering back to that T20 Blast quarterfinal a couple of years ago that Benjamin played in. I don't think he was at the crease at the time, but he can't have been far off. And there was a direct hit, I think, from Bancroft at long on in that game as well. So he's had plenty of warning shots fired by Gloucestershire. Don't you dare come back for second runs on. Yeah.
The ominous sign of Will
on
Williams
any of our outfielders
warming up now ahead of a bowling stint to come. Yes, quite.
Van Buren bowls and pushed back by Benjamin. Yes, he well, both Williams and Bell are really quite furious in warm-up exercises. I'm not sure he's quite gone through his full repertoire yet, Williams, or perhaps he's feeling he's a bit looser today. Cut away by Benjamin to the offending spot at deep point. They want a second run again, and this one, I think Bracey removes the bails without the ball, and they would have just made it, but you can tell how much Benjamin felt he was in trouble there, because he's run halfway to Filton. He was okay, but he had to run right through.
Yeah. Is that Tommy Borman out there?
It is, yeah.
Poor from him.
What was Williams doing at mid-off?
He missed the one stump he could aim at there.
So Williams, yeah, there we go. That's brilliant. I can see Williams has just joked that he should go and field there now. He made a couple of steps off towards deep point and then laughed. That's exactly what he was thinking. Oh, he's an absolute treasure, Will Williams. 243 for 7. Van Buren bowls and played by Benjamin square on the leg side. Much to Graham Van Buren's displeasure. There's no run. There's another one that's played with almost a straight bat and ended up at backward square. This could even be Van Buren's last over of the day, as this is played to mid-off for no run. Be the last over from this end, and well, I mean, if he's bowling in the first 17 overs of the new ball, then something's probably gone horribly wrong for Gloucestershire. Certainly don't need to bowl him in terms of the over rate anymore. Right up in the block hole from Van Buren. He doesn't field the ball, but then you know, because he's got Will Williams behind him. There's no run there. So one delivery remaining in the 79th over. Benjamin on 48. And rocks back and cuts and will get a run despite the sprawling effort of backward point. And keeps the strike at 244 for 7. Deficit is 81. And Van Buren's probably done with his spell. You'd think 18 overs for 56.
Yeah, 19 left in the day. That's probably all there'll be, certainly with the new ball available after this one. Fair to say, I think from a Kent point of view, if they're still batting at the end of the day, they'll be in a decent position. But we saw what they did with the new ball yesterday, and all sorts of destruction is possible at the hands of Will Williams, Gabe Bell, Matt Taylor et al. This is Charlesworth to Benjamin. Pushes that into the onside, but Miles picks it up quickly, so there's no chance of a run. With just the one slip in, Cameron Bancroft deep in conversation with James Bracey. Bruce, an earlier email, thanks for that, Bruce. I mentioned, I think, it was just before tea, talking about how efficient James Bracey had been, and he predicted it. Just great wicket-keeping display once again. This one's driven by Benjamin, squared him up just a little bit up to mid-off, and there's no run. Oh, here he goes.
Simultaneous, furious bowling actions. As there was a gentleman down there in a hat who was looking extremely concerned that Will Williams was charging towards him.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to bound with his delivery, his warm-up delivery stride over the fence.
Yeah, vault the fence, vault the bench, vault the spectator, and land beyond it.
He's very springy to start with, Will Williams. I wouldn't. Yeah, that fence would not contain him. Driven by Benjamin, won't beat the fielder Middleton on the point boundary, so they take a single, and that is 50 for Chris Benjamin. Indeed, a smattering of applause. That's 50 from 86 balls, 6 fours. Who knows how important that might be to Kent yet. Once again, Chris Benjamin in good form. He's past 50 now on his last 4 innings. One of those a century against Derbyshire. And as I said, with a big decision for Adam Hollyoake to make at the beginning of the season, put him behind the stumps, batting at 7. He's come up trumps so far. He'll need more, though, from a Kent point of view. Down the leg side, Joey Everson looking to glance it. I'm not sure he got any bat on it, but it's a good stop by Bracey.
Yeah, he saves himself his first bye of the innings. Still only 2 extras.
Well, that's what Bruce was saying, just how well Bracey had kept. He was saying in advance of almost of this performance, but also, saying how well they kept the extras down. It's a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, you take
huge disparity.
20 extras, deficit 60 with 3 wickets in hand.
As Charlesworth bowls to Everson, not really interested in aggressing that one. 2 balls to come off the 80th over. And yes, I do say that pointedly, because any moment now, do not adjust your sets.
ball's going to change colour.
Yeah, it'll be red again.
Abracadabra.
W. Williams, G. Bell. In full effect very shortly. 2-4-5 for 7. Everson on 2. It's a short ball. Has he edged that? He has, or maybe even toe-ended it. It's a waft outside the off stump from a short ball from Ben Charlesworth. Never mind the new ball. Charlesworth's got a second. Ends up being piggybacked by one of his teammates.
Hammond.
Very, very excited. But absolutely, you can understand their excitement here. They're waiting for the new ball. They now have to just take 2 wickets to wrap up the Kent first innings, as Everson really has wafted at a short ball there. It's wide as well. You can understand perhaps him going for that before the new ball gets taken. But 2-4-5 for 8. He's gone for just 2. Benjamin's on 50. And Kent still are a way off here. 80 short of the Gloucestershire first innings total. They are coming up short here, thanks to some great Gloucestershire bowling and fielding.
You sort of have to say the golden arm seems to be back with Ben Charlesworth, because that's exactly the sort of thing that he was doing last season, as Kent will know. And again, old ball, almost seemingly the old ball specialist, Ben Charlesworth. Not sure he wants to be known as that, but extraordinary. He's done it with the last ball. You'd imagine still, even despite that wicket, the last ball of that ball's life.
Yeah.
And
I'd be absolutely sick of the sight of him. But yeah.
Well, yes, I'm not sure how Everson's contrived to get anything on that. Must have been almost just like the toe end, was it?
Yeah, it's gone flat batted, hasn't it? And it's outside the off stump. It's gone pretty wide, I think. It looked to me first off.
Yeah, let's have a look here. It's just odd that you'd see a pull shot through to the keeper. Yeah, was it like a little Q-ender through to the keeper, maybe? Gosh, well.
Yeah, it's moved off the seam, hasn't it? But it's gone short. It's not threatening the stumps. But yeah,
it's not a way that you'd
guess
want to go, especially not at that time.
I guess in Everson's mind, thrash that one for 4 is the short ball. But Gabe Bell, as you say,
gosh, that's just frightening. It's absolutely terrifying when he does these practice deliveries. I can't imagine what it'd be like actually facing him. But yeah, the ferocity that he puts himself through his paces before he then bowls, it looks somehow easier when he bowls.
It's anything but going through the motions, if the meaning of that phrase. It's full bore, isn't it? It's explosive warm-up.
So Dudgeon at the non-striker's end. The new ball in Bell's hands, bowling to Benjamin, and that's driven away. Nice looking shot, just beats cover, and they'll take at least 2. Think about a third. Well, no, they won't really. It's fielded by Borman in the deep. Loops the throw in. 247 for 8. 3 runs shy of the equaliser. 4-4. 1 wicket to take for Gloucestershire. It's all about bonus points,
Yeah, you'd have to say, chances of Kent making up 78 with his final 2 wickets, very slim.
Bell in. Ooh, it's played awkwardly into the onside by Benjamin. Hand off the bat, flicked at it, but goes perfectly safely through backward square. And Dudgeon will be on strike. Just a couple of deliveries into this 81st over, so 248 for 8. 3 half-centurions in this Kent innings. There were just about 3 half-centurions in Gloucestershire's innings. Tommy Borman out just 1 run shy of a maiden first-class 50. But essentially 4 half-centurions, as Dudgeon will get runs here. Guides it through gully. 2 should be the result. As once again, it's Borman after it. So Dudgeon off the mark, and the 250 does come up for Kent. So they get a point on the board. But I think they're almost the 2 runs at this stage is more valuable than the 1 point. Perhaps not in terms of the actual table overall, but
to get as close as they possibly can here.
It's all about every run they can knock off the deficit, which is at 75 as Bell bowls and Dudgeon plays at 1 there, which helpfully rehearses the leave. He might be feeling that he's due a few play and misses with the bat, actually, with the number that he had when he was bowling.
See,
You see how you
Do
like
do
it?
you get karma points from that bowling performance?
Moved sideways, that one, but
Yeah, he's made
just a probing line and length from Bell.
double figures in every innings so far this summer.
He's
Keith
got a good
Dudgeon.
record with the bat.
38 to 41 against Worcestershire. Yeah,
Bell bowls. Dudgeon defends into the offside. Thought about a quick single, but it's not there.
not quite on this pitch though. On these pitches,
Average 19, and that's
it's
pretty good for a number 10.
it's not at all bad. I think, wearing a big deep breath, you saw the shoulders go up and down from Keith Dudgeon, just trying to.
There's quite a lot of shoulder to go up and down as well.
Quite, yeah, he's a big muscular fellow.
It's pretty much 2 slips and a 4th slip. Point drops back for the last ball of the over as Bell bowls and Dudgeon plays a very well organised defensive shot to end the over. So 250 for 8, and Williams marching towards the Ashley Down Road end with 4 wickets to his name and a new ball shortly in hand.
Enjoyed the sight of Keith Dudgeon in his slippers yesterday. Said once he over the white line, he's obviously a pussycat, but not say a pussycat, but yeah, it's can understand if it's comfortable. Why not? He's got nothing to prove to anyone, Keith Dudgeon, as far as effort.
Bancroft had a pair of Crocs.
Oh, there we go.
Was it a couple of years ago? James Healy was not a fan of them. I've got a pair. Oh, he's got a pair, but not as bad as those. Yeah, they were a sight to behold. Cameron Bancroft's Crocs. Being Australian, somehow you just get away with anything, don't you?
Is that right?
Well, I don't seem to.
Play fast and loose, the fashion rules.
Yeah, their own. Everything's upside down there.
So Will Williams, they're going to lose another match ball. They've lost one already to James Taylor in this match. Who would that be? I suppose Gloucestershire to provide the balls.
Them.
It's an ECB. Them upstairs. So Williams bowls to Benjamin. That's push and run, and actually that's very nicely done. We've had 1 or 2 harum-scarum charges, but that's very nicely dropped into the offside, and Miles Cameron's trying to field from cover. There's no point. There's no point fielder.
Oh,
no point.
I thought we were having a nice game of cricket.
I hate to be too literal about it, but actually, this is one of the games where I'd say there's absolutely is a point to cricket. It's very exciting. 2-5-1 for 8. As Williams bowls to Dudgeon. Benjamin's like, it's gone to point. Is that where we run? It's not. They brought a man round there who is
Charles.
Thank you. Not showing me his number is the answer to that. Thank you very much. Yeah. Charlesworth. So 2-5-1 for 8. And over. And 2 balls. 8 balls with this new ball so far. Williams needed 1 for his 5 for. To Benjamin to Dudgeon tried to take the bat away from that. I think it's hit the toe end and it's squirted past the slip. Miles Hammond, who went down. He stopped it. To see a replay of this one. Yeah,
definitely did fall short, but it wasn't far off being a very strange catch to 4th slip.
It's definitely seemed away from him. He's followed it and then decided better of it. This one's on middle stump and defended to Borman, who's at shortish mid wicket. So, yeah, 2 slips and a 4th or 5th slip. It's a man at backward point, Charlesworth, we have ascertained. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Borman's not too far away on the drive. And Gabe Bell conserving his energy at the moment for more explosive bowling. That's a long leg as Williams bowls to Dudgeon. Has that come off the wicket keeper?
Yes.
It has, yeah. He's up to the stumps, is Bracey. And where's that one going? That's what I want to know. Off the wicket keeper's pads.
It might have been off his fingertips even, but
Is it?
I'm not sure what part of him it came off. But having kept Hammond busy with his leave dudgeon, Bracey obviously thought the slips just needed to be sharpened up.
Williams to Dudgeon. Was bloops up a little bit off bat and pad. Fielded by James Bracey. Thought about trying to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Dudgeon has run through for a single. I was going to say scampered. It's a leg by in the end, by the way. I don't think Dudgeon is a scampering kind of fellow. Do you? He's not. Has he got a scamper in him?
No, probably
Not
not.
sure.
I think I
252 for 8.
I don't think a rhino can
No,
scamper, can it? It's just not
it's not in the.
lithe enough to do that.
It's not in the Ranger's handbook, is it? Your Ranger
Oh yeah,
qualification.
that's the point actually. So you have to know,
you
you
know
know, like
how-
your collective nouns and things like that as well. You have to know exactly how each animal.
Yeah, what sort of
runs.
animals in South Africa would scamper? Answers Kentcricket at bbc.co.uk.
Oh no, Bell is into Dudgeon, and that's defended back to the bowler. And now,
Or maybe
now
not.
I'm wondering what the is the collective noun for rhinos a charge of rhinos? Because I think it
I
might
think
be.
you're right.
Let's have a look. Rhinos collective noun. No, it's called a crash.
A crash. There we go.
Other potential terms: a stubbornness of rhinos.
Hey!
Well, they could do with some stubbornness
I
here,
like
Kent.
that. Yes,
Hey.
indeed so. He's still got it, Ed Seaborn.
Bell in bowls. Oh wow, he's whacked it into his own foot. As Keith Dudgeon went for the huge drive through the covers and he's smashed it into his foot. Shows absolutely no pain at all. Maybe it hit some padding. It just trickled out into the offside. It's just pitched up and wide enough that Dudgeon thinks he can drive it and drives it into his leg, really. Again, not a million miles off dragging the ball on, but then Dudgeon would say, back to you. Bell is in, and very much rigid defence this time from Dudgeon up to mid-off.
252 for 8 then, Kent. Deficit at 73. They return today on 1 for no wicket after 2 nervy overs last night. Quickly lost. Zach Crawley. Cohen and North East gone before lunch as well.
Bell goes in, now he bowls to Dudgeon, who turns it leg side. Just about did get it between mid-wicket and mid-on, but energetic fielding from Ben Charlesworth. He's giving the ball a bit of a polish on his sweater. I saw, actually, I don't think... Van Buren tends to be the shiner, and you can see the enormous red stripe on the back of his leg. But I was watching a bit of Somerset versus Yorkshire last round, as that's banged in back of a length by Bell. Dudgeon up onto his toes, can't force it past cover. And we're back to Miguel Pretorius again.
Okay.
And
Mikhail, is that right?
Mikhail.
Mikhail, is how you pronounce it. Thank you very much.
I don't know. It's definitely not Miguel anyway, because he's not from Spain. And
Very much not.
he had this extraordinary sort of just red covering to that. It looked really
All
quite
right.
grotesque. Shining the ball on his belly, as that's been left. Not the belly, he doesn't have a belly, I'm sure. If I say it's left by Dudgeon, I mean the ball left him, I think, rather than him leaving the ball. He did sort of play at it, but
There must be
I'm
50
not
ways
sure.
to leave your Dudgeon. There you go.
oh,
No, sorry.
oh no, actually he was a bit closer to it than I thought he was. He gritted his teeth to the sky after that passed his edge. I thought maybe he'd had a push at it and then withdrew, but no, that's a proper play and missed that. 252 for 8.
So this top basically was sort of red pink, was it, from shining the ball
Yeah,
on it?
it just, I mean,
Okay.
it stains everywhere. It just, it
A bit like a
really-
butcher's apron or
well,
something, was it?
I think it was
was it the effect?
described as looking like a scene out of Saving Private Ryan.
Oh no! Oh crikey! It's Williams then to bowl to Benjamin. It's pouched by wicketkeeper Bracey. To his right, we've gone from South African animals to marsupials as he pouches that. 252 for 8.
Oh yes, well you could go back to the Potteroo,
Oh, the
which
pottery.
I can't remember what it was. I mean, it was one of those days. final day of Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire a couple of seasons ago. Match ruined by rain and a very flat pitch, possibly Kookaburra as well.
Williams to Benjamin. It's a good shot into the offside. They should get 2 for this, and they will do. Turn for the second. Middleton Fields. And they'll... Decent looking shot. 2-5-4 for 8. Did he go down the qual route as well?
Oh,
Quals.
Might have done.
Yeah.
It was Tasmanian marsupials, because it was actually Bo Webster rather than, of course, Gabe Bell in those days, because Bell's in his first season for Gloucestershire, but somehow, to pass the time, Fletch and I decided to find out all about Tasmanian marsupials.
Fantastic. Yeah, there's a Tassie Devil, of course, which are, I'm not sure if they're marsupials, but they're a fantastic beast.
And you know where to find them.
It's not just a clever name. As Benjamin guides this short into the offside, and there's no run. I'm just about to look up quals, and you were saying earlier, weren't you? Actually, maybe off the air sometimes, because of the nervous excitement of a really good game, you're more tempted to go off on a tangent. I must find out. This is a great contest. 2-5-4 for 8. But perhaps if it goes a bit dull, we'll do a tour of the Australian states and their flora and fauna. Will Williams much more interested in taking wickets right now? Oh, it's cut past his stumps, inside edge past his stumps by Benjamin. Second time he's done that. This time it's just the 1 run, but a run nonetheless.
Surrey cut this
5,
time,
2-5-5 for it. We go for Surrey this time, are we? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's reached well outside the off stump. Bat is a long way away from his pads. But we'll go back to Keith Dudgeon, who's about to take strike. He will say, yeah, been there.
Be interested to know the score on
some
them
of those.
now. It's certainly, certainly starting to even up.
Seen it, done it. Williams will have to clean them up, though, here as Dudgeon, good-looking defensive shot, straight back at the bowler. You say he's averaging up near 20 for a career average.
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, coming at 10, that's pretty good.
Yeah, 19.09.
And with Milnes in the side as well. Kent bat, when he is in the side, bat pretty deep.
Yeah. Well, it's always so helpful in English conditions, isn't it? You need a lot of runs from your middle to lower order, and then
when things get a little bit
tail,
tasty up front. 2-5-5 for 8. This is edged, and that's gone for 4 very, very quickly from Keith Dudgeon. No chance for the 3 slips there. It has flown away.
Yeah, went very quickly and
indeed, yeah, low on the bat, but
scoreboard's having another meltdown, by the way.
Oh, is that what you're looking at? Sorry,
well, we've ended up with 0 leg byes somehow. I don't think I've ever seen 0 leg byes. I mean, it's true there weren't any leg byes, but you don't normally see that point. Oh,
I think
now
he's
it's
hit
changing.
I think he's hit that for 4.
That's a dot. Sorry, no, I'm afraid you thought you saw the ball going to the boundary, but actually you didn't. It's a dot ball. Welcome to Gloucestershire.
There's an act of larceny. I said, who do I call? What will the local police say?
Sorry, because no inside edge earlier on in the over, you don't get the 4. Here's Bell bowling. Played by Benjamin out to gully, but the bat was aimed towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
I wish to report the theft of a boundary.
There we go.
Oh, we reinstated. There we go.
Did love that.
Don't think I wouldn't.
0 leg byes. That's terrific.
Also 0
yes,
wides,
what
I suppose.
Actually did happen.
We could tell you it didn't hit the pad.
Oh dear. Bell, strong action in and bowls, and a one-handed turn leg side by Chris Benjamin. Had absolutely no idea where that ball was going to go. You could tell he hadn't missed it, but absolutely no idea where it was aimed or where it was going, but it brings him a single. Deficit 65. 260 for 8. 5th over of this new ball. No wickets with the new ball as yet. As Bell bowls and Dudgeon punches to cover. And Charlesworth springs into field. Charlesworth having taken the wicket with the 79.6 ball. And Going to the new ball. At the moment, it's not exactly moving all over the place,
No.
but maybe if Gloucestershire can prize out the couple of wickets, then it goes back to that discussion that we had yesterday at times. What do you want to see out of this at this stage? Dudgeon forces away. There'll be runs through point, might even be 4 of them. It's a pursuit for Tommy Borman, who will get there. They take 2. They will turn and go. It's a long throw out there. And whilst we've seen 1 direct hit from almost around there, not quite from that deep. 3 runs taken.
I think it's fair to say, though, Chris Benjamin was not taking any chances for what looked like a comfortable three.
He's run a mile past
absolutely
again.
motored as soon as he saw the ball leave Tommy Borman's hand. He's like, no, I'm not risking it. Proper sprint. He might need just to get a second to compose himself.
Yes, just a
he
little
done some gardening. There we are. Yeah.
There's always a pesky spot on the pitch that suddenly opens up after a sprinted 3. Oh yes, Mighty Dale. There we go. Oh, he's doing the proper works now. It's the retake of the guard. He was on strike 2 balls ago. Stumps haven't moved, mate.
Takes a very deep breath.
I'm sure everyone will be doing it. Bell in and driven to cover, and it isn't quite fielded cleanly by Charlesworth. I suspect Benjamin probably saw that, but from this angle, it was impossible to tell whether Charlesworth had come up with the ball for a moment and the ball just trickled out from away.
I think, it felt like he was committed to that anyway, seeing that Charlesworth was diving, and I suppose the percentage is unlikely to come up with a throw from there, but
That's
swiftly
positive
taken.
cricket again. 264 for 8. Dudgeon back on strike, last ball of the over, so deep point drops back as Bell bowls to Dudgeon, who defends. Thud off the bat back to the bowler. 5 runs off the over. 264 for 8. Dudgeon 9. Benjamin 59. And Bell, you sort of feel as though several of the seam bowlers have ended up with figures that don't show the quality of what they've delivered. I mean, both Bell and Taylor would be feeling that, whereas Williams is the one, as James Taylor was in the Kent innings, that got the rewards. Let's take anything away from the way that they bowled, but Williams and Charlesworth, a couple of wickets for him as well, but none for Taylor and that is, and 1 for Bell.
As Williams resumes from the Ashley Down Road end to Benjamin. It's nice he played along the ground at a backward point, and they'll take a single. Has absolute confidence in Keith Dudgeon as well. He doesn't need to protect him from the strike, which is good news. I'm not sure if the same will go with James Taylor. I'd imagine so. He's got a reasonable first-class average in the teens, I think. So, again, these days, there are very few rabbits that you have to hide from the strike, but it might be a thought in his mind if Dudgeon were to go and James Taylor comes in. Williams now to Dudgeon. Nicely done, just closes the face. That'll be a single. Yeah. Okay, Bell was there very quickly. I don't think there was some chatter from the fielding unit there, I think, but I think Dudgeon and Benjamin pretty much knew as soon as Bell had hoved into view to that one that there was no second run. So a single off the first 2 balls of the over. 266 for 8. Here in the final session of day 2. It's Benjamin. Just defends that one up to mid-on. There's no run. But they have looked to get on the front foot, haven't they, these two, and run the singles quickly.
Yeah, I think it almost gets to the point where the pressure's a bit off you as somebody like Dudgeon coming out. There's whilst he's got a good record, I'm not saying he wouldn't expect to score runs, because he would, but there isn't the expectation generally.
No,
so it's sort of, you might as well be positive, really.
I mean, you're just getting what you can almost, rather than what's expected, expecting a big score at this point. So driven up to mid-off, good-looking shot. But stopped by Van Buren, who gets up a little slowly, but he's absolutely fine. 266 for 8. Williams has 4 for 34 from 18.4 overs. His corner rate's gone up to a extravagant 1.8 and over at this point. Williams bowls to Benjamin. Defends that. There's no one up to mid-on. Being buzzed by a light plane.
And whatever happens now, even if Gloucestershire were to take 2 wickets in 2 balls, they'd have 8 overs to face this evening. The close of play is approaching much quicker than yesterday, that's for sure. I just suddenly thought, well, actually, you know, we're not as far away from the close of play as I thought we were. So, you know, again, bit of a silver lining maybe for Kent. Get a few overs at Gloucestershire this evening if they do get bowled out.
Still 59 behind. That's a good shot by Benjamin. Will he go for 4? He's cut that away. It will do indeed. And these are very important runs for Kent at this point. Looks like they may well be on the end of a deficit at the end of this first innings, but Benjamin moves on to 64, Kent on to 270 for 8 now, 55 behind Gloucestershire. So a change at this end?
Looks like it, yeah.
Matt Taylor?
Yep. So I don't think he's bowled at all from the pavilion end in this innings.
Pretty impressed by the way the Gloucestershire bowlers seem very comfortable at either end of this, surface.
I think there's, you know, it is. I suppose at Canterbury it's different, isn't it? Because you've got the side-to-side slope. Any ground there, I think that makes it trickier. But there's not much. I don't think there's much difference between ends here. But yes, I mean, you know, still a lot of bowlers have their favourite ends for whatever reason. Sometimes you can't even put your finger on exactly why. Whether for some reason on some pitches even the ground's just a bit better under your feet at one end. I have no idea, but
I suppose, I'm used to it being a bit more of a horses for courses thing with Canterbury, I suppose.
So it'll be Taylor round the wicket to Dudgeon on 10. Taylor bowls to him, and that's defended back to the bowler. I don't think it's anything in terms of, you know, Gloucestershire tiring or anything like that, but we haven't seen many plays and misses with this second new ball. So
I'd agree.
It's not
quite as terrifying as I thought it was going to be, and Kent made it look pretty.
There hasn't been a marked difference between the new ball and the old ball, which I thought there might be. Taylor in, that's driven confidently by Dudgeon, and he's hit Van Buren at mid-off.
He gives it a thump, doesn't he? As you'd expect.
So he's going to play T20 cricket.
Yeah,
he's as well as in the frame for
all formats.
The T20.
Yeah. He's so across. So Sunil and Mutasamy will be here for T20 as well. South African all-rounder, left-arm spinner, and Tom Rogers is coming back as well. Former Melbourne Renegade.
Taylor round the wicket. Bowls, and Dudgeon has a feel for that and then takes the bat away again just for good measure, but we saw you.
So Kent will have a luxury of choice of overseas players for the Blast this year.
For Gloucestershire, Bancroft, I don't actually know whether Bancroft's going home or whether he's still going to be around, because there's still the 2 championship matches in June that,
of course,
that Bancroft would play in.
So island in the middle.
Whether he just stay here or pop back, I'm not sure. Taylor is in, Dudgeon inside edge onto his pad once again, trickles out to backward point for no run. To be honest, there's been a couple of plays and misses from Dudgeon, but he's looked as though it's when he really tries to give it a thrash that the actual problems have occurred. A couple of times he's come relatively close to chopping on. No runs off Taylor's first over with this second new ball. 270 for 8. Taylor to Dudgeon, driven, and doesn't get quite enough on that to beat a diving Charlesworth, is it? No, it's Miles, isn't it? There we go, yep. Saw the 4 and then saw a tall figure getting up, but he wasn't getting up like a Charlesworth. It's Craig Miles on the field again at cover. There's no run. But yes, Gloucestershire have Darcy Short coming back, so Short with
handy cricketer.
The most runs in the group stage of the Blast last year, and he can bowl some left arm unorthodox, which could come in very handy because Gloucestershire don't I say they don't have a specialist spinner. They may not have a specialist spinner for the blast. Driven by Dudgeon, he's got the gap this time. Van Buren, in desperate pursuit, grits his teeth. He's going to just get there. Determination of the man. And now he's bent over double. All that to save one run.
Yeah.
But it does mean that Dudgeon will be on strike for the next over. So again, if Williams is on strike, is bowling the next over. Remember what happened when Van Buren chased a ball to that part of the ground earlier on. Saved that run and kept Northeast on strike for Williams. And Williams will be bowling again to start the next over. So 273 for 8. And then Gloucestershire also have Liam Scott coming, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
He's also going to be available for a couple of championship matches.
2 in June, as well as the blast.
So.
Yeah.
The Sheffield Shield Player of the Year and second in the MVP voting in the Big Bash. So looking forward to seeing him.
Sounds all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they do. I mean, season in, season out, I think Gloucestershire have done really well with their overseas signings, haven't they?
I don't think too many people knew a great deal about him when he was signed. No. He played 9 T20 matches, I think.
Williams to Dudgeon now, keeper up to the stumps and takes that as James Bracey in his midriff, more or less.
But, you know, if you've got those connections, wherever it is, I mean, somebody like a Dudgeon as well, if you've got those connections that can give you the report on a young cricketer, or even, you know, wider scheme of things, talking to, you know, whatever it is, A coaches or whatever, who's the next player that you think might get into an A side or something like that? And that's exactly what Liam Scott's gone on to do.
Yes, Williams has beaten Dudgeon as well. Has withdrawn the bat from that one. It's rapid into the gloves of James Bracey. Yeah, with the South Africans, obviously Glenton Sturman was here, had a really good first game of the season, and as Kent bowlers tend to do, unfortunately, and over the last few seasons, had an injury which kept him out of the rest. He was going to be with Kent for the whole of the first part of the championship, and Mutasamy will be second part of the championship and the blast as well. So, but yeah, coming in clusters, he's teed off at that one, has Keith Dudgeon, and hasn't middled it, which again will save some Glazier's fees for the flats, I would imagine, at the Ashley Down Road end.
Yes, well, it's a problem everywhere, isn't it? I mean, I think Martin Emerson was forecasting Kemar Roach's injury from before he even arrived. And oh, look, I was right, he got injured.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's stresses and strains for overseas players coming to Championship cricket. Williams hasn't done too bad, has he? Ooh, was played into the offside by Dudgeon. One bounce outside the off stump.
I think that was into his pad again, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah. It seemed to just go dead, didn't it, after one bounce? So is it? Yeah, that would make sense.
Right pad a bit, I think. Yeah.
273 for 8. Kent, 52 behind.
He's certainly more than frustrating.
Yeah,
at the moment,
just eking away runs here. As Dudgeon faces this one, that's a good shot. Actually takes the bottom hand off it. It's good enough out into the covers along the ground, and that'll be a single for him. And there we are. He's worried about Chris Benjamin. He's trying to keep him off strike. So he's giving one, one ball to face here.
He's pretty much counting at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, Gloucestershire have set fields to try and bowl at Dudgeon as much as possible, but even so.
Yeah, he's taking the runs that are on offer as well, isn't he? Yeah, 64 for Benjamin as he faces Williams. Where was Dudgeon going there? Goodness me. It's pushed back at the bowler. Dudgeon's wandered out of his crease and sort of wandered back towards the crease at the end. The ball has hit the stumps. There's a little bit of a hurry up right at the end, and I think Dudgeon acknowledged maybe that he'd just been a little bit casual.
I must admit, I was quite casual as well, because I thought that was it. And the ball just went towards mid-on. I thought I was more admiring Will Williams' sideways roll.
Yeah, absolutely, great roll. But the ball was still in play at that time, I believe.
Yeah.
Am I going mad here? So the sideways roll there. Dudgeon has wandered out. Oh yeah, look. Yeah. I need to be back in. Yeah, he's apologised to Chris Benjamin, perhaps for giving him the a case of the heaves there. There we go. 274 for 8.
Unusual piece of cricket, but we've seen
Yeah,
a few
that
of
would
them.
be irritating from a Kent point of view.
Taylor in, very full,
Shot.
clipped past mid-wicket. It gets past Middleton, and he's not going to catch it. Out to that short boundary, and 4 more runs to Keith Dudgeon, who's on to 18, so he has almost made his average, I think, in those terms, and the deficit goes under 50 runs now, 47. Kent to 278 for 8, and Middleton's now going to swap with Ben Charlesworth at mid-wicket. So Middleton's going to move to mid-on, and Charlesworth standing a bit closer at mid-wicket.
30 for the 9th wicket. This is irritating for Gloucestershire.
Very valuable runs. I mean, another partnership of that, and it's an even game. Taylor in, Dudgeon down on that one to defend, splay-legged back to Matt Taylor. And well, he knows, I mean, this one's not over either, and I mentioned James Taylor. Certainly his record would suggest he can certainly hold a bat. Was it 15 his average?
I think it's 15, yeah.
Yeah.
A high score of 30 odd in Championship cricket.
It can be such a trouble to finish these tails off. And I know everybody gets frustrated about their own side not finishing off a tail, but I feel like you talk to almost every county supporter around the country and they'd say the same thing. Taylor is in and Dudgeon turns it down to long leg. Just be the 1 run, 279 for 8. And as much of it, you know, as much as the focus is so often at the fact, there's no express pace bowler to rip through. Well, Gloucestershire had a couple of express pace bowlers in Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar, and recent years they've struggled to finish sides off as well. Nobody's actually really that scared of the pace anymore because of this dog thrower business, apparently.
Is that right?
Well, yeah, genuinely, because the coaches now don't have to just rely on their own shoulder to give throwdowns in the nets. You can wing it down there with the dog thrower.
So you can be facing 85 miles an hour.
Without somebody having to bowl it at you. Taylor in, and that's thumped on the drive by Benjamin out through the covers. That'll be 4 runs. Borman trying to get there, but he's got no hope of chasing that down. So 9 runs off this over. Deficit down to 42. Kent 283 for 8. This 9th wicket partnership grows, and well, Gloucestershire know a thing or two about large 9th wicket partnerships. So, no ball as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, Chris Watts just marking out the landing area of Taylor. So that's the first no ball of the innings in the 89th over. So 2 more runs. Then the deficit 40. Taylor to Benjamin, who has almost jumped at that as he defended. And the way that he looked so skittish after he played and missed, I thought he must have edged it, but he didn't.
Be close.
Well,
I think he just slightly
Where
off
was he
balance,
going?
actually, played. Yeah, I think he got himself outside the off stump, didn't he, to try and play it?
Strange one.
Yeah. Ended up not being able to play it, I think it's fair to say.
285 for 8. Taylor bowls, dabbed into the offside. And a single taken there. Van Buren has a shy at the stumps. Benjamin, not for the first time, has to go running through a little bit further. I think he ended up with a direct hit there. Did Benjamin, staring at Graham Van Buren.
What would be quite tense for Kent fans? I would say this isn't helping at all, is it? But it's the Gloucestershire fielding that's doing it, isn't it? Putting them under pressure and making them fly through for each run. They're having to, keeping them very honest indeed. 286 for 8.
More valuable runs for Benjamin and for Kent as Taylor is into Dudgeon, defended into the leg side. Another easy single there because Gloucestershire have dropped a couple of fielders back, and that's an expensive over. As
11, is it off?
I didn't have time to add it up.
4
I'm
bits, I
afraid.
think. I did very quickly. Interesting though, there were no leg buys in that over.
0 leg
Zero
buys.
leg buys.
287 for 8.
So if you add that in, I think it's still 11. Yeah. 287 for 8.
42 runs this partnership.
It's as you said, there's still life in the pitch, but I'd agree with your assessment of the new ball. It doesn't appear to be doing more than the old ball was necessarily. It doesn't seem to be putting any more pressure on the batters. But these bowlers will be tireder as well. Williams is already through 20 overs today. It's down the leg side, helped down by Dudgeon. Does that come off the bat? Buys or leg buys. There we are. Yeah, it's gone down the leg side, and so Williams still stays on 439. Those almost inexplicably, as probably our correspondent Bruce will say, will go against James Bracey, which seems, what were we saying yesterday? Not an error. What's that? Unearned buys, maybe, but 4 of them anyway.
Just had the first no ball, and now we've had the first buys.
Yeah, 291 for 8 left by Dudgeon into the gloves of James Bracey. So deficit down to 34 now.
They will be starting to get twitchy out in the field there, because you're so close with that second new ball, 2 wickets to take with it. You're that close to having a really significant lead, and I don't think Gloucestershire have bowled particularly badly. They have dropped the field back, allowed a few more singles, but yeah, it's been good batting.
Williams to Dudgeon. Just forward defensive there. BL, although slightly tongue-in-cheek say about, big muscular fellow Keith Dudgeon, he's a very organised batter.
Yeah.
I think this is
you don't average basically 20 in first-class cricket without having a technique, and you'd put him at 3 or 4 in a club side, and I don't think anybody would bat an eyelid.
It's Williams to Dudgeon now, and he tucks this one onto the onside. He deliberately placed and takes a single. They're on to 292 for 8. I mean, when I first started commentating on modern cricket, and Tallender's getting more and more runs, and asked somebody who actually knew what they were talking about it, and just saying that basically with modern coaching, as you say, with ability to face a lot of quick deliveries, for instance, in the nets, that the relative gap between batters and non-batters, if you like, has shrunk. And obviously, if you're coming in at 9-10, normally on the first day, for instance, as it's deflected into the onside, balls doing less, bowlers a little bit more fatigued as well. There is an opportunity to counter-attack. But Dudgeon's doing really well here. He has 21. Benjamin has 69. 292 for 8. So 44 this stand at. And the deficit is 32. Williams looking for that wicket, that breakthrough. Benjamin looks back in his crease. He's on his toes. Looking at Keith Dudgeon and telling him there is no run. End of the over. And as you said, we are marching on in this day 2, aren't we? There are 8 overs remaining of the second day here, with Kent 292 for 8. And they're still a bit off parity, but they will be very pleased, I think, with this stand, even if it goes no further for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, well, it needs to be broken soon from a Gloucestershire point of view, but you think back to yesterday when it just got away from Gloucestershire at the end, losing those quick wickets and needing something here to ensure that it doesn't get away from them at the end of day 2 as well. Taylor to continue. And in now and bowling, driven into the ground and picked out of the air by Borman at cover. There's no run. Speaking of bowlers who bat, I couldn't help myself but have a look at the Golden Hill Cricket Club score to see whether Marchant de Lange had batted, but he wasn't needed. 87 all-out plays, 91 for 1 in 10 overs. So it's a fairly solid win for Golden Hill in Prem 2, as Dudgeon defends square of the wicket on the offside.
It's quite a ringer, though, isn't it, to bring in? Well, if you're going to.
They had Dariush Ahmed playing for them as well. Golden Hill, who's also on Gloucestershire's books. Haven't seen him in the first team yet this season. He's had a bit of a niggle, I think. As an all-rounder who's certainly been talked about as a potential to fill that all-rounder spot at the start of the season. Taylor in, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out on the leg side boundary that I will freely admit I couldn't see with the pillar being there, so I thought it might be 4. It's only a single. 293 for 8.
I'd like to congratulate Gloucestershire for the field placing.
Perhaps not the pillar placing.
Nicely done.
Benjamin scratching away at his crease, 69 to his name. Gloucestershire are already not really feeling as though they're quite so likely to get a slip catch, really. There's 2 back there, but they're both spread well apart, and Taylor, I was about to say he took pace off that, but I think looking at the way that he's now glaring down at where he landed, he just maybe, if not lost his footing, didn't quite have the footing as he wanted, and Benjamin just waited for it and turned it to mid-wicket for a dot delivery. But it's going to be a frustrated figure, is Taylor. Looking for his first wicket of the innings. Certainly bowled well enough to get one, but won't get it there either. Benjamin looking to be busy at the crease and looking to find space on the offside. Price in the gully, able to cut that one off before it went into the gap, and with 1 delivery remaining in the over. No, they're not actually. I thought they were going to bring deep point up, but they're going to still leave deep point back, so a very no, he's going to come up again.
He does the hokey cokey and he turns around.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's still a very defensive field it would have been with 3 back. Taylor in and bowls, and Benjamin dabs away to cover. So 293 for 8, 7 overs to go in the day's play. So, well, it's almost less really about Gloucestershire having to go out and face any deliveries this evening now, and more about can they take the 2 wickets full stop, because the way that these 2 are going, they've batted for long enough anyway. You start to think that they might even be able to bat for 7 overs. Still Taylor, Kent's Taylor that is, to come as well.
Gabe Bell, as you probably heard from the PA announcer, is going to replace Will Williams at the Ashley Down Road end. And yeah, I was saying at the fall of the Everson wicket, if they could be, what a win that would be for Kent in a little battle. If they could get to the end of the day and still be batting, it's possible. Looks possible now, but well, takes 2 balls to take 2 wickets, doesn't it? Bell to Dudgeon, looking very solid at the crease, and nudges that into the onside, fielded by Borman, and then there's no run. But from needing, where are we? 77 for parity when these 2 came together. Now 293 for 8. The deficit is 32. There's been some really important runs. Character shown by Kent as well. Dudgeon leaves it. And actually, from where James Bracey took the ball, that was coming back at him. At his stumps, I should say. Well, at him, I suppose, by dint of that.
I mean, he probably could just about have left it on length anyway, as well as line, but
that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, now that Kent have made it this deep into the second day, it does go back to the point of Gloucestershire having to be careful when they come out to bat for a second time.
Yeah, as Bell bowls to Dudgeon, turns it into the onside. But yeah,
you know, whatever happens, they're not going to have the security of knowing that they've got a sort of 70-run lead behind them. So they're going to have to take their time, whatever happens. So yeah, I mean, it's made it a it's a very exciting game where you have basically one innings a day, and
Well,
we're not far off that.
I was going to say exactly that. I was thinking that last night, is that as Dudgeon plays that one, play it late. It's with an ooh and an ah from the other fielding side, but up to mid-on on a dot ball, 293 for 8. More or less the ideal game for excitement would be, I suppose, at this scoring rate, 300 plays, 300 plays, 300 plays, 300 on the final day, and you've got proper competition all the way through it. I'm not sure my nerves will take it, Ed, but we'll see what happens. It's Bell to Dudgeon, just pushes down on that. It's gone out to backward point. He takes a single, and 294 for 8 now. Benjamin's back on strike, and once again, Benjamin has the luxury of facing just the one ball. I'm not sure if that'll be the MO if and when James Taylor comes in, but Dudgeon looking pretty assured at the crease right now. Benjamin on 69. As Bell comes in for the final ball of his over here, bouncer. May have looked Bell there to make sure Dudgeon was up the other end, but certainly Benjamin would have needed to be fairly extravagant above his head, some sort of helicopter shot to make contact with it. 294 for 8 at the end of the 92nd over, and we have 6 remaining in the day now. As you say, we seem to be hurtling towards it, parachute style. The ground is coming to meet us, Ed Seaborn, and Kent are still batting.
Yes, and well, it's getting quite close to the point where even if Gloucestershire were to bowl Kent out, which is a big if, the way these two are batting, they might not be batting at all, because even if there were 2 wickets in this over, you're down to 3 overs to bat, and again the if is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
It is. Yeah.
Taylor then to Dudgeon, continuing into his 19th over, bowls back of a length and jammed out to cover by Dudgeon for no run. I meant to say this earlier, and things just tend to slip your mind sitting here, but I must say congratulations to Alfred the Gorilla, who came second in the Bristol mascot dash this morning.
There we are. As a sentence started, I had no idea what was going to be at the end of it. Fantastic. Well done, Alfred.
Taylor in and bowls to Dudgeon, defended to cover for no run. And
is he a sprinter mostly?
Well,
you talk about
Alfred
a dash
the Gorilla's
there.
had some remarkable results on finals day over the years. Former winner.
It's a hurdler as well.
Well, yeah, all sorts. I mean, you stick anything in front of Alfred, he'll overcome it. And he did, but he didn't cheat like Lanky would have done, I hasten to add. And that's not something that's based on no evidence at all. I mean, everyone knows Lanky cheated in one of the mascot races a few years ago, and then there was a mascot race going on at Old Trafford when Gloucestershire were there a couple of seasons ago. Lanky cheated in that as well. He pushed somebody over.
Corruption,
terrible.
Rife.
Taylor bowls, guided down into the gully by Dudgeon for no run. But yes, the great Bristol run tomorrow, and once again, as I mentioned yesterday, Gloucestershire allowing all participants to come and claim a free ticket to tomorrow after the run as well, so you can come along and watch some cricket after it.
I'm not sure how many mascot races Victor and Victoria do from Kent. I mean, they are horses, so it does feel a bit unfair.
Taylor bowls, beats Dudgeon. That one doesn't bounce a great deal, and Dudgeon's still crouched over, sort of having a look and seeing how close to his stumps that was. And fairly close to his stumps and very close to his outside edge, but took neither. Yes, gone are the days of the Spitfire being allowed to run just with this little piece of foam round his shoulders and no obstacle to him running quickly at all.
I don't know what you're talking about. Proper mascot.
Terrible.
It's been retired. We are.
294 for 8. Taylor to Dudgeon, drives pleasantly to wide mid-off. Van Buren will stop it, but Another single is added. That's the 50 partnership. Somebody knew it down there. CI beat the scoreboard. Cricket fans love that.
Yeah, 19 for Benjamin, 24 for Dudgeon. Probably quite telling, isn't it, that Keith Dudgeon has more than held his own in this partnership as well. And
Well, he's faced, what, 52 of the 78 balls in it.
there we go. Says a lot about it, yeah.
It's a stat. Gloucestershire have wanted to bowl at him, and Dudgeon's been quite happy about
He's
it.
obliged, yeah.
295 for 8. Kent trail by 30 runs. Taylor bowls, thumps into the pad of Benjamin. There's no run there as Charlesworth springs up from mid-wicket. Again, for some reason, Benjamin and Dudgeon deciding to create some drama out of absolutely nothing. And that completes the over.
And once again, Benjamin has been afforded a single delivery by Keith Dudgeon at the end of the over, but it doesn't seem to be any sort of tension out there in terms of trying to create an over where Benjamin needs to face the most deliveries.
He's not being, it doesn't look as if he's being starved of the strike at all. He's just quite happy to keep things going as they are, because they're going perfectly swimmingly for Kent.
Yeah, a deficit of 30. One thing I don't think Kent will do, we will see by the end of this. You know where I'm going with this.
Yes.
I don't think that there will be parity by the end of the day.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they were going to declare.
Oh.
Have a couple of overs at Gloucestershire tonight.
Is Bell to Dudgeon. They'll get 1. They may not get 2. It's going to be a leg by. So we've gone up in that single delivery from 0 leg buys to 1 leg by. And I think it's going to appear on the score. Will they do 0 first? No, okay, they've just gone straight for 1. 296 for 8. I really am flogging a dead thing with that joke. I apologise.
A dead Spitfire.
Spitfire. Look, he had to drag a whole fuselage around with him.
Couple of aerodynamic, though, isn't it?
A couple of Rolls-Royce engines. Can you imagine?
Built for flying along.
Oh, sounds easy sitting here, Ed Seaborn. Driven by Benjamin. And just almost a gesture of frustration from Benjamin is he's picked out the fielder, Will Williams, on the offside. More or less knocked him over. Williams going to ground. I'm being over dramatic, but yeah, a foot either side. I think that's 4. 296 for 8. But yeah, maybe Ben Stokes style. Do you think they should declare now and have, what would it be, 1 over now? As that's better angle by Benjamin, but just get a single.
2 overs.
Oh yeah, it'd be 2 overs. Yeah, sorry.
Same as what Gloucestershire had against Kent yesterday.
They want to make it fair.
I mean, there would be the. I don't think that the declaration wouldn't be allowed either, because Kent would of course get to 300 and would deny Gloucestershire the chance of picking up the 9th wicket. But if you're declaring for the purpose of having a couple of overs this evening, surely that wouldn't be disallowed by the umpires.
I don't think it's going to happen. Bell to Dudgeon, and has that squared him up?
Yes.
It has indeed. Dudgeon, it's can't see his face, so he can't see if he's smiling at Gabe Bell, but he just immediately put his hand on his hip, didn't he? He's just staring back at the bowler.
I can't imagine that.
I think he realised there's no way on earth he was hitting that. Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah. He almost looks upset with the temerity that Bell has to bowl that ball. One more, that's beaten him as well, and that's quick and going away from him outside the off stump. Bell bowling with some aggression here towards the end of day 2. 297 for 8.
It's not gone completely, has it, from those last 2 deliveries?
No.
The ability to land it on an area. I think you'd have to say it gradually does seem to be going a little bit, but it's certainly not gone completely to the point where if you land it, particularly from that Ashley Down road end, there does seem to be a point where it's really straightening from either right or left arm from that side.
It's Bell once again to Dudgeon, a bouncer, and he's defended that off his, throat high more or less, and then rehearses an aggressive hook. I think it's a little bit of play acting from Keith Dudgeon. I think he's having a bit of fun out there. No surprise. 297 for 8. Deficit at 28, and we have something like 4 overs remaining. A minimum of 4 overs are possible. 604. A
So
maximum.
we certainly won't get him.
604
We won't be getting
possible.
more overseen than that.
Sorry, it should be a maximum at this point, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Of once we
Because actually it's not a minimum, because we could even only have one over and one ball more.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not a minimum remaining. This is.
So
I think they should demand their money back, the spectators, actually, for that. They've been missold.
I'm going to go next door for the scorers and just tell them to change the scoreboard because it's just wrong. What are they playing at? They've been misled. These people have paid good money to come in here, and they may not get what's being promised to them on the scoreboard.
Ben Charlesworth returns from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to Benjamin. Takes a hand off the bat, but drives it square on the offside. Out to the sweeper. Benjamin's off strike again. Dudgeon's now faced basically half the deliveries that Benjamin has, despite being out in the middle for presumably a lot less than half the time that Benjamin has been. 298 for 8. Kent now only a couple away from the second batting point, but far more importantly, 27 runs behind. It's basically an even game now. A psychological effect of 20 runs here or there. You never know, it might make the difference come the end of the game, but how much difference it's going to make at the moment. Dudgeon in defence. Back to Ben Charlesworth. Close of play at Derby. Northamptonshire managed to stop the slide. Harrison and Sales seeing Northamptonshire to the close at 4 wickets down, but trailing by 506. So they're basically going to have to bat for the rest of the game there to save it. 98 for 4. Lancashire batting again. Middlesex were bowled out for 169. Lancashire made 201 in their first innings. Charlesworth in and bowls. Straight delivery. Dudgeon defends. And Lancashire 16 without loss, leading by 48. Anderson 4 for 67. Balderson took 3 wickets. And opening the batting as well. Durham 187 for 4. Ben Stokes was dismissed by Jack Home for 14. I'd imagine he celebrated that one. Be interested to see later. I might have a look and see what the celebration he chose was for that wicket. Charlesworth bowls to Dudgeon, who defends late. Maybe that was about the 5th time that Dudgeon's defended it into his pad. I'm not sure. It may well have been. Either way, no run once again. Yes, David Beddingham has 73, Graham Clark 38. So Durham 187 for 4. Worcestershire having made 308. In Division 1, well, I was going to do them in order from top to bottom, but it's the score at Cardiff that's standing out immediately to me. Charlesworth bangs one in short. It's pulled away by Dudgeon. Tried the same ploy as he did with Joey Everson, but it didn't quite work. Dudgeon pulls him for a single along the ground to deep square. 299 for 8. It looks to me very much as though Tom Norton, on his first-class debut, has taken a hat-trick for Glamorgan.
Oh, goodness me.
I wonder how many people have done that. James Rue, Tom Lammonby, Archie Vaughan.
That's not bad 3.
It's not a cheap hat-trick either at the end of an innings. Charlesworth bowls. It's a fairly horrible shot from Chris Benjamin. He's tried to drive it and he's bottom-handed it up to mid-on. End of the over. And it is 299 for 8 as Benjamin 71, Dudgeon 25. I'm being shown Jack Holmes' celebration.
Oh, he's off.
It's a
yeah,
bit
that's
low-key, really, though, isn't it, by his standards? Arm up in the air, big jump up and fist pump, but that's not that. It's not that impressive. Do better.
We didn't see the rest of it. He may have done a full tour of the ground.
He might have done something else after it. Wouldn't
Shirt over the
surprise
head.
me. Yes. Somerset 17 for 3, but they do lead by 142 at Cardiff.
Bell here to bowl to Dudgeon. Ooh, squirts slow. It's a full-length delivery. Keeps a bit low. Good take from Bracey. 299 for 8. Kent 26 behind.
Hampshire 51 for 2. That's only a lead of 13 over Essex. So 235 for Hampshire. 273 for Essex. Simon Harmer made 80 not out from number 9. And, well, pretty much everybody chipped in as well. And tails are not easy to finish off.
Turns out not. Bell to Dudgeon. I thought maybe he got an edge on that. It's shaped away from him. It's a rising delivery. Is it just back of a length from Bell? And it's rapid. And Dudgeon probably would have struggled to get a bat on that.
I think that's it, isn't it? Again, it's probably not a ball that Dudgeon could edge.
It's great, but with all due respect to Keith Dudgeon, you probably need a batter with better reactions. Who's prepared to have a go at that? And he most certainly wasn't.
Even from what was happening to Dawkins from that end earlier on.
Yeah, that's true
Nobody's
enough.
getting an edge on it.
So Bell will try again. And oh, goodness me. That is shaped away. And Kate Bell just had a look at Keith Dudgeon on his follow through and turned round, and a weary stride back. Almost a huff. Oh, goodness me. Just left him off the pitch.
Well, I think Dudgeon has more than repaid the debt that he may have felt Gloucestershire owed him after the many
like
plays and
with a
misses
shrug,
and
he might accept the repayment, as you say.
3 inside edges onto the pad, have many plays and misses, but you know, he's still there, and he's still finding runs and ready for the next ball when it comes. He's not let it get to him.
Kent, we should mention now just a run away from a second batting bonus point. Ed Seaborn tells me it's all about the bonus points. As Bell bowls, that's nice work from Dudgeon, actually. It's a good defensive shot. Got himself in front of middle stump as Bell decided to try one coming into the right-hander. 25 for Dudgeon, 71 for Benjamin. As I said, this is his 4th consecutive knock in the county championship for Chris Benjamin. He's got past 50. He's got a century in that too. Bell has 2 more of his over. He's beaten Dudgeon again. Or he's playing the side of the line. That one's at a good length. Rising delivery. And almost like, actually, he's a better batter than Mikey Cohen, but Mikey Cohen did at the end of yesterday he is keeping the bat tucked towards the pad.
Well, yeah, it goes back to what I said at the start of the day as well. You know, you play off stump, you cover up, and it has to be the absolute perfect delivery that just does enough to take the edge.
Yeah. Bell may well come out with it. 5 dot balls. The 6th one, Dudgeon defends, does well. Well, that's the answer, isn't it? You bowl it on the stumps,
and then it doesn't jag away.
No, quite. He'll defend it away. Maiden over. It was a really good one from Gabe Bell. Not sure I'd want to go and have a cheery chat with him right now, but goes off to his fielding position on the boundary.
A bit of a stomp down to fine leg.
Wonder what he's done to anger the gods. 299 for 8. Benjamin will face for a rare ball or 2 now, Charlesworth.
What we definitely can say is that Gloucestershire won't be batting this evening.
That's true indeed,
well.
2 overs to go of the day. A maximum of 2.
Charlesworth is in, driven to mid-off. Benjamin wants a single. Van Buren will shy at the stumps. He'll hit them. And no, says the umpire. He did look as if he was home. Did Benjamin? Not quite sure why he decided to do that anyway, though. Brings up the 300, though, for Kent. Maybe that's why he was particularly desperate for that second bonus point. Kent have got there with a scrambled single, and I did mention he's got an accurate arm as Graham Van Buren, and that's shown there. He's going to be home, but not by too much.
Not by much.
He measured it out. I think he would say. You know, it wasn't as though he was lunging or diving or anything, but
he had eyes on Graham Van Buren. As you say, he didn't have to dive. Grounded his bat in time.
Charlesworth to Dudgeon. There'll be handy runs for Kent here. It's a thick edge. It's going to be 4 between the 2 fielders in the slip cordon. And just 21 runs behind now. Kent, again, a perfectly legitimate shot really from Dudgeon. He's even just taken the bottom hand off the bat just to soften the impact. And Dudgeon moves on to 29. 304 for 8. So in terms of the sort of the comparisons, a while back, Kent were one sort of 50-ish score away from Gloucestershire, but Dudgeon's making it at the moment. That's defended back to him. And the other thing, at the moment, the extras is a bit of a difference, but Kent are finding some runs from the tail, which
Yeah,
Gloucestershire
Gloucestershire
couldn't
can
do.
yeah.
And they were, to be fair to Kent, they were in actually an even worse position when that second new ball came along, and they have seen it off. The second new ball still hasn't produced a wicket, despite the 8th wicket falling with the last ball of the 80th over. Charlesworth bowls to Dudgeon, drop down into the offside. Big gap there with point drop back to the boundary. And Dudgeon moves on to 30, 305 for 8.
As you say, it's just they've not been carbon copies of each other, these two innings. They've worked in different ways, but Kent yesterday needed to take quick wickets and to fly through the tail to stop that one getting away from them for Gloucestershire going towards 350, 400. And they've needed this late partnership to get anywhere near parity.
Charlesworth bowls dug out by Benjamin up to mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, throughout the day, especially for those who've not been with us all day, it's been the sort of day where, as a partnership's really started to build, Gloucestershire have found a way to take a wicket at the time just when it felt as though maybe it was really tilting Kent's way. It was a partnership of 102 between Dawkins and Muya after Crawley was the first to go in the 5th over before a run had been added. Nibbled away by Chris Benjamin down towards the boundary at deep third. Borman will get there, and 2 runs more to Benjamin, who's on to 74. It was a good chase from Borman, but 2 more runs, deficit 18, and just 1 over left. So James Taylor won't have to bat.
No, Kent will be batting tomorrow.
Tonight. But yes, 2 wickets fell in and over when Cohen and North East were dismissed by Will Williams. And that 102-run partnership between Dawkins and Muya, again, 2 quick wickets. As Gloucestershire were back in the ascendancy, handy partnership of 50-odd between Muya and Benjamin. They broke that right on the stroke of tea with Charlesworth removing Muya. Fantastic run out from Will Williams to remove Ekansh Singh. 1 stump to aim at from deep point, and he hit it with
something, wasn't it?
Ekansh Singh coming back for the second, and then Everson out just before the second new ball. But this partnership threatening to take it away.
Bell to Dudgeon. Oh, it's a vicious bouncer up at the grill of Dudgeon. Has it hit him? No, he's got something on that.
He's got the glove up in front of his helmet, maybe.
And yeah, because there's no concussion check. Glove up. It's just sort of gesticulation towards Gabe Bell, but he's well within his rights. With 30 on the board to bowl a bounce to Dudgeon. It was a really good one, vicious one, and I'm glad Dudgeon is fine. But yeah, might have just rattled him a little bit.
Composing himself.
Yeah,
there,
just adjusts the batting helmet.
Which won't please Bell much because he was ready to
He's
bowl.
about a hair in. Will he go for the Yorker length one here? Well, it's a good answer from Dudgeon. Gets inside the line of that one and flicks it. Does he? No, actually comes off the pad. Does it? Umpire Widdop. Thank you. Yeah, leg by then. 308 for 8. The deficit now at 17. And Kent looked way adrift at 226 for 7, I would suggest. At 308 for 8. Not looking too bad. As Bell to Benjamin, a little bit uffish as it comes off the bat, but Bell can't gather that on his follow through.
It was, whether he was just again trying to be positive and busy, or whether Benjamin was really trying to help that leg side and get off strike and potentially lean on his bat, I'm not sure. But I didn't think they would turn down the leg bite because they've taken every run that's available. But yeah, it does mean that Benjamin is on strike in the final over.
Bell to Benjamin. Defends that back at the bowler. Flicks it up on his toe to his left hand. Throws it to Ed Middleton to do the ball shining duties. And 2 balls, a maximum of 2 balls to go. Since the art of pedantry has been alive and well living in Bristol this afternoon, I should mind what I say here, Ed. I appreciate. As we said, Kent will be batting again tomorrow. A bouncer, and ducks underneath it. Chris Benjamin then almost up on his toes like a boxer.
I mean,
Bonnie hops.
As tireless as Bell and Williams have been, never mind just the effect on the game situation, achieving basically parity anyway. And who knows, it could even stretch it into a lead tomorrow morning. But Gloucestershire bowling today, have to bowl a bit tomorrow, then would be bowling on the final day as well.
As Bell bowls to Benjamin, and is that the end of day 2? It is indeed, here at the County Ground Bristol. It's a maiden from Gabe Bell, but Kent are 308 for 8. They are 17 behind, and thanks in no small part to a very impressive unbeaten partnership so far for the 9th wicket between Keith Dudgeon on 30 and Chris Benjamin on 74. So that partnership at the moment, 248 when they came together, is exactly 60, and they will resume tomorrow morning. But I said once again, Ed, at 226 for 7, very much looked like Gloucestershire. If they'd done anything like what Kent did with the tail end yesterday, could have had a big lead going into the second innings. As it is, it's pretty much parity between these two sides at the end of day 2.
Yeah, so what was it, 80 runs the deficit at the taking of the second new ball. Felt like the perfect time to strike with Charlesworth getting rid of Everson. Thought that might be that in terms of the innings relatively quickly, given what the new balls have done, but no breakthroughs with that second new ball, and Kent have gone into the dressing room again, having finished off a day extremely well as they did yesterday, coming back late in the day. But even though it will feel frustrating for Gloucestershire, the fact that they haven't been able to finish Kent off yet, they've still got the chance to take a couple of quick wickets tomorrow morning. It's basically an even game, and then who knows where it goes from there. It's been a really exciting watch. Hopefully you'll be back with us wherever you're either watching or listening from tomorrow. From all of us here, it is good evening, and we'll be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow.